Well, hi, everybody. I'm Bill McCarran. I'm the director of the Press Freedom Center at the National Press Club. It's a new nonprofit that works to help journalists that are in trouble, such as the case of Austin Tice that we're going to be addressing today. When journalists gather in the last week or so thinking about press freedom issues, top of mind are the Al Jazeera journalists who tragically lost their lives just a few days ago in Gaza. And so the work that those journalists were doing to bring information from that location out to the rest of the world was courageous, and it was important. And it reminds us that journalism is a dangerous business and that journalists need protection and support. And in that connection, I'm grateful to all of you to be here today to support journalist Austin Tice, who's been missing and held in Syria for now 13 years to the day. And I thank all of you here in the room and on the live stream. I also want to thank, we have a few sponsors, and I want to thank those who have supported us. Hostage Aid Worldwide, you're going to hear from them later today. The Washington Post Press Freedom Partnership, we'll have a couple people from the Washington Post here to say something some point today. And Reporters Without Borders. Reporters Without Borders did amazing work in the early days of when Austin was being held in Syria. Delphine Haglund, who was a wonderful person, led that work, and we're grateful that RSF is supporting today. A program note, we'll have a series of panels. There's no real breaks. We're just going to keep rolling. I'll be looking at the audience and try to figure out when we can fit in things. I want to talk about the keynote speaker, which is in the middle of our program, which might be when most of you are having some lunch. So we have been working vigorously with the DNI, the Director of National Intelligence Office. We were very hopeful that Tulsi Gabbard would be able to join us today. She's got quite a schedule. She's not able to be here. But speaking in that section where we were hoping to hear from a senior government official, I don't think we ever named her until now, is going to be Kieran Ramsey. And Kieran has a 32-year career in law enforcement. And I'll tell you more about his bio later, but it includes leading the HRFC, the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell. And this is a very important organization and plays a significant role in cases like Austin's. And so we want to hear from him about that organization, about its composition, about possible reforms or improvements, and just some of his experience in that case itself. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm very glad that he could join us today. Today is August the 14th, and so we try to gather at this time every year to remember Austin and to support his family. And we have this marking of this date has taken a number of different forms. Last year, some of you were here, we had a country music concert, and in between sets of the country music concert, we went to content. But the point of gathering is to make sure the Tices are supported, that they have a good forum to say what they want to say, and to keep Austin top of mind. So this year, kind of surprising to us, we have enough content to do a day-long conference. So much has happened in the last year in this case and in Syria in general, And I hope you are able to engage and appreciate what's happening here. Your interest is so important to us, and each of you is an ambassador. And the best way that we're able to engage more people about the case and have them figure out how they can help Austin is to talk about it. I mean, people are endlessly curious about this, and you are going to come away. I know you're going to hear things today that you've never heard before, and you're going to come away better informed than you've ever been about this case. And I'm not going to ask a lot of you, but you and the people who are watching this, make an effort to talk to your friends, your family, your colleagues at work, just to bring them up to speed that this American is missing, continues to be held in some form in Syria, has to be a priority of our government, has to come home, has to come back to his family. We're just well past time, and we're so close on this. We are so close to being able to have an outcome. So it just really needs time and attention. Deborah's on the way, so I'm just giving you some groundwork here. The way we think about the case and the people of the country and their involvement in the case is that there's sort of four groups. There's one big group, and you could say in the world as well as the country. There's one big group that when you say Austin Tice, they don't know they don't know who he is. They don't know the case. And unfortunately, that's the largest group. And then we think there are groups A, B, and C, who know a little bit about the case, sometimes quite a bit about the case. Group A, we think of as Team Austin. These are people who are advocates for Austin. They could be in professional life. They could just be citizens. They could be family or friends of family. They can be journalists. They are people that take action to try to come over here. We need you. They are people that take action to try to move the story forward, right? And that's group A. Group B is a pretty big group. They know a little bit about the case, but they're not advocates. They're receiving information. They're listening with one or both ears. Group C, hard to characterize, but they are trying to cause some chaos. They're actively disinterested in the case. They're trying to make it difficult to talk about it. They're trying to impede dialogue. They create disinformation. And so this is a problem, something we have to push against. So the way it works is that Group A and Group C are trying to influence Group B. And so that's what we're here to do today, is to try to help bring you up to speed and have you be able to help Group A. Okay. So with us today is Deborah Tice, Austin's mother, and his chief advocate. And Deborah will lead a plenary session where she will discuss her thoughts on the major events in Austin's case since we met last August 14th. And we will lay out questions that we are asking today and the panels and presentations we will use to try to answer them. I have no doubt you're going to learn some new things, and you will come away from this day with a fuller understanding of Austin's case, and for some of you, a sense of what you can do to help. So Austin was in Syria as a journalist. That is why the National Press Club and the Press Freedom Center have been such a strong advocate for his case. He took tremendous risks in order to bring the story he was seeing unfold in Syria to the world. Austin worked for several news organizations, including the Washington Post, which hired him as a freelance reporter. Will Lewis, publisher of the Post, will join us later, and we'll say a few words about Austin and the case. It has meant so much and says so much that Will be here with us today to share these words. At this time last year, just a couple of weeks before we all met, it was the high point for press freedom globally. You'll remember Evan Gershkovich came home from Russia, even though we were in a Russia was involved in a war, is still involved in a war with Ukraine. Alsu Kurmasheva came home, came out of Russia at that time. Vladimir Kara-Murza came home. It was an amazing event, and it shows what our government can do when it is dedicated and focused and uses diplomacy. And not long after that, terrible situation in Israel, in Gaza, where many hostages are taken into Gaza. And again, our government mobilizes and does amazing work, bringing some of them against all odds out, and sparing no resource to try to accomplish that. So billions of dollars spent. And in a metaphor that I think sort of explains the point I'm making here, Austin's own case officer, a wonderful guy named Steve Gillen, is transferred at that point to Israel to help with the recovery of hostages that are being held by Hamas. Austin lost his case officer to another case at that time. And we believe the government, like anything that's human, can make mistakes, right? And can overcome those mistakes. We believe it has great capacity and great resources, and we do not feel that in any way those kind of resources that we see evident in those, I'm going to say, successes in Russia and in Gaza, we don't feel that focus, that intensity, that the level of resource is being brought to this case. And I have no doubt Austin would be with us today if that was the attitude of the government. I'm going to turn this over to Deborah in a second, but 13 years in, I don't want to speak for her. I'm just going to say I am weary of hearing that Austin is a top priority of our government. He needs to be.
But he never has been.
Yeah, and we can't use those words, right? On an anniversary, this is what I'm going to say. We have to do better. We must do better for this journalist, this Marine, this Texan, this lawyer. You know, he's a lot, and he needs to come home. So that's what we're about today, is to try to talk about what's happening in the case and what we can do to facilitate this. Just one more thing about language. Pretty long story in the Post yesterday, some new things and amazing things. One of the headlines said, Austin vanished in Syria. If true, what a story. Vanished. Disappeared is another word that comes up a lot. It's hard for people to figure out, how to talk about what happens, how to think about what's happening with him. Here's how I think about Austin. And this is really how I think about anyone who's held hostage. From the day one you are taken hostage, you are fighting for your life. It is not a passive thing. You have not disappeared. You are not missing. You have not vanished. You are fighting for your life. And all of us, if we saw somebody here on the ground, having trouble breathing, fighting for their life, all of us would try to rush to them, provide CPR, call 911, get them water, do something to revive them. There's an urgency to helping people who are fighting for their lives. I urge you to think of Austin as fighting for his life every day. That is what he's doing. He's been doing it for 13 years. We have got to bring him home. I am so happy to introduce my friend Deborah Tice, who's the strongest person I know. And she wants to share with you some of the amazing things that have happened over the last year that have transformed this case and this situation and been amazing experiences for her.
Yeah.
And so we're going to do that, and then we're going to go to a plenary session where we'll explain the rest of the day. And I want to let you know that I never want my lawyer to be very far from me. So this is Eric Sundai, and am I saying your name the wrong way always? And, and he's a friend of Deborah's and a friend of mine, and he's been very helpful on the case. And since he's here also, I want to bring up, if he'll come, David Lesh. Do you want to join us, David? David's going to speak later, but he's another Texan, and we can always use a Texan on the panel.
Good to see you. Thank you for coming.
And David is Assad's biographer, among other things. We're going to give him a fuller introduction later, but I thought we'd just have him with us here so we can have a maximum Texan turnout. Please welcome Deborah Tice.
Good morning. I've been looking forward. Thank you. Thanks. I have been looking forward to being here with you guys. I am fully not prepared, so just so you know, if this seems a little scrambled, so is my brain. But I just want you to know that I'm really glad that you're here. I'm glad to be here. And also, I just want to give you some like little snapshots of me. I had to ask Bill, what does plenary mean? Because he said, you're going to have the plenary remarks. And I'm like, I don't know, I never have made that before. I don't have the recipe. So anyway, here we go. Bear with me, please. So I just want to talk about where we were last year and all that has happened between August 14th last year when we were all here with the great music and, you know, feeling like we were really getting some traction. So last year at this time, we were very focused on getting a second White House meeting with President Biden. We felt strongly that his team was not following the instructions he had given to them, and a reset was needed. We were racing to get this done before the election went into overdrive, and it would be impossible to get attention. When Biden decided to drop out of the race, that gave us hope that he could focus on governing and on legacy issues like bringing Austin Tice home. As Austin is America's longest held hostage, it seemed like the kind of goal that he would want to reach. So that's where we were at that time. So the first thing that happened after our event last year on this date was the launch of the ad campaign across Syria and Lebanon that is still managed by Hostage Aid Worldwide. Thank you so much, Gael. You guys do so much for us. Thank you. We really appreciate Nazar and all that you guys do. Thank you. Initially, it was asking for info about Austin. Later, after the breach of Damascus, it was calling for information about Basam Hassan. Currently, it is calling for information from Bashar and Maher al-Assad. Then we end December. Our entire family is 20 people with Austin. 19 of our family came to DC to talk about Austin, to advocate for Austin. And so, you know, we did advocacy. The kids had all, you know, blocked out 4 days in their life to come here. And then on Saturday evening, we had a big party for all the people in DC that we loved, that we hadn't been able to visit with, and it was just fantastic. It was wonderful, and the kids were all going to go home on Sunday. And in the middle of the night, that night, our lives completely changed because of the breach in Damascus. And Tony Blinken had insisted that our family come to the State Department. I had not met with him at all. And his office reached out to us on Thursday and said, we want you to come meet with the Secretary of State. And we said, our agenda won't tolerate that. I mean, and they said, we'll stay as late as we need to stay. We really want you to come. Because they knew what was going to happen. And Blinken was thinking that this was going to be the best weekend of our lives, and Austin was going to come out of a cell. If they knew all of that was happening, why didn't they get Austin out of the cell before the breach? Question from Mom. So anyway, when that happened in the night, the 6 blood family, my children, the youngest one, 32, they all rearranged their lives and stayed in DC for a week and did interviews. They, made sure that their spouses could take care of their children. They made all kinds of things rearranged to do something for their brother. We are a very strong family. So,
Before we go off your family, I just want to note that Megan Tice is here today, and if you
Stand
want to
up
give
for
her
a
a
minute.
hand, she's
stand
amazing.
up for a minute. That's our first girl in the family, second child. Then I joined, I was here in DC, and I joined Syrian families in DC in front of the long vacant Syrian embassy. We were crying on each other, we were hugging on each other, we were so hopeful. We looked forward to the reopening of the embassy and re-engagement with the Syrian government, thinking about, making a world of peace and dreams like that. Sadly, that did not happen, and I haven't heard anything about the plans for it. Then in January, I went to Lebanon and Syria with Nazar Zaka. I asked Clarissa Ward to go with me, and she did. I was in Syria on the inauguration day of President Trump. On my trip, I met the new president of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun. I deeply admire the Aoun family. I think the world of them. I also met the new Prime Minister, Nawaf Salam, as well as the previous Prime Minister, who I had met several times previously. I was so glad to see him again, and he was very happy to be moving on. I had the honor of meeting Ahmed al-Shura in the presidential palace of Damascus shortly before he became president of Syria. All of these men were kind and supportive and very willing to help reunite our family with the return of Austin. Then there was the first meeting at the White House, and I was going to be meeting with the National Security Advisor. That was Mike Waltz. And to my surprise, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was in the room. And she was in the room to make it known that Mark and Deborah Tice, the parents of Austin Tice, had every reason to see every bit of information about their son, every bit of intelligence of all the agencies under her purview. Now, one of the agencies not under her purview is the State Department. We'll get to that later. They were very happy to show us fully redacted pages, many, many, many fully blank pages. That made them very proud. So anyway, she made that happen. She was very much absolute to the agencies under her that this was going to happen, and it did happen. Mark and I did go to Tyson, and we did see all of that intel. We'll be talking about that later. Once again, the Washington Post graciously arranged for me to attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner and the Gridiron Dinner. They were moving tributes to Austin, but President Trump did not attend, so I really miss seeing him again.
Would you like to have a meeting with President Trump?
I haven't yet.
No. Why don't you say that you'd like to have a meeting with President Trump at this time?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Say it.
Okay, let's see. Oh, guess what, guys? I think that was the end of it. Ta-da!
And you want a meeting with President Trump?
Yeah. So, anyway, it's been a really busy year. And, you know, we're on a real roller coaster thinking about Austin coming home. My son is not dead, and we are working to get him home.
Yes.
Damn straight.
Very good. I think people might want to hear about an important meeting you had in Italy this year. Do you want to tell people about that?
Yes, of course I want to tell you about that. So I have a very close relationship with the Apostolic Nuncio to Syria. I met him when I was in Syria in 2014, and we've become very good friends. And so he invited me to come to Rome, and he always has something up his sleeve. So this time I got to meet Pope Leo the 14th. It was such an honor, and of course he did it in the same way that he had done it for me with Pope Francis. It was one-on-one, and it was very personal, and he asked me what could he do for me, and of course I said, will you please talk to Putin and Trump and ask them to reach out to Bashar and Maher al-Assad and get information about Austin Tice. So anyway, that was, he of course gave me a blessing, which I desperately needed. And so that was just amazing. It was a great surprise and a profound gift.
This is quite a year, just in the sweep of all these things that Deborah's gone through. It seems like it maybe is more than a year, but the landscape has changed dramatically, and we're going to get more into the detail of that. It's the last part of the plenary. I wanted to share with you some questions that we have that we'd like to try to use the program to answer. And so we'll come back at the end of the program and see how we did on answering these questions through the dialogue. So it's 6 questions. So the first one is, what does the government know about Austin's case that has been withheld from the family and the public for many years? And what impact has this government strategy of withholding information had on Austin's case? And where are we seeing policy improvements in this area? And where is there no progress? And does this information suggest Austin is alive after 2013? And how does the family know this information? So we're going to cover all of that. Question 2 is, what has happened in Syria in the past year, and how does that impact Austin's case? And what is the current position of the Syrian government with respect to Austin? And are they helping to find him? And is this hopeful? And we have experts to help us on that, and that'll be coming up shortly. And then, what important facts have we learned from journalism in the past year? How has the gradual reopening of Syria made that possible? Where can there still be improvements in how we cover the case generally? I'm very excited about that panel. That's going to be toward the end of the day, but we have some amazing people that have done amazing work that are going to come in and talk about that good old-fashioned journalism and how they accomplished things and proved things. And I'm so grateful they're here. Next question, who is Basam Hassan? What is his relationship to Austin? Where is he now? Did he lie to the FBI? What did the FBI do with that information? What should happen next, given what Basam has said? How has this created a rift, possibly with Assad? Can the FBI run both a criminal investigation and a hostage recovery operation without compromising one or the other? And what is the difference between the hostage recovery fusion cell and the FBI at this point? And luckily, we have a great speaker who's going to be able to help us with that. How did the hostage recovery fusion cell and the SPIHA perform over the past year, and why? Are they helping the family as they are designed to do? Question 6, what did Deborah have to do this year to protect Austin from Israeli bombing? Why did she have to do this herself? How has Mossad, the Israeli intelligence service, been helping to find Austin? Are they sharing information? Who is asking them to be helpful? Does it make sense that they could be much more helpful if that aligned with their strategy, given their capabilities in the region? What is stopping them? Is Austin's recovery a goal of the Mossad? Okay, this is what we wanted to do in the plenary. We're laying out the year, we're laying out the questions, and we're setting up the panels. So thank you for your time and attention to this session. And now we're going to move to the first panel, which you think I know what that is. It is what has happened in Syria since the fall of Assad. How has that impacted Austin's situation? And for this, we're going to have Deborah, I think you can stay or you can take a break if you want.
Oh, that's it by my daughter.
Okay. And we have others joining us, including Eva Felipe from coming to us from Prague. I'll give her an introduction shortly. And Nazar Zaka, who's going to join us as well to talk about what he's experienced by visiting Syria. But first, we have David Lesh. And David, do you want to move to this chair, which might be easier for the camera? Sorry about that. And David is the only speaker we're going to have today who, as part of his bio, he was a first-round draft pick by the Los Angeles Dodgers. I don't think any of our other speakers can make that claim. He was the number 10 draft pick a number of years ago as a pitcher and had a short career in the minor leagues. But his fastball has lost nothing when it comes to Syria. He's a professor at Trinity College in San Antonio, Texas, and is an author of several books and a renowned expert in Middle East policy. And he is a biographer of former President Assad of Syria. He's met President Assad multiple times in creating the biography and traveled into Syria during those times. He's going to share with us a sort of a timeline and a discussion about what happened in what has happened in Syria since those events Deborah was describing, the fall of Damascus. And so he's got also a new book coming out about his life, going from pitching to expertise in the Middle East. And we're so glad to have David Lesh. Please welcome him.
Thank you, Bill, very much. And I want to say it's a pleasure to be here. It's always a pleasure to see Deborah and my great friend Eric Sinda, who was up on the podium, and to see Bill. And I should say my great friend, the mighty Viking warrior, Eric Sinda. And anyone who knows him and will know what I mean. One of these days, I'd love to be all of us together and celebrating something rather than marking one more year past. What strikes me about the whole effort, and again, I've known Deborah and Mark and been helping them any way I can for well over a decade, and boy, there's been ups and downs like crazy. And I just want to share one, because when listening to Deborah, before I get into the subject matter, listening to Deborah, the mercurial nature of this whole thing. I remember in 2019, and people need to know that so many efforts have been made, and of course most don't get anywhere or have failed, lots of times due to things totally out of our control. And one effort in 2019, I had worked with the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell, and I got a call, meticulously put this approach together through working with or through family members of former President Bashar al-Assad. And I have no idea if it would have worked. I think it was an interesting approach, may have gotten some more information. And I got the green light in August 2019. Someone from the US government called and said, David, let's go. Only 5 people in the US government know about this, and hopefully it's successful. One of those five people was the National Security Advisor, who the next day was fired or resigned, depending on who you know. And so this effort, which had been meticulously built up for months, boom, gone. And again, I have no idea if it would have worked, but that's the mercurial nature of this whole thing that's been going on, and so many forces out of our control. But thank you, Bill, for inviting me here, and it's an honor to be here and helping any way I can this effort. So in late 2012, you weren't here when I called you the mighty Viking warrior. In late 2012, I headed an effort that was supported by a couple of European countries and the UN to interview most of the actors that were involved in this burgeoning civil war, including opposition leaders, including members of the Syrian government, including high-level members of most of the countries that were involved in what was quickly becoming a proxy war. And in December 2012, a small group of us went to Gaziantep in Turkey, which is just north of the Syrian border, to interview a bunch of Syrian opposition leaders, militia leaders, and some religious leaders. And it was an amazing experience. But it kind of reminds me that's what Austin was doing, several months before that time, and trying to find out from the people who were actually fighting and dying in Syria what's going on. And many of them came up. The Turkish border at that time, as many of you know, was quite porous. We had about 40 of them come up, and over the next few years in this effort that we conducted, the first really systematic effort along these lines to really talk to the people involved in this conflict. We talked to maybe 100 more. And one revolutionary with whom we spoke, I'll never forget what he said to us. I've written about it before. One of my colleagues in our group, William Ury from Harvard University. He wrote about in his book, Possible, recently. And we asked this particular revolutionary, why are you doing this? You know, the deprivation of war. And he looked at us and he just said, because I've heard my own voice for the first time. It's one of the most profound statements I've ever encountered personally. And we knew exactly what he meant. And, you know, the relief in his face, and he reveled in the fact that you know, he and his comrades in arms, for the first time, were discussing things and making decisions on their own, without government oversight, without whispering, without fear of being captured or tortured or something like that. So despite the incredible deprivation of war that he and his colleagues were encountering, this was freedom for him. And it stuck with me, and unfortunately he was killed a few months later. But very, very emotional statement. And it's something that Assad never got. Bashar al-Assad, he never understood that with the retreat of the state due to the civil war, that the people became empowered at many different levels, at the local level, the individual level. And if he did understand it, he turned away from it. And I always say he missed a tremendous opportunity around 2017 or so to negotiate with the opposition a power-sharing arrangement where he had leverage. You know, some of his power would have been diluted, of course. He wasn't willing to do that. And in fact, quite the opposite. You know, he didn't recognize it, and he wanted to establish new allegiances and alliances in this new Syria that focused on warlords and arms dealers and drug smugglers in trying to stay in power and punish those that were against him. Really missed opportunity. I think the new government of Ahmed al-Sharaa faces the same situation, that they need to listen to the voices of Syrians because they've been empowered by living without the state for well over a decade. And I think he does understand that to a certain degree. The ability to actually follow through with that is going to be very difficult because there's a great many diverse voices. And it's not just, you know, it's not just Druze, it's not just Kurds, some of the groups that we've heard of and are known, but from town to town, to village, city to city. And this is a daunting task because you've had the breakdown of the state well before Assad fell, the breakdown of the state in the civil war. And when that happens, typically when the failure of the state, people retreat into their sectarian fortresses, whether they be ethnic or religious or group, class, whatever. And that's what happened in Syria. And so what Ahmed al-Sharaa is doing, again, quite daunting task, he's trying to recreate the state. He has to recreate the state. And he has to recreate a national identity. And there's very little national identity now in Syria. I had a good friend of mine, a colleague before the civil war who did an informal survey of Syrians you know, during Bashar al-Assad's first 10 years in power, and you know, what do you identify as? And you know, it was about a third identified as Arab, a third identified as Syrian, and a third identified with their religion. And today, that would be an interesting survey to take again. But it's going to be a very, very difficult task, tough enough to do this considering the dilapidated state of Syria. I mean, we all know the economy is in total shambles, the poverty rate at 90%, health crisis. You know, the economy has been withering under international sanctions for well over a decade. And even though that, you know, many of them have been lifted or waived, and there's some investment going into Syria, there really isn't the institutional capacity in the country to take advantage of these new opportunities yet because of the level of destruction. And Sharaa doesn't have much to work with You know, there's an institutional vacuum in the country. There's ministries that are working very haphazardly, led by people who, you know, really don't have the experience beyond regional experience in Idlib in running a national apparatus. And there's also an ideological vacuum, other than the jihadist mentality that came with HTS when they came to power. And so it's very, very difficult under these circumstances to see a cohesive apparatus coming into being. It doesn't mean it won't. It's just going to be very, very difficult. And, you know, it's in this type of environment, it's tough to find the capacity to help along the lines that Deborah and all of us want. I think they're very sincere in wanting to help. I really do. But their capacity to do so is limited, especially when they have other things to worry about, like the recent Druze situation, like the Israelis, like the Alawite uprising in March. It's going to be difficult for them because they don't have the bandwidth on many occasions. So I think it's incumbent on all of us in the U.S. government to make sure that in what bandwidth they have, that they're focusing on this. And I understand, you know, from their point of view, you know, there was some pushback, you know, when Deborah went and there was to meet with Ahmed Shara, and there were the U.S. and Trump meeting with Ahmed Shara in Saudi Arabia and lifting the sanctions. There was some pushback from a lot of Syrians saying, hey, well, we have missing people too. And so the Syrian government today needs to be cognizant of that. But again, that's incumbent on all of us in the U.S. government to make sure that Austin is in that list of people that the government is trying to help and find and locate and all of these things. But they got a lot of things to do at this present time. Another thing that is that Ahmed Shara, he may well have more external legitimacy than internal legitimacy right now, in my opinion. He's gone on a charm offensive for the international community, mostly to get the sanctions lifted, and that was probably the right thing to do because the country's not going anywhere without the sanctions lifted and without some sort of hope for economic rebuilding and reconstruction and investment, particularly from the Gulf countries, from Turkey and other countries. The Israelis, by and large, think that Ahmed Shara's pragmatism that he showed to date, which, again, his words of inclusion and treating all Syrians equally, all of these things, the Israelis, by and large, think that this pragmatism is a tactical strategy, is a tactical shift. You know, again, the Israelis, many Israelis I've talked to think that he's going to revert to his jihadist roots at some point, and that's unhelpful. I have a number of other Israelis, so many of them academics, saying that Israel's is missing a golden opportunity to make advances with Syria. But as we all know, Israel is operating under a October 7, 2023 mentality of protection and buffer zones and things like that. It's tough to get through with particularly this particular government in that regard. So it looks like in Syria we're seeing the formation of a sectarian majoritarian government ruled by, of course, very conservative brand of Sunni Islam espoused by HTS and their followers. One of the words, I was on a podcast recently, and one of the words that I kept coming up with was conundrum, in that this government faces a number of conundrums, in that they're saying all these right things about inclusion and diversity and so forth in terms of minorities and gender in Syria, but yet Ahmed Shara has to answer to his base. And that base, for the last 10 years, all they've known is warfare, pretty much. And they've been indoctrinated to believe that the minority groups, Druze, Christians, especially Alawites, are heathen scum, not worth living. And those on the other side have thought in similar ways toward HTS and other jihadist groups. So that's a serious mental obstacle to overcome in terms of really engaging with the population and different elements of the population and implementing what the diversity that Ahmed Shara is proposing. I think at some point, and I'll end on this, is that the time? All right. I think at some point there will need to be a day of reckoning between Ahmed Shara and his core followers. It reminds me, those of you that know your Middle East history, of Abdulaziz Abdurrahman ibn Saud, the founder of Saudi Arabia, who, with the support of this very, conservative, some would say extremist, Sunni Wahhabi followers in Arabia before it became Saudi Arabia, he was able to come to power and establish his control over much of the Arabian Peninsula. And at one point, though, they were just too much. They wanted to go on and conquer more. They wanted to take on the British. And Ibn Saud knew that would be a disaster. And so he had to move against them. And he had to build up allies and military elements that could counter the Ikhwan, and then truly create a more propitious environment for creating a new country that became Saudi Arabia. The current government really has very little command and control over the many, many militias that make up the state. There's really no national army to speak of. It's haphazard. Whenever there's a problem, send the trucks with guys with machine guns in the back of these pickup trucks, and they go in. And then when they go in, other groups follow. And that's when you have problems that erupt in March in the Alawite areas and recently in the Druze areas. So it's a tall task. We should, I think, be rooting for him. I know the Israelis have this view. I've worked with this one NGO in Europe who, they're very, very good. And they've had a relationship with Ahmed Shara for over 10 years. I told them kiddingly last time I was in Europe and met with them, I said, you picked the right horse, because he's the one that came to power. And they insist he's true blue. They insist that he really is pragmatic, that he really, he's not the extremist jihadist type, and that he realizes what he needs to do in order to lead the country. And he's really the only horse in town right now. And I think he probably has a bit of a long curve, maybe a learning curve, but also a understanding from the Syrian population as a whole, all of these issues and problems that I've been talking about, that it can't be easily resolved. Plus, they're just war weary. They want something to work. They want some sort of stability. And oftentimes, growth and stability, most of the time, does not follow sudden political transitions as that which occurred in Syria this past December. And then there's also, Nassim Nicholas Taleb, the Lebanese author and academic. He wrote a book called Anti-Fragile a number of years ago, and he was focused on many countries, but in particular Lebanon, following their 15-year civil war, and that the collective memory of that, the historical memory of that, has helped that generation and the next generation keep at least something together in Lebanon, despite all the stresses and vociferous elements that exist in the country over the past, 10, 15 years. Maybe that will happen in Syria when you go through the trauma that they've been through, not only physical trauma, but emotional trauma. There may be a willingness to try as best as possible, despite these eruptions, which unfortunately are to be expected in this sort of transitional phase. And perhaps this anti-fragile mentality in Syria, and I've been to Syria 30, 35 times over the year, lived there at times for moments and for months, and they are resilient people, and an entrepreneurial people, and innovative people, and they just need an opportunity, and hopefully Ahmed Shra and his government, or whoever, can provide it. Because the sooner we get that sort of stability, the more help that the government can be to the efforts that we're all here for today. So thank you very much for having, and it's a
Thank you,
pleasure.
David. It was great. Thank you. Can you stay a little bit? Sure. We have two more speakers on the topic, and they may return to you. So just like another 30 minutes, maybe? Yeah. Okay. Whichever you're comfortable with. Yeah. Okay, so we have, thank you so much, David. That was great. We have a couple more speakers on this panel about Syria, but they're going to come to us from other locations. And Julie, who do we have up first next? Okay, great. So joining us now will be Eva Felipe. She is the former ambassador from the Czech Republic to Syria. She served in that role, all through the time that we're talking about, the period where Austin was taken and held. And she, as she's going to tell you about this, but she was the U.S. protecting power in Syria because she was there, and she was in effect our ambassador. She's a great friend of Deborah's. She retired in 2023. She's now free to talk about her experience, and we asked her to explain about what it means to be a protecting power and how that works and how that's maybe changing, and also what happened in the early days, what was her role, and what she observed of the U.S. government. Eva, hello from Prague. Can you hear me? Eva, you're free to go whenever you want. You're free to talk. Okay.
Yes, yes, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay, yes. I'm here. Do you hear me?
We can hear you twice, unfortunately.
That's
You got a little
what
feedback. You might have like your phone open or another computer open close to your computer. So
No, I will put it out, but no, it's only MacBook.
okay, let's
you
do the
hear
best we can.
Good. Let's do it.
Okay, so Eva, can you tell us what does it mean to be the protecting power? Most people don't understand how that works, I think. So if you can just go through what your duties were and how that transpires.
Okay, I have served in Damascus since 2010, and 2012 we were asked by Washington to protect the interests of American citizens in Syria because the former ambassador Robert Ford left and your embassy was closed. So what does it mean? It's actually that you work under the instructions of State Department, White House. It depends of agenda, what do you have? And also you should actually be a caretaker of your American properties. You go to the Embassy of America, you are giving the benefits to the local staffs. Actually, you do what you are asked for. It's according to memorandum, of course. But the biggest agenda was American citizen.
But this is
Oh,
not,
maybe.
Eva, this is not working for us. So why don't we work on the technical part, and we'll try to come back to you. And
Yeah.
if we can try to go to Nazar now.
Okay.
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 Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Julie, can we try to get Nazar?
Do you hear me, Bill?
I hear you. Yes, Nazar.
Bill, yeah. Hi, how are you? Thank you for
Okay.
having me.
Nazar, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, that's a little better. Nazar Zaka coming to us, we think, from Beirut at the moment. Is that correct, Nazar?
Yes, I am in Beirut.
And he has been on the ground multiple times into Syria. We believe he may be even going soon into Syria again. And he's been with, he helped Deborah. He took Deborah in through Syria. And Nazar, your experience of the changes since the fall of Damascus are, sort of different than David's, who was talking about, the structural changes and so forth. Can you share with us kind of what your experience has been, what you're seeing on the ground, and how changes are manifesting themselves?
Yes, Bill, if I can show, if we can play a video for a minute just to show a little bit of what we did in Syria.
Yeah. Sorry. Can you talk about when you travel in Syria, things like safety, things like how you see the government functioning, that sort of thing.
Okay, Bill, can we start by showing a small video, like a couple of minute video about what we did in Syria?
Yeah, if you want to show a video, that's let's try to do that, and then see how that goes. Yeah, here we go. Let's give it a try.
On August 14, 2024, Hostage Aid launched the Free Austin Tice campaign, an unprecedented campaign to gather information on Austin's whereabouts in Syria. Our focus was to connect directly with the grassroots community in Syria and neighboring countries, asking them for leads and any information that could help lead us to Austin. The campaign was designed to make it as easy as possible for people to share information with us. We set up a secure tip submission form, a dedicated email address, and a phone number for direct outreach. To maximize visibility, we used multiple channels: social media, online digital ads, radio broadcasts, and television ads playing once every hour on the region's top station. We also reached people directly with SMS messages, sending a total of 37.5 million texts across the region. Thousands of leads poured in. Then the regime in Syria fell, and Hostage Aid wasted no time. Our team was on the ground, actively chasing every lead. On behalf of the Tice family, we went from prison to prison, investigating every possible clue to make sure no stone was left unturned. We visited many prisons across Syria, searching every corner for even the smallest piece of information that could lead us to Austin. We moved from cell to cell, tracing the writings on the walls, determined to uncover anything that could connect us to him.
This is stop. الصدناية بتيجي.
From the most notorious prisons to the private homes and offices of regime officials, we searched relentlessly. In many places, the truth had been deliberately erased, evidence burned, rooms destroyed, and documents reduced to ash. We followed every lead from our campaign with precision, making sure nothing was overlooked. In the end, evidence pointed to one man, General Basam Hassan.
Hello, I'm ready. Allah جاوبك.
Hi, Bill. Bill, thank you for playing this video that explain what has been done and how everything led to General Bassam al-Hassan, who was actually in Iran. And just for to know, but now I can answer all your question. I can start by just explaining how we go to Syria. In fact, this morning I left Beirut at 5 a.m. I went to Damascus. I had meeting at the foreign ministry, and they had a lot of questions about what we plan to do in the future, what kind of cooperation they want to do for the victim of for people who are missing in Syria. And I am just back from Syria right now. What is happening in our trips to Syria is that the the Lebanese government is providing security. He's providing the security personnel and cars to drive us from Beirut to Damascus to do the meetings, anything needed, and come back. They have been extremely supportive to all the effort to find Austin.
I think I heard this right, but I want to ask you a follow-up. So you were saying that you met, was it today, with the foreign minister of Syria? Yeah.
Yes, I met with the deputy foreign minister of Syria today at the foreign ministry of Syria today, this morning.
Right, and your impression was that he was most interested in knowing, the kinds of searching that you're trying to do for hostages, Austin, but others as well, and that you felt he was supportive in these efforts and interested.
He's extremely supportive, and he even knew that today is the birthday of Austin. So he was the anniversary, the 13th anniversary of Austin. So, and he was saying that to send his regard to Deborah. So, sorry, it's not. So this is, and they have been really they are really interested. I am surprised that if Deborah had to explain that. if Austin, what happened? If Austin, that Austin is alive? Well, even when I met with the Syrian authority here, nobody even had a doubt that that Austin is not alive. Everybody thinks that and believes that Austin is alive, and they want to see how we can find the information in order to make sure that to find Austin and to have to find and to for his mom to know where is her son. So this is at least the approach of the Syrian I met.
Thank you, Nazar.
Having said that, I want just to say something before. I am so happy that Eva is with us on this call, because only 2 days ago I was having a dinner in Damascus, and a very good gentleman come to me and tell me about the French guy that they found that they found in Jonathan in 2013, and they hosted him. This family hosted him based on the request of Eva that she asked them to go and keep them, and he was kept secret. Nobody knew what the family is. But today he was telling me that today I want the world to know that my family protected Jonathan, thinking that it was Austin.
That's a wonderful, great opportunity. Nazar, I think, we appreciate you being with us. The audio was a challenge, so we're going to work on that, and we'll be coming back to you. But I wanted to just stress that we're having a problem with the audio, but we'll come back to you soon, Nazar, and it's terrific for you to be with us.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have Eva on a phone? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, you still have feedback, Eva. Okay.
Okay, and what about if I switch to the phone? I'm on MacBook Pro. Maybe phone would be easier. I don't know. What would be audio
No, it's
better?
not here.
This or not? You don't hear it. Yeah. Oh. And do you have any IT with you there to improve it? Or may I switch to the phone? I will try, if you agree. I don't know. Maybe give me yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll come back to you, Eva, while we're working on that. So I think I'm going to ask Josh Baker if he would just come join us at the table for a minute. Josh is he's an award-winning BBC radio correspondent. He lives in Beirut most of the time and travels in Syria and has been there frequently recently. So he can fill in on some of what we had been asking about. Josh, if you could just tell us what your experience been traveling in Syria under the new government. How are you received, and does it feel like a safe environment for you to travel? And how are you observing the government functioning on the ground, and given all the struggles that David, mentioned?
Hello, everyone. I'll just do a quick background so you've got some context to me. So I run a team at the BBC, and we've been investigating Austin's disappearance for, well over a year now. And that team is made up of, I'm actually the token white British guy on that team. There's a predominant Syrian, Middle Eastern makeup of that. And we have a specialty in missing persons, but also in the intelligence world and the Syrian intelligence community. So before the fall of the regime, we had a sort of human database, if you will, of about 43 Syrian intelligence officials who were able to provide us with information about Austin that we were sharing with Deborah and her team. When the fall of the regime happened, myself and my colleague Sarah went to Syria to look for Austin. And it was certainly a very difficult environment to operate. You have to imagine a country that has suddenly collapsed and lost its government, lost its police force, and therefore it was a very uncertain time. You also have to understand that Austin disappeared, as I'm sure you can all imagine, into a sort of industrial-sized detention system, which imprisoned more than 100,000 people. So it was very hard to know where to look. I'll talk about it a little later about some of the progress that we made during that phase. What's been fantastic now, actually, is that the current government that is in place, the interim government, has made it very easy to some degree for journalists to travel and work safely in that environment, which has allowed us to do a lot to try to locate Austin, to understand the historic context to his detention. While we were there, we were able to locate where he was held, identify the people who were holding him. We were able to identify the people who would likely know about his work and whereabouts and circumstance today, and that is something that our team are currently pursuing. So that's sort of the broad context, but I'm curious, does anyone have any questions or specifics that they would like to understand or ask or have me speak about at all?
Safety. Just a quick question, Josh. Sorry. So the UK has a functioning embassy in Damascus.
It does now.
And it's staffed how? I mean, fully, partially?
The UK has re-established recently relations with the new government. Our Foreign Secretary's been into country, met with him. And we now have, I believe, some consular services inside Syria. Whether they're fully up and operational at this moment, I'm not sure, but we do certainly have both a British government presence there to some degree and a substantial British intelligence presence as well in country.
And probably similar with France, Germany, other
Indeed.
leading European countries, right?
Yeah, there's been a big push within European nations to normalise relations with this interim government and to try to look at how they can lift sanctions and do work within Syria. I think the view would be that the US to some degree has pulled back from the Middle Eastern space, has pulled back from its sort of day-to-day focus in Syria and has pivoted its attention elsewhere at this point, and the Europeans have very much stepped into that vacuum, I think.
Yes, and just to make a point, and this is an observation. So from a security standpoint, are you hearing any troubles or concerns? And if no, that's fine. But it seems like it's a safe environment for these countries to open their embassies and start doing business. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, look, I would say the thing about Syria is it's a place where the risk factors can change very quickly. But at the moment, there are a functioning government presence inside Damascus. There are a lot of aid agencies working there, unimpeded. They are leaving Damascus and going to places like Aleppo, Idlib daily. When I was talking to one of the UN security focal points recently, they're doing daily trips there.
Yeah.
And so it is somewhere that you can operate, you can move about, and you can have relative stability. There are certainly areas of extreme risk and danger, but that is not everywhere.
So I know of no public, visible attacks or aggression against Western governments in Damascus since the fall of Damascus. Is that?
As far as I'm aware, there haven't been.
And if someone were to come upon Austin, for example, now and want to deliver him to the U.S., they would have to do that by either taking him to or contacting the embassy in Amman or in Beirut, right? So there's no U.S. presence in.
Well, we should acknowledge there is a U.S. Special Forces presence in Syria.
In Syria, but not in Damascus.
Not as far as I'm aware. There may well be. I know there was recently in Aleppo, but I can't speak to the
fair enough.
Troop deployments.
Fair enough. And I'm not asking you to do that, but thank you. And so, so just the point is there have been very few visits by the United States into Syria, although a grandma went a couple of times, and she seems to be fine, no worse the wear. But pretty famously, when we did visit fairly early days, when Roger Carstens went to look at prisons and so forth, in one prison in Damascus, we left, and we left in an accelerated manner. There's a room like this full of press, and they were ready for a news conference. And we didn't do the news conference as the U.S. government because of a risk, a security risk that was. There was a security risk cited, and so they left without doing the news conference. And so point I'm making here is that's extraordinary, because if that actually did happen, if there was a threat like that, it's the only threat that we know of since the fall of Damascus against a Western power.
What I would say is, working in these environments is all about risk mitigation, right? And I think it is safe to say the might of the US military and everything that goes with it could today, if it wanted to, drive into Damascus unimpeded. I would be confident in that assertion. So if I can do it with my team, I'm fairly sure the US military can.
Right. So the key words, if it wanted to. Yes.
Just on that, the overall violence in Syria, I don't know if many of you have been watching or paying attention to Syria Weekly, Charles Lister's online, which tracks the level of violence in Syria. It's been going way down, pretty much week to week, month to month, since the fall of Assad, outside of these spasmodic periods of violence, as in the Alawite areas in March and the Druze recently, the bombing of the Christian church in Damascus. And I mean, those are very important to have structural issues, as we discussed a little bit earlier. But I think the main areas of violence in a person-to-person level is vigilante violence still against elements of the Assad regime or those perceived to be supporters of the Assad regime. And this is something that the government has to pay attention to. One of those conundrums, though, that I spoke of earlier, how much do you pay attention to without alienating your base? And then there's unexploded ordnance. But as far as people were thinking it would just totally break down, and it hasn't as much as many people thought. And I think what Josh is talking about is correct. Obviously you have to know where to go, and there are places that I know one journalist who was trying to get in the Druze area, and it was very, very difficult to do that, and was threatened. But overall, it's not horrible. In other words, I mean, there are safe areas and there are areas to move around, and that's when I spoke earlier about the capacity of, or the lack of capacity, perhaps, that the Syrian government has, the current Syrian government has to apply to finding Austin or other missing people. One of the best things they did is what Josh was talking about, is allow the freedom for journalists like Josh, like Gareth Brown, like others, to investigate Austin, and they've done so with, I think they've done a remarkable job in investigating that. So.
Thank you all. On this, I think we're going to take this opportunity to close this one session. I think we've got what we want about the ground in Syria. We're grateful to David. We're grateful to Josh. Unless, Josh, you want to make any additional?
No, I would just say it is a stable enough environment to work in Damascus. I mean, even Deborah and I were able to have a 3-course meal on a rooftop there relatively recently.
Great. And it sounds like you're the Chamber of Commerce there. No, I appreciate that. And we're going to talk about the great work that Josh has been doing and that others have been doing in journalism work in Syria, and what that has led to. And it's vital and it's important. But since we believe Austin's being held in Syria, I think it's essential that we had this session to get a sense of the ground, the history, the institutions, and where we can go. I had one thing that I want to ask you guys, because Josh, I know you might be knowledgeable about this, maybe you too, David. One extraordinary thing that the new government has done in Syria is to create an agency to try to accelerate and monitor information related to recovery of hostages. And I think this is, I think to your point, it's Syrian hostages as well. Mm-hmm. But there was obviously no such agency under the prior government. And so that's a hopeful step. There's a fairly accomplished a woman executive that's running that, and they're just gearing up, I think. But can you tell us a little bit more about that agency? Is it working? What's your assessment?
Yeah, I mean, look, so, missing persons in Syria is a huge social issue.
Yeah.
Everybody knows somebody that went missing. And so what the new government is doing is it recognises not only does it need to be working for its people to help them get answers to where their people are and to help them reconcile with that, but it also needs to be assisting in the internationally disappeared people like Austin, who we are still looking for. And that is, as you say, being stood up at the moment. As I understand it, that is, I think, being very welcomed, and it looks like it will be a very effective tool at trying to get answers for families.
Is the sense that it has resources, or is it
I think I would say that, look, this is something the government wants to function.
Yeah.
It's, as I said, you have to look at Syria as a context of it is the missing persons hotspot in the world.
Sure.
There are many cases there, like Austin's, that need resolution, and so the government, I would say, is committed to trying to make that happen.
Great. And Josh is, among other things, very well-versed in the world that Austin entered, the prison systems and their labyrinthian pathways, and he's going to share some of that with us when we come back and do the journalism panel. But I'm grateful for you pinch hitting. Is that a good baseball metaphor? Brings it all the way around. And I wanted to quickly see. Thank you, guys. Feel free to stay or take a break. Everyone wish David a happy anniversary. This is his anniversary. He's still come down to be with us. I wanted to see if we could take advantage of a part in the schedule here where we can speak to Eric on the subject of a fairly recent, what was a very exciting moment in D.C. related to Austin's case. It was brief. And we're talking about a 2020 incident where he has some special knowledge, I would say, related to a plane. So official Washington was up in hair on fire because there were Twitter moments in 2020 that suggested that there was, and I think I got the year right, that suggested there was a plane on a small runway in the Bekaa Valley that might be connected in some way with Austin. And if you want to get a sense of what the press interest can be about Austin, if you go back and look at that time, you'll really notice people stopped whatever they were doing. And now all of a sudden it became the story. And there was a sense that he might actually be coming home. Now, most of us had to look at what was on social and try to read between the tea leaves, and is this person reliable or not? But not Eric. Eric, because of his work, has friends in the region, and was able to call some folks and see if they could get eyes on this plane. So, Eric, why don't you pick up the story from there and tell us, what do you know about that incident?
Yeah, thank you, Bill. My name is Eric Sunda, and I have been for almost the complete 13 years that we're commemorating today, involved with Mark and Deborah Tice as legal counsel in helping them to look through and understand intelligence reports, motivations of government agencies, and planning out steps in the continuing efforts to secure Austin's safe return to his family. Excuse me, but I know her as Debbie, and I'm the only person who's allowed to call her Debbie because I've known her for 60 years. We grew up together in the town of Brownsville, Texas, and I still have etched into my mind the memory of first seeing her walk down the street. This skinny little girl with black hair who was my kid sister's best friend. When I learned of Austin's kidnapping, I reached out to Debbie and Mark and offered whatever assistance I could provide. As Bill alluded to, in my legal practice, I had spent a significant amount of time in Lebanon and had developed a number of contacts over there. Jumping forward to the specific instance that Bill was describing about this airplane, there had been some discussions with the with members of the Trump administration and the Syrians, together with General Abbas Ibrahim, who was at that time the director of the General Directorate of Intelligence in Lebanon. A number of things were discussed at those face-to-face meetings with Syrian officials. And as you can see here, there's a stack of redacted documents. By the way, let me just interject briefly, and I'll try to keep this as briefly as possible, although I've been accused as a lawyer of being an amazing talker. One word, son. Another word, brother. And the final word is colleague. You are all here today because Austin is a colleague of yours. You are all fellow journalists. And if it were any of you, we would all be here today working as hard as we could to bring you home. It has been a long journey, but we firmly believe that Austin is alive, and that will be discussed later on why we believe this, and that he will be returned safely to his family. A friend of mine in Beirut sent me a text message, which was a screenshot of a report that had appeared on, I think at that time it was called Twitter. I've never had it. Now I believe it's called X. But it described a plane on the ground, a U.S. plane on the ground in the Bekaa Valley. I wrote back to my friend. I said, what do you know about this? And he said he was having dinner with a friend of his who was a journalist in Beirut. And during the course of the dinner, this journalist received a message indicating that there was a plane there. And I said, can you get eyes on that plane? And he got eyes on the plane. And the understanding was that a deal had been brokered where the United States would move some troops out of Syria, liberate an airfield that the U.S. had occupied for quite some time, and Austin would be placed on this plane and flown home. As we all know, as we sit here today, it did not happen. I have heard varying reports which range from, this is just a made-up story, it would never really happen. But I tend to believe my friends in Lebanon who had eyes on this plane. I have subsequently come to learn that there was, in fact, a series of negotiations and that there was a good faith promise made by the U.S. government to begin to make moves of U.S. troops in order to demonstrate to the Syrians the seriousness of their commitment to bringing Austin home. The movement of troops was one of 4 priorities, not demands, but priorities, which were raised by the Syrians during these discussions. Those priorities included the movement of troops. They included the reestablishment of diplomatic relations, the lifting of sanctions, and the
Troop sanctions and diplomatic.
yeah, troop sanctions, diplomatic relations, but the overall gist was that the Syrians were ready to play ball. The Americans wanted the game to start, but when it came time for the game to start, they didn't come out of the dugout and get onto the field. And it's extremely unfortunate, and it's been an unfortunate characteristic of a number of efforts over the years in order to
Prosím tě,
secure.
vypni to, jo?
Pardon me?
Let's try. Let's try. Hold on one second. Against my better judgment. If you guys can hear me, Eva and Nazar, you need to knock down, if you're not speaking, turn off your microphone because we can't have 2 mics in the Zoom environment. So let's try Eva. Leave your mic up. Nazar, please put your mic off, and then let's hear how it sounds. Okay? Okay, Eva, go ahead.
Okay, so good
Terrific.
morning or good afternoon. Do you hear? Is it better now? Or Bill, could I know if it's better now with the echo?
Yeah, fantastic. It's great now. You sound great. Tell
Thank you.
Tell us what happened.
Yeah.
What's the first time you hear that American Austin
Yes.
Tice has been captured? What do you do? How do you interact with our U.S. government at that time?
Of course, Bill. I will try to explain. In 2012, when everything happened with Austin Tice, we were already protecting power of the United States of America. That's one. But this first information I got from my colleague at the embassy, at the Czech embassy, who was like very good in many contacts, and he brought this information without any instruction from Washington. Later on, of course, we started to work on that upon the instruction from Washington. And actually, I will tell you, this job was huge, big, very interesting, and I still consider myself an unsuccessful diplomat because he is not yet at home, Austin Times. Really, it was huge what we did. You started you write the verbal note to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but it's nothing. It's such systems. You should have a good context with higher authorities, and even some cases, no one will tell you any answer, only one, and it was Bashar al-Assad. So therefore, in 2013, I had some names, among them Austin Tice. He was not only one. We had many, many Americans, prisoners and missing. So really, I wanted to, no, I didn't ask for appointment, but Ali Mamlouk, head of National Security Council, told me the answer is on the president. So first, it was the first time when I have met the President Assad about then, and the discussion was quite, I say, acceptable, because he said, look, even prisoners, even spies, even agents have a right to be with the family. So I was quite encouraged. So, and then later on, some we succeeded, and Austin time still was a mystery, like mystery. To be frank, I don't believe what this man in Beirut, Hassan, said, that Assad ordered in 2013 to kill him. Because it was the time when we were discussing a list of Americans, and in the other cases, the Syrian regime was helpful to us and to Americans. Because on one side, Czechs, we were having good contacts also because of Deputy Minister and later Minister of Foreign Affairs Faisal Migdad. He spent 14 years in my country, in Czechoslovakia after Velvet Revolution in Czech Republic. So he had some affinity to Czechs, and he was very happy. He said, "Oh, Americans are in the hands of Czechs." So he was also one who helped us a lot, and he was giving this environment of helping to Czechs. So in the other cases, Assad really helped with other cases. And Germans, and it was not only Germans, and they were not humanitarian assistants, or they were not really humanitarian workers. So he was like generous, I say. Only mystery is Austin Tice, and I don't have explanation to order. I don't believe that he ordered to kill him. The other thing is that maybe some others, if we will accept that he is not alive, that some others, and then say, they cover themselves with Bashar al-Assad. I don't know. So we were really working on that. We had the consultations in Washington. We had a consultation with your people in Beirut, in other places. Especially it was this SPEHA, special presidential envoy for hostages affair. These are many I knew, and we were having meetings, and you remembered 2020, Roger Constance was one, and he then went to Damascus. Of course, Bill, I met him in Beirut, but then such meetings you don't attend. You are protecting power, they are responsible, you understand. So I can't add something about this issue because it's very obvious that you are not in this, because you have many other meetings with those people. So what I know, that Americans, White House, the others, they really used many channels. It was not only our embassy, Czech embassy. We did a lot, but they were using Holy See, they were using other channels, Swiss ambassador, very active women. So it was good. In such cases, you should do it. The last things were in Oman, the meetings between Ahmad Mustafa, a close friend of Assad, and also long-term ambassador in Washington, then in Beijing, with your people. So I know that it was not only like, okay, we should send a note. No, we really tried to do a lot. And this, what still is in my head, why Syrians was so stubborn. In other cases, they did. They lied, but they did. in this case, even I said to Ali Mamlouk, who was head of National Security Council, I said, look, you Syrians are smart enough. Play better, because such people are actually commodities. And you know better than me that, if you have a prisoner, you can play a game. Of course, as your colleague mentioned, or just mentioned, that they had some conditions, sanctions, diplomatic relations, and withdrawal of American forces. And one more thing, maybe when Donald Trump became a president, this first mandate, he really was like eager to do something personally, not him. Maybe he is able to meet Assad if he is still there. But, I remember when he said, send a US government official of appropriate title. I know that John Bolton was against, and even I think Pompeo, State Secretary, was against, because they consider it's not possible because it's a recognition. But from CN side, I know that actually to convince the other side that they will send somebody like official, it was very much appreciated. And they didn't misuse it to the media or whatever. I remember, maybe if you notice, the case of British journalists, and then the condition of Syrian regime was that BBC, somebody from headquarters will come, and they came. And I know the story from Luna Schippel, who was a special advisor for President Assad. She said, we prepared the contract for those from headquarters, and we said to them, unwritten, you will start broadcasting about Syria from both sides. First, opposition, and you will add somebody from Damascus. So then the journalists were released. And I remember, because I followed BBC Arabic every day, that I was surprised. Oh, it is very interesting. Now we have somebody from opposition abroad, and now we have somebody. So there are other examples or cases when somebody came to bring some people. Even Czech minister came for bringing one German, one Australian to home. So I know that these tendencies were even on the American side. But this stubbornness, we don't have him. And even it was like, at the end, I finished my mission 2023. At the end, they said, oh, you're coming again. You are coming again about Austin Tice. This is what I don't know. I don't understand. I wish one day we will know. Thank you. Any other question?
Eva, so in these documents we're going to be talking about later in the program, there are many instances in there where they're talking about Austin receiving some form of health care. And the dates are well past the 2013 date that Basam Hassan has suggested is so important. Can you talk a little bit about, as the as an ambassador there during that time, if you wanted to speak to somebody at a hospital or to a doctor, were you prohibited from doing that sort of thing?
Of course I would. Yeah,
you could.
Can.
Okay.
You could.
And did you? Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, please go ahead. Please.
Did you ever run into anybody, in the civil society or in the medical field, who said, I know somebody who's mentioned that they've treated Austin, or that sort of thing?
Only one thing. It was this Sisters of Mercy Hospital. One person from them, she told me that Austin was received there, but any other information, unfortunately, I don't have. I don't have any other in context of Austin Tice. Sorry.
The
Sorry.
data in that is 2016, is that right?
Yeah. Yes. Right.
Okay, so here's Eva is telling us one person who would have reason to know that Austin was at a hospital in 2016.
Yes.
Communicated directly to her. She's saying that she remembers this. This puts anyone who is still thinking that the Basam Hassan story has credibility needs to keep this in mind. And I'd say that the New York Times put this incident in their paper in 2017, I think, and also Sonia Smith, who's here somewhere from the Texas Monthly, did a little bit on this, also in her pieces about that same time. So this is not a mystery, it's not news. It's the first time I've talked to Eva about it, but it's been in the U.S. media. It's now corroborated again through Eva. This is an outstanding development from today's program. It's the kind of reason we want to come together, and speak to people. And, this is at the same time that the United States government is saying from podiums to the American people, to the press, it's just been a long time. We don't know anything. We don't know anything about Austin. Nothing new. No, he vanished. He vanished in 2012. We don't really know what happened. There was a video. We haven't heard anything since then. Here's Eva telling us she can confirm someone told her healthcare in 2016.
Yeah.
The New York Times had enough. New York Times, as last I checked, has to have two sources for things. The New York Times published it in 2017. Sonia also wrote about it. So I am grateful that you could be here with us today, Eva, and I appreciate. And we want you to please come when you're in the States to the press club, and let's spend some time together talking about all of the things that you know about our about how it was to interact with our government in those early days. Yeah, we'll protect you.
I would love to. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're wonderful. Thank you for being here. Let's see, Eva. Can you now turn off your mic and see if we can go back to Nazar for just a minute, because I feel like he had some more things to say. Thank you. Nazar, are you still with us?
Yes. Hi, Ben.
You sound great. Okay.
Thank you.
Look, I'm just going to ask you to, I could hear you, but not everybody was hearing clearly. Do you want to say anything more about the visit with the foreign minister, or touch on any other aspects just of modern life in Syria and what you're observing, and share us some of that?
I believe that the current regime in Syria are really eager to find Austin and to look for Austin. They don't believe, or they do not take that they're not taking into consideration that what is being said, some rumors. They all believe that, and they have. And in fact, they gave me today in my meeting, they're the one who said that the assistant of Basam Hassan, few years ago, he said that that when Assad asked Basam al-Hassan about Austin, Basam al-Hassan said, "I killed him." Okay, so even then, the story in Syria, they don't believe the whole story, because they know that all the story doesn't add up, what is being said. So this is today, he's saying, how can today Basam Hassan say that Assad gave an order And his assistant, a couple of years ago, said that Assad asked about Austin, and Basam al-Hassan said that he killed Austin. So the whole thing is not clear, and there is a lot of loopholes in the agreement. As for now, in Damascus, I believe life is good. There were a little tension, but peace, a lot of investment is coming into the country. A lot of work is being done today. Even the ministries and the police, everything is getting more in order, and the country is getting in shape, and it looks moving forward really good. It's always, you are always scared that if something happened to us to Bashir to Shara, there will be a big vacuum, and nobody can replace this vacuum. So Syria will face something really bad. But as a movement today, it's very good. A lot of investment coming. The Saudis are investing. The UAE is investing. There is like a subway is being developed in Damascus. A new airport is being done. Is being constructed, like a designed in Damascus. So a lot of investment coming. It's unbelievable. Even I had a meeting with the Minister of Telecom, who happens to be an old friend, and he was saying that how Syria plans to have a data centers, and to have the data center to be as diplomatic areas for the U.S. so they can use the space to do data centers in different areas in Syria. So it's a lot of development, a lot of thinking for the future and thinking for partnership with the U.S. So this is how I look at it, what's going on at this time.
This is terrific, Nazar. And you and I had a chance to talk, and I think this part may have gotten lost when we're having the audio issue. But I just want to clarify for the room, Nazar, it's the case that the Syrian foreign minister asked to speak to you. Is that right? They reached out to you saying they had some things they wanted to talk about.
Yes.
This is important to me. I mean, I think this is... This shows a determined effort to try to engage on these kind of topics. Sorry, go ahead.
It's a deputy minister, and he specifically requested. So he specifically requested today. He wants the list and the information of every foreigner who is missed in Syria. They don't have this data.
Yeah.
He wants this data from our organization, and he wants to look. They want to look for everyone because they believe that it's a duty of the government. But also he knows that President Shara, how much he gave attention to a priority to Austin, and he believes that Mr. Shara, when we met with him, Deborah and I, he was very clear that President Shara believes that Austin is alive. So I believe the whole Syria, like when you talk to Syria, it's completely different from when you talk to the U.S. administration. There is much more hope in Syria to find Austin than the hope you find in the administration.
Thank you, Nazar, and thank you for your patience with us. If it's okay, we're going to bring you back. We're going to have another panel later this afternoon where we'll ask you to lead about Basam Hassan. And I want to say, since we have you, I'm so grateful for everything that Hostage Aid has done, that you have done for Deborah, and that you've done just for lots of other people. Some of you who don't know Nazar's case, he himself was a prisoner for many years in Iran, wrongfully detained. He fought for his life every day that he was being held, and it's to our huge benefit to have him back with us in the world, helping others, and it's so great to see. Nazar, my friend, I look forward to seeing you someday soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Bill. I'll be waiting for the next session.
Now I have asked, in this theme of former prisoners have much to offer us, I have asked my colleague at the Press Freedom Center, Jason Rezaian, if he can join us for a couple of minutes to just share his thoughts. He and Austin worked for a similar brand in the Washington Post. They haven't met, but they shared an editor. They share an experience as journalists being held. Jason got lucky. He got back. Austin will come back. But we appreciate Jason being here to share his thoughts with us on this day as we're marking 13 years. Amazing and terrible 13 years for Austin. So Jason, if you could join us.
Thank you, Bill. Thanks,
bet.
everyone there that's here today. Nazar and I shared an interrogator in Iran. We never met until Nazar was freed several years after I was. He wasn't included in the deal that got me out. It took another 3.5, 4 years for Nazar to come home. And so it's just a strong indication of how tightly knit this community is, and glad to be here among friends today. I don't have new information to share with you on Austin's case, but what I do have is some perspective. And there's one thing that I know, and really that's that we should not be here today. America can do so much more for Austin Tice and his family. The US government, Congress, law enforcement, the news industry, the press freedom community, all of us share in this responsibility. There have been many efforts, including by my colleagues here at the Press Freedom Center, at the National Press Club, and also at the Washington Post, but it hasn't been enough. The goal is obvious, and so too is the reason that we keep at it. Austin should be here. And in all these years, there's never been an adequate reason provided for why he's not here. I've followed this story closely since Austin was abducted in 2012. At the time, I'd been at the Washington Post's correspondent in Tehran for just a few months. Austin and I filed our stories to the same editor, and the weight of not knowing his whereabouts and his condition loomed over the Post's international staff, especially those of us based in the Middle East. Since that time, so much has happened in my own life, and it often makes me think about all that Austin and his family have been deprived of experience in these past 13 years. I'm proof that stories of journalists taken hostage abroad can be resolved. But doing so requires a singular focus and belief that the life and liberty of individuals matters so much that we'll do whatever it takes to free those unjustly detained and reunite them with their families. For nearly 2 years after Austin was taken, I continued to report for the Washington Post from Tehran. During that time, I got married. But in July of 2014, my wife and I, she's here today, were detained by the Iranian regime. I spent 1.5 years in prison until I was finally released in a negotiated agreement between the US and Iran, the type of deal our government never engaged with on Austin's case with the Syrian regime. When I came home, I was offered as much time as I needed to recover. I got treatment for post-traumatic stress. My wife and I bought our first home. I wrote a book about our experience. We had a child. 2 years after my release, I finally returned to full-time work at the Washington Post as a columnist. One morning on my bus ride to work, I happened to sit down next to a woman who had a Free Austin Tice pin on her backpack. I asked her about it and where she had gotten it. She told me she had been at an event the previous night where they spoke about Austin, and that she was so moved by the story that she wanted other people to know about it too. She asked me why I was interested, and all I could tell her was that I had once been the name on one of those pins. That was 7 years ago, and 6 years after Austin had first been taken. Press freedom issues have been at the heart of the work I've done since returning from my own ordeal. Although the Post has always found ways to elevate awareness around Austin's case, often in close coordination with our friends here at the National Press Club, there are still so many frustrations. While it certainly seems that Austin only really receives mainstream public attention during these grim annual milestones, I want you to know that Austin's name hangs on the walls of the Washington Post and staff members' cubicles and is regularly discussed by different teams of people working at the Washington Post. People who've never met him but want to do everything that we can to bring him home. You may not see that everywhere, but we hope that it's felt. That's hope. It's shared humanity. I just want to tell one last story. Last December, Austin's parents, his 6 siblings, and many of his nieces and nephews came to Washington for a series of high-level meetings at the White House and the State Department. I had the opportunity to break bread with them at the end of a long day of official visits. They were disappointed by the lack of progress and absence of any discernible plan. But they were anything but dejected. I never met Austin, but I felt like I got to know him through his brothers and sisters, all of whom have a tremendous spirit, wit, and an obvious love for each other. And they also happen to be all very, very tall. This family has been through so much, yet has maintained their good humor and, more importantly, their hope. When the Assad regime in Syria fell, literally the very next day, it suddenly appeared that the US government was, perhaps for the first time, willing to put in real effort in bringing Austin home. More energy and resources were deployed in those few days than had been in more than 12 years since Austin was taken. That's why we're here today. And I really appreciate all of you for joining us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. We appreciate you being here and sharing those words. And I think you're right on about the Tice family. What a great group. And I'm going to say one quick thing about that. Deborah and Mark early on decided that they were going to be the main advocates for Austin, and they wanted their kids to live their lives, to go live their lives, to do some of the kind of things Jason was talking about, build businesses, houses, families, all that kind of stuff. They didn't want them to be bogged down in this. It was a very interesting and I think very prudent decision. Now these guys, when you meet them, they've achieved so much in their lives, and that's one of the reasons they wanted to come back in December. They are now ready to, step in and in so many cases, want to step in. And so we saw, 6 very powerful, brand new, shrink-wrapped, advocates. They've been watching. They knew what they wanted to say. They were together as a team. It was really inspiring and remarkable. And I think it's not to be underestimated. That is a secret weapon in this battle, is the Tice family. And love to them all.
Yes.
And I know they're watching today somewhere, Tacoma and places like that. And Megan is here with us, so thanks to them. Okay, big hand. Thank you. Okay, we're going to restyle a little bit here, I think, for the keynote address, which is coming up. We're not officially ending anything. I'm going to introduce Kieran in a little minute. Julie, if you know where the staff is going to be that's going to take care of the half podium, we can get started doing that. And then I think, maybe if people want to run and take a bio break, they can, but I'm going to be telling you a little bit in the next couple of minutes about our next speaker, and then once we're set, he's going to come up and make his remarks, and I know you'll be interested to hear from him as I will. I know I'm just going to say in advance that also Kieran was not a first-round draft pick from the LA Dodgers, but I know that he can run a 5K because I ran one with him about a year ago for Austin, and it was a huge accomplishment for both of us to be able to do that. Kieran Ramsey has a 32-year career in law enforcement. Largely, it's been with the FBI. He originally joined the FBI as a special agent in 1998 and was assigned to the Seattle field office. He worked on Public Corruption Task Force, an organized crime squad, and on the Seattle Joint Terrorism Task Force. He served as a senior team leader for the Seattle Evidence Response Team and deployed to the World Trade Center immediately after the 9/11 attacks. Thank you. As well as serving on a deployment to Baghdad with the Regime Crimes Task Force. In 2005, Mr. Ramsey was promoted to Supervisory Special Agent and worked in the Counterterrorism Human Intelligence Operations Unit at FBI headquarters. He served in that position for 2 years and was promoted to legal attaché in Cairo in 2007. He served as principal FBI official for U.S. embassies in Egypt, Sudan, and Libya. Mr. Ramsey was promoted in 2010 to the position of supervisory senior resident agent for FBI offices in the state of New Hampshire. While he was there, he deployed to Boston to assist in the case related to the Boston Marathon bombing and that task force. He was named legal attaché in Rome in 2016, serving in the principal FBI as the principal FBI official for the U.S. embassies covering Italy, the Holy See, and Malta. I did not know the FBI had coverage for the Holy See, but that's interesting. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about that. He was appointed as director in 2019. He was appointed as the director of the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell, which we will hear a good bit about today. And so I'm not going to read what that is because he's going to tell us that. After that, he was named as the special agent in charge of the Portland field office, overseeing all personnel, facilities, and FBI operations across the state of Oregon. Prior to joining the FBI, Mr. Ramsey was a special agent with the U.S. Customs Service. He retired from government service. Why don't we just give him a hand for his government service now? He retired from government service in 2024, I think, 25, and he is now working for a very exciting company. He'll tell you a little bit about it. So it works on hostage recovery for people. Some cases you know, and some cases you don't know, around the world. And he works with a guy, Mickey Bergman, who's got a very fascinating and strong background in this work. And Mickey worked hand in hand with Bill Richardson, who many of you know, who was a force in trying to bring people home and passed away recently. So this is a new venture, but not a new. These people are not new to this work. They're very practiced at it, and they're very highly regarded. So I'm trying to make this longer than it is. I'm going to set up the podium, and we'll hear from Kieran Ramsey for our keynote. Kieran, please join us. Give him a big hand. Yes, if you wish. Let me ask the speaker.
No,
Do you
get
mind-
lunch,
okay.
by all means.
So go ahead and get lunch. Just be mindful that we're going to continue with the programming. And, but there's sandwiches in the back and drinks, and you can help yourselves. You want me to bring you something? Not while you're
No,
talking.
no,
Yeah.
I'll
Okay.
just do water.
Okay.
But you want me to start, like,
Yeah,
let's give people
give 'em a little
chance.
milling,
Yeah,
yeah.
you tell me when.
Well, be mindful we've still got a show going, right?
Turn it off until we start.
Thank you so much for keeping Austin in your mind.
Thank you, Bill. Good afternoon, everybody. I appreciate the fact that Bill qualified this with I was the second or maybe even third round draft pick for this slot. However, with that being said, I do have some perspective to give to some things that will both complement what's already been said at some of these panels. It's also going to blend into what I know you're going to hear later directly from Deborah and Eric and others about where things have gone over this tragedy of the last 13 years. But let me restart just by introducing myself quickly. Again, my name is Kieran Ramsey. I'm the Chief Investigative Officer for a small boutique nonprofit called Global Reach. As Bill mentioned, Global Reach was born from what used to be called the Richardson Center, which was nonprofit work that was done by the late Governor Bill Richardson and my now boss, Mickey Bergman, to work on hostage matters and wrongful detentions around the world. Mickey comes to this now with our new organization, which again is fairly small, but we like to say we're small and mighty. And we continue to have the sole mission to bring Americans home that are being held hostage overseas at no cost to families ever. We try and make sure that we are selective in our cases where we think we can actually bring a solution to the matter or assist in some way. We don't simply take any case that comes our way because we don't want to waste families' times, because quite honestly, as you already know in these matters, and especially with the story of Austin, this is traumatic not only for Austin, who is fighting for his life every day, it is certainly traumatic for his entire family. Admittedly, I come into this story fairly late in the game. Of all of the background that you heard from Bill talk about is rather irrelevant in terms of my experience when it comes to trying to assist Austin to come home. It really starts in 2019. And at that time, I was appointed as the third director of what is known as the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell. That is supposed to be the government task force that is bringing together every single agency of the U.S. government to put full force behind that effort. I heard somebody early say, or I believe it was Bill who said, making sure that the full effort, the full resources of the U.S. government are brought to come up with a strategy and go on that strategy to bring these people home that are in these hostage situations. But let me make sure I preface this all with the fact that I am now retired from government service. I no longer represent the HRFC. I do not represent the FBI, the DOJ, the U.S. intelligence community, the U.S. government. So the views that I'm going to share today are mine and mine alone, so that it can offer perspective as to part of this story. But it's an important part of the story because we've already heard, and I don't disagree with a certain premise that I'm going to say quite concretely. And that is the fact that the responsibility of the captivity of Austin lies squarely at the feet of the former Syrian regime. However, the responsibility of the failure to bring Austin home today lies at the feet of the U.S. government, and I was part of that as well. And that's why I am still in touch with Deborah. As Bill explained from the outset, he had mentioned there are 4 groups. I like to consider myself as part of that Group A, that Team Tice, but I only do so with literally the express permission of Deborah and Mark. Without their permission, there is nothing I will do or say in regards to this effort. And I say that now in a personal capacity, and as I've shared with her and Eric and some others on Team Tice, I do take it as a point of personal failure that I was unable to successfully move the needle to bring Austin home during my entire tenure in government when I first became introduced to Austin in 2019. In fact, I remember going to Deborah and Mark's house in the Houston area at that time. I was told I had to fly down to meet with Deborah as the newly appointed director of the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell. And it was admittedly probably one of the most difficult meetings I've ever had. And this continues to be the most troubling effort that I've ever been a part of because, again, as you've heard repeatedly, this is 13 years. And I'll be the first to say this is absolutely unacceptable. Now, as we set the stage for this, as we all know, Austin is now the longest held American hostage, point blank. It's not a distinction that the Tice family wants. It's not a distinction that Austin wants. And it is something that troubles so many people that even work on Austin and trying to get him home today, both inside government and outside of government. But let me explain, as Bill had asked me to explain from a government perspective, given my own experience and my own intersection and my continued support or attempted support of Deborah, Mark, and especially Austin to bring him home. So if you go back to 2012, Austin is taken then. At the time, the U.S. government hostage enterprise was really not anything. It was a disparate amount of different government agencies, some in the executive branch. There was always, some kind of interest by the Congress, and there was any number of things that were going on that were, at the least, to say inconsistent. At the worst, if you asked families back then, it was horrific to see the lack of organization that the U.S. government would bring to any given hostage matter. Fast forward to circa 2013, 2014, Austin's case is already ongoing. Austin is, at that time, already fighting for his life every day for 2 years. We have another famous case at the time, Bob Levinson, a former FBI agent who goes missing in 2007. That matter was ongoing at the time as well. And then we have the presentation of ISIS, literally on the battlefield, where they start taking Westerners across Iraq and Syria, and then we saw the brutal murder of a small group of Americans that all of a sudden, finally, that coupled with Austin Tice, with Bob Levinson, there is a change. And it comes under the Obama administration, and it is rolled out in June of 2015 after an exhaustive study of what the US government was doing and what it looked like in response to these matters. And it rolled out with two documents, essentially. One called the Presidential Policy Directive 30, or known as PPD 30. The other known as Executive Order 13698. In effect, what this does is try and organize the US government in a coherent manner, in a one fulsome manner, so that it can bring, with the urgency of now, the full resources and the full force and the full weight of the mighty US government with all of our resources around the world. It creates essentially three organizations that are supposed to be interconnected, almost as if you look at it of three legs of a stool. One is at the National Security Council, that is directly advising the White House. That is called the Hostage Response Group. Whereas if there is a new hostage matter that comes to fruition and the US government's made aware of it, they are supposed to call together this hostage response group, which is supposed to bring seniors from around the government to say, yes, this is a hostage matter. Yes, we will work on this immediately. This is a priority, top priority move. The second leg of that stool is, we heard about from Ambassador Filippi, the Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs, which resides in the State Department. That is supposed to be the top diplomat that is supposed to have direct access to the president, that can use the full weight of the US government, foreign service, and embassies around the world to, again, help resolve these situations. And the last is the organization that I had the honor of leading, the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell, which unfortunately then, as it is now, is often conflated with the FBI, and in fact, it is not the same thing. The Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell was meant to be a government task force. Admittedly, it would be housed inside FBI office space inside the Hoover building, but it was meant to be its own entity with leadership of a senior FBI agent and then complementary leadership from the State Department and the US military, the Department of Defense. But in that space was supposed to be a representative, a senior, well-versed representative in hostage matters from every single three-letter agency in the government you can think of. So that sitting next to an FBI agent was perhaps somebody from NSA or CIA or NGA or DOD or what have you. So that there were zero silos, again, in terms of understanding what the intelligence was, sharing it, analyzing it, and then formulating that so that there was a strategy that could be brought to the White House to say, this is what it's going to take to get so-and-so home. This is what it's going to take to get Austin home. Now, that strategy oftentimes revolved around specific courses of action, potential courses of action. One course of action sometimes is a military option. We have the largest, the most lethal military in the world. Sometimes that's able to be brought to bear, and hostages are rescued that way. Other times it may be a diplomatic effort. And it's very relevant to Austin's case, but having a government-to-government discussion in a diplomatic enclave under diplomatic cover of, okay, you have this American, what's it going to take to bring them back? Or what are we going to do if you do not return them to us? Other times, a course of action could be a law enforcement action or some kind of covert operation involving our intelligence community. All of these different courses of action, though, could be leveraged under that HRFC in partnership with the SPIHA and with the approval of that hostage response group at the National Security Council. Now, that all sounds like puppy dogs and roses, right? It's going to work great. It's going to be fantastic. There was a huge sense of excitement, of eagerness when it was first stood up, which admittedly I was not part of when it was first stood up. So I enter into the picture of 2019, and I would assert to you still, there was a significant amount of eagerness, of excitement, and not excitement in a good way, but energy. Energy to take on these matters and make something happen, bring people home. We had a saying, an informal saying, every time you walked into that office, hey, it's a great day to bring an American hostage home. Today's a great day to bring another American hostage home. But let's be honest, and I'll go back to my point earlier, that was certainly not the case in every instance. And as we sit here 13 later, it's certainly not the case with Austin. So from my time as I got introduced to the Austin story and got introduced to Mark and Deborah, it was clear to me, and it became clearer as I've gone through my career, and now especially that I'm outside of government, that getting a hostage home is really, for the US government, comes down to simple political will. Is the US government willing to bend, if not break, whatever normal foreign policy goal or objective we have relative to country X or terrorist group X or criminal group X or region Y in the world? Are we willing to bend or break those normal foreign policy goals and objectives that we have for the benefit of bringing home that American? In some cases, the answer has clearly been yes. There is a huge track record. The HRFC still keeps track of how many people have come home since it was stood up, but none of those successes matter when you talk about the failures. And Austin continues to be a failure of the US government. And it's something that I know is shared across the US government by colleagues that are still in this space, that relentlessly and tirelessly continue to try and work on this, even with the qualification that I know Deborah and Mark are absolutely furious with, have zero faith in, have zero trust in, and I can't argue with them at all, nor will I, because I'd rather put my energy as to what can I do today to help Deborah, to help Mark, to help Austin come home, given the fact that we have this huge structure and it's a zero-sum game. As Deborah stated in a recent interview, either he's on a plane coming home or he's not. There is no middle ground. It is an absolute zero-sum game in this regard. So what does all this mean in present context? And again, I have the benefit of now being outside of government, looking in, still being in close contact, and again, trying to stay on Team Tice so that we can get Austin home, that we can bring him home. And I will share with you one small facet of that, because I'm asked about it all the time. Well, what do you think? What do you think happened? Why isn't he home? And you see, even in this town, especially in DC, this narrative attaches itself to that Occam's razor thinking, right? The simplest explanation must be the explanation. And if Austin's not back home already, well, Austin must not be with us. And I would counter that with, well, if you're on Team Tice, you have to share in Deborah's resolute faith. And that is the resolute faith that Austin will come home. If you do not share that resolute faith, you can't be on Team Tice. Bottom line. But unfortunately now we've seen in the last year, and we heard about all of the changes, all of the excitement surrounding the fall of the regime, and now the fact that the entire world has heard about this former Syrian regime official who's been interviewed by the US government and said X, Y, and Z, and people have caressed themselves with that narrative and forgotten the fact that, as Bill led with this morning, Austin's fighting for his life every day. So I would tell you a couple of things in addition. When you work a hostage case, we also have a phrase, if you've worked one hostage case, you've worked one hostage case. They are all so very different. When the HRFC, when the SPIHA's office, when the hostage response group at the NSC was stood up, generally speaking, the focus was on more traditional hostage cases, people being taken hostage under US law by a terrorist group. Then you have people that are kidnapped by criminal groups, and then you have this arbitrary detention, people that are now, we call it wrongful detentions by state actors. But it doesn't matter. In the event of anybody being held against their will overseas, they are being held against their will, and we should call them just hostages and treat them as such, even if it brings in different complexities of different tools and levers and policies of the US government. But at the time when this was all stood up, admittedly, that was more of the focus, even though Austin was always treated as a hostage case. And yet we still, again, sit here at this time. With this, though, we saw a shift now where we are today in 2025, with Austin still not being home, and we don't have the same threat of ISIS really at all, of taking Westerners. We don't see many terrorist groups taking American hostage, but what we do see is continued arbitrary detention, the holding of hostages by state actors. And in effect, the Syrian regime, albeit was more akin to a mafia group and a criminal organization than a real government, they held Austin all this time as a hostage. Until he's home, he's still considered a hostage. He is considered a hostage legally by the FBI, by the Department of Justice, by the US government, as much as he was when he was first taken. But where does that take us today? Bill specifically asked me to comment on where I think we are now and where do I see things if I could do them over again. I don't have an easy answer for any of things like that, but I would say this. The sense of urgency, the sense of immediacy, the anticipation and the value that the entire US government saw in the hostage enterprise when it was first stood up, and I would argue for about the first couple of years, was very much present. Today, I think there's a lot of other distractions going on that does not allow for that hostage enterprise to be fully empowered. Although, what do we see in this current administration? We actually see something really good. This administration abhors bureaucracy. And I would tell you, bureaucracy has been the ultimate agent of evil when it comes to preventing getting Austin home, when it comes to preventing bringing any hostage home, of, again, the inability to bend that foreign policy goal, that foreign policy objective for the benefit of bringing somebody home. So if anything, today, if there was any way to re-empower directly those organizations, but again, this current administration abhors that, and it's actually a good thing. We see various special presidential envoys, not just the hostage affairs envoy, Adam Bowler, but others that are being told by the president, hey, go here, I want this person back, bring them home right now. And we're seeing it constantly. Well, we know that they continue to be very much aware and want to do that for Austin. I would offer that, okay, you fly over there and you sit there until Austin comes home. If we're going to commit ourselves in full measure for a Marine Corps veteran, for a law student, for a journalist, for very respectable outfits, then why are we not committing ourselves as much on a daily basis as we say we will than what we are in reality? And that is not to besmirch any of my former colleagues that are still very much active in government, active in the space, trying to dedicate themselves to bringing Austin home, even despite whatever criticisms may be out there. Now, I know we're going to hear later about the revelations, and Deborah shared them earlier this year, which were heartbreaking for me to hear as well, about things that they believe they weren't told about things that they were not shared with. And it is heartbreaking to know her trust and faith in US government is shattered in that regard. But again, I don't blame her. It's been 13 years. What does it take for us to accept that notion and understand the only stakeholder in this entire saga, the only stakeholders in this entire saga that truly matter are Austin's family. Everybody else can have whatever feelings, and if you can't deal with her feelings, then time to move out of the way and go somewhere else and do something else. The only stakeholders that count are his family, are his loved ones that continue to be these tireless advocates. So I'll kind of end with this, and then I'm happy to take questions. Going back to that question, what would I do different today as I sat here now if I could go back to 2019 when I first came into this role of the HRFC and being introduced to Deborah? Again, I actually don't have an answer to that, but it causes me to be inspired, motivated today to continue to do whatever we can to bring Austin home, and I continue to be in close contact with Deborah and Mark. I continue to try and leverage anything that I still have in terms of networks, contacts, resources, what have you, as do a lot of other people that are on Team Tice. I know we've heard from Nazar and Ambassador Filippi and people that are still very much on Team Tice that put themselves very much in harm's way. In harm's way, too, when the U.S. government claims, well, we don't know that we can do that. The tragedy of this, as we sit here in the present, the fact that the world knows that there's an individual, a former regime official, that claims thus and such, and the U.S. government hasn't fully disproven that yet, is a tragedy in of itself. And this is the last point I'll make. When you work that hostage case, and I mentioned you've worked one, you've only worked one, there's a standard we call proof of life. And that is that we know that this person is in captivity of these people and that they are alive right now. There's a high bar to meet proof of life, especially in today's world with things like AI and all this other technology that gets in the way. But proof of life is a pretty high bar. I will share with you, proof of death is a high bar too, technically, in the US government. It is not simply, well, Occam's razor, he must be, if he hasn't shown up, he must be dead. Let's turn off all the switches and turn off all the priorities. No, officially, proof of death requires that corroboration, almost to the same level of proof of life. So for any government official, be it in the executive branch, the Congress, what have you, that wants to make that assertion, that's great. Where is your proof of death? And as we sit here right now, there isn't any. And that's the thing that people need to remember. Despite what's been crafted around this narrative, that proof of death has still not been met at all. So with that, it is supposed to be an assertion that he is still alive, and we better make every single effort every day to bring Austin home. With that, I'm happy to take some questions, Bill. Sure.
I was thinking that during the regime of the first Assad, al-Assad, an American was taken prisoner. The government couldn't get him out. No professional association or family could get him out. But Jesse Jackson could. So Jesse Jackson obviously knows something that none of the other professionals know. Isn't there, Jesse Jackson, is there somebody like Jesse Jackson who can get him out? What did Jesse Jackson know?
It's a great question. It's actually what brings me into my field today, literally being outside of the U.S. government working on hostage matters. And I'll answer it this way. So I came in to government or into the HRFC in 2019. It was explained to me, look, this is how we do things. You know, you're introduced to all the government players. I worked very closely with then Ambassador O'Brien, later National Security Advisor O'Brien, and all these other folks. But at one point, somebody, and I'll use my boss currently, somebody says, hey, you need to go meet with Governor Bill Richardson and Mickey Bergman. I'm like, who the heck are they? Like, okay, Governor, why do I want to meet the former governor of New Mexico? What do they have to do with any of this? And I quickly discovered one of the courses of action that has been successful, like Jesse Jackson under the first Assad regime, like others, like Bill Richardson in the tragic case of Otto Warmbier. It is sometimes private individuals leveraging private relationships with other government, former or current government officials that can say, hey, let's send him home. This is getting ridiculous. Now, have there been those attempts with Austin? Clearly not enough. I mean, unfortunately, we have not found the right people. And I say that, David Lesh was up here earlier. He started to tell you a story of 2019. I was one of those 5 individuals that knew what he was doing and was fully supportive of it. And again, this was leveraging something that he personally had. He wasn't a government official, but we were going to leverage personal relationships in that regard. Again, the government bureaucracy got in the way. Unfortunately, there was a turnover at the National Security Council and all this other stuff happened. Could it have worked? We won't know. And that's one of the side stories of Austin's story is all of these missed opportunities, be they private individuals that perhaps could have done something. And there were other people that were approached that said, no, I don't think I can do anything. Okay, but I think we have any number of missed opportunities, be it private engagements, diplomatic engagements, official engagements, what have you, that clearly Deborah is a PhD in, and she suffers carrying that every single day. I think anybody that considers themselves as part of Team Tice also carries, unfortunately.
Well, technically, it could be a violation of the Logan Act, but Jackson wasn't prosecuted. It's highly unlikely anybody would be prosecuted under the Logan Act for doing this.
It's absolutely, and you know, let's look at this and put it in the context of Syria. One of the big impediments that was used as an excuse by governments was, well, Congress has sanctions, the Caesar Act. Can't engage with Syrians. Nope, sorry, that puts a wall on. Think about how frustrating that is for Deborah and Mark to hear that. Wait, you're telling me my own government is telling us that we can't go and go get my son? Like, that's ridiculous. And right now, and I know Deborah's tracking this, there was a reintroduction, an attempted reintroduction to put those sanctions back for another 2 years, even though the White House, in a policy move that I agree with, removed the sanctions under the guise of, we're going to give this new government under al-Shura a chance to see if they can succeed and be functioning and be productive member of the global, you know, community. I mean, that's a fact that, unfortunately, things like that do get in the way, even though conceivably, how can you even imagine seeing somebody be prosecuted for that for the benefit of bringing Austin home or anybody else home?
Yeah, just on that, on the sanctions language, Deborah and I have visited members of Congress and pointed out that in the enabling language, there's no provision for bringing people home. It wasn't written into the rules, and part of that reason is there was significant lobbying being done to have the sanctions be imposed. There was no lobbying on the other side, obviously, because there's no, and we're not on the other side either. We're just trying to, if you're going to have this language, you've got to make provision. And I got to tell you, not everyone was on board with that. And I want to just, touch on that. And this is a kind of question that probably should go not to you, but to the State Department, right? But your assertion that it's all about, are we willing to bend policy, our larger policy to bring Austin home? I think if you got 100 Americans together and asked, what's our Syria policy? They couldn't answer you, you know?
Absolutely.
And it's a very complex, and so this is, as the implementers or the guys who are going to try to make something happen, there's no space in there, right? And my question, I wrote down was, what is our policy in Syria? And I'm not going to ask you that, but here's my question, and we're going to pick this up in other panels. To what extent is our policy in Syria really the Israeli policy? And I mean that in this way. They're a major ally. They've got great resources, in terms of intelligence. We rely on them in so many ways, cooperative in so many ways. Clearly it was the Israeli government that did not want us to be engaging with Syria. And there was no sort of rational discussion in the Congress about it. I think this needs to be examined, is how much role do foreign nations have in the creation of our own policy, and what kind of problems do we find ourselves in when we're written into a corner like that?
Well, it's excellent point, and Deborah is the PhD on this. You cited the fact that she had to personally advocate to make sure certain areas weren't bombed so that it wouldn't impact Austin in captivity recently. But let's unpack that a little, right?
Yeah.
You make the point, what is our Syria policy? Again, I bet you if we walked up to the Hill, to the House Foreign Affairs Committee, even the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and asked the average staffer, what's the policy to Syria? You would get various answers. Yeah. But let's back that up even more, though. Starting in 2012, and to present day, has whatever foreign policy objectives we had, have they been effective against Syria? I would posit to you, no. I mean, what's the evidence that it's been effective? If the only policy was to isolate and cause more chaos and confusion or let it collapse, okay, maybe, but really, I don't think there's been an effective outcome or output of whatever that policy has been. That's number one. Number two, let's look at it also, and I said this from point one. The responsibility of Austin's captivity lies at the feet of the former Syrian regime. Since 2012, arguably, you could say that have we been able to defeat them as an adversary in any way, shape, or form? Economically, no. Militarily, well, we have supposedly has a presence there. Politically, not really. I mean, I don't know that we've had, but it shows that they've been a very formidable adversary across our entire foreign policy issues there. And unfortunately, that came at the expense especially of people like Austin, and continues, even though now our biggest thing for the longest time was, okay, the way to get Austin back is going to have to be a absolute top-level dialogue, negotiation between the leaders of our two countries under any given presidential administration. Well, that's not the case anymore, right? It's an entire new government. And you heard even journalists say, well, the U.S. military could probably just roll right in there easily. And, you know, it's things like that that are absolutely maddening when we think about in the greater context of things. That's not to say we can't ignore the nuance. There are things that get in the way all the time. I saw them firsthand, but quite honestly, that's no excuse to Deborah and Mark and to the rest of their family. I don't think that holds any water when it comes to especially somebody that was a Marine Corps veteran, somebody that was a journalist, somebody that's a brother, son, uncle, all of these things. I don't think that holds water anymore. And that's the tough thing. I know my colleagues in government are still, I know personally the people that are still very much involved in this. I know their personal commitment. But I also know the obstacles that they're facing today. And again, I also know it's no excuse to Deborah and Mark.
Would you say those are ideologic or bureaucratic?
I would say both.
Okay.
And I've heard them firsthand from people that thought, well, blah, 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 blah about the former regime at the time and our foreign policy, blah, 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 they don't meet this way, and blah, like all of, again, it was gobbledygook is the only way I could say, but then also bureaucratic. And this goes back to that point I made. Again, oftentimes to get a hostage out, and somebody that's been wrongfully detained or that's being held hostage requires us to bend, if not break, the general foreign policy strategy, objectives, or goals for whatever that country, group, region is. Are we going to see that happen for the benefit of X person? Clearly, we have not seen it for the benefit of Austin.
Okay, let me just one more test on that. Like with Russia and that big successful, we didn't really change our policy toward Russia to do that transaction. I get what you're saying, and I think that is a really smart way to think about it. Can we bend our policy? But in a lot of these things with despotic regimes and lots of stress, like there's a war with Ukraine, we are still able to do a transaction. And our policy, I would say, with Russia is basically intact, no different, really.
Absolutely, and that's why I use the term bend, because it is episodic, it is temporary, and it is for a specific conversation or a specific negotiation with whomever on our side, with whomever on their side. And you can play that out in the context of Russia. You can play it out just recently in the context of Venezuela, where we saw 10 people come home. Yeah. It just depends, but that's why I use, generally speaking, the term bend, because it's episodic and it is temporary, and it is for the specific goals of that conversation to have that specific outcome. And it doesn't necessarily mean we've changed our policy at all. Although, I'll add to this one last point. Back in 2019, we were never allowed to say the word swap. Swap was a dirty word in terms of getting hostages out. We would never conduct a swap to bring an American home. My good friend Joel, who wrote a book on hostages, and it's a great book, talks about that and examines that. Why not? Why wouldn't we swap? There's a whole argument and a debate to talk about deterrence and, contributing to, unfortunately, this ugly practice of hostage diplomacy that we see. But today, in this administration, there's no concern about swap. Yeah, we're going to go get these people. We're going to give you these people back. The only thing that matters is bringing these Americans home. And when I get into debates with either policymakers or academics or even journalists, I try and remind them, well, that's great that we can all disagree or we can debate whether we are contributing to hostage diplomacy, and there is fear of that not allowing us to have a deterrent effect from this. However, what's the one perspective that matters? The true stakeholders in this situation, and who are those true stakeholders? Family. And you know what? They would trade 1,000 Victor Bouts to get one person back. They would trade 1,000 bad people, terrorists, the worst people in the world, if that can bring their person home. And I think that's the perspective that people have to remember when they engage in that debate.
And I'll own a little bit of this on the press side. I think the press needs to be a little bit better on how they cover these issues, because we do emphasize a considerable degree what was the price that was paid.
Yeah.
Because it's sort of an easy way to do the story, but it doesn't really contribute to educating people about
No, and that's, I will tell you, we had a conversation yesterday, Deborah and I, about the end result of the article that came out yesterday. And it was a very well-sourced article. It provided some superfluous details that weren't needed at all. But what was the end of that article? It wasn't a call to action. I didn't see a call to action to say, hey, you're an American, you should care about this too. This is what we want you to do. It wasn't here's a solution. There was no proposed solution as to, well, here's what they should try. It was just, yeah, that's the story. Well, again, we heard it from Jason, and I totally agree with Jason, America is not doing enough. And it's on all fronts, right? The U.S. government has their responsibility, and I've owned that personally myself in my time in government. But we have to think about it from American society. Is this an American social issue that we care about, like the French used to think of these things, like the Israeli public used to think, that we've seen major swaps, and that they're thinking right now with the Gaza situation? But again, there's also responsibility for the media. And I'm not going to wade into territory that I am not an expert in, but I'm disappointed when I don't see, well, here's another solution, here's a call to action, here's something else that should be done for the benefit of bringing that American home, and in this case, bringing Austin home.
Other questions for Kieran? Hey, this has been a fascinating opportunity for us to hear from you, and I'm grateful that you could be here, and you know the way. So.
Well, thank you, everybody, and again, always thank you to Deborah.
That was great. Terrific. Thank you so much, Kieran Ramsey. We're going to move to the next session, and that is going to be what have we learned from government in the last year, from August of last year to now. And this will be something where I need Deborah Tice to join me. Paging Deborah. And I'd like to ask Eric Sunda if you would join me as well. Sunda. And I think that's all we're going to have. So I'll do the beginning. Julie, when I ask for these slides, am I calling for a number, or they're in the order that I have? Okay. Oh, by these, 1 page, 2 page. Okay, gotcha. Oh, you're here.
I'm right
Welcome,
here.
welcome back.
This
You
is
need
me.
to talk. You need that, and yeah, you just punch the button when it's time to talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pile here.
So Deborah has made some mention of the fact that a big thing that happened in the last year was that the government decided to make available to the Tice family all kinds of information about Austin's case. So the remit was to show the family what the government knew from the time Austin was taken all the way through, to close the fall of Damascus. And I'm going to let you do it, but I'll say that I'm going to point out a prop, okay, before we get started. Deborah's going to talk about what her experience was going and seeing documents, and what those documents were. And we're going to show you a couple of those documents now. This was in two parts. She was allowed to see, and she and Mark were allowed to see everything. They were supposed to stay in a SCIF, secure room. They were not supposed to take pictures of this material. They were not supposed to photocopy it. They were just supposed to be able to see it, and the idea was they could return to see it again if they wanted to refresh or they couldn't get through. So the information, there was a small amount, which is what we're going to share with you today, one binder full, that was allowed, that was declassified and redacted. And she was allowed to bring that out. And I don't think they want her to put it all on the internet, but we can talk about it a bit today and show a couple of examples. But what I want you to look at, and it's even smaller than it should be, is the pile that's down here of binders. These are 8 binders. The Tices were greeted when they went to these events with 8 binders, significantly bigger than this, 4 times. 4-inch binders. And what a daunting amount of information. And all I want you to consider is, what have you as citizens, as readers, as journalists been hearing from the government for years? We just don't know anything. He just vanished. We saw that video and we don't know anything more.
Wait, I just want to say, those binders were only about Austin. They weren't about anything else. They were only about Austin. This was intel to the United States government, from the United States government, only about Austin Tice. 8 4-inch binders. We looked at them for 17 hours over 2 days.
Yeah, why don't you, I did what I'd want to do. Why don't you go on now? Tell us about that day and that experience, and then we'll look at a couple of these documents, let people get a sense of what we're talking about, and we'll go from there.
And you can interrupt me anytime if you want to put one up or something.
We got a way to do it.
Okay.
You go for now.
So we didn't know what we were getting into when we went to do that. We had an idea, but nothing that we could imagine. And I just can't even share with you. I can't even get my own mind around the profound amount of pain. I mean, like, stab me in the heart, that doesn't really get it either. Or melt me on the floor, because our government had information almost every single day of Austin Tice detention. Who had him when he had something about his teeth, they took him to a dentist. When he had some stomach issues, they took him to a doctor. So this idea that, well, the government hasn't said that they have him. The
Syrian government. Yeah.
The government reached out. The Syrian government reached out to Hillary Clinton and wanted her to come and get Austin in 2012, in August of 2012. And she declined. And that became the way it was done in the United States government. We also know, most of you guys are too young to remember the Carter-Reagan exchange of the Iranian hostages. Gray hairs remember it. And what happened was, when the Iranians were ready to release them, they did it after the election and before the inauguration, so that it wouldn't be accused. What word am I saying? Like neither one of them would be the hero. It would be the Iranians that were the hero for releasing them. The Syrian government tried this in 2016, and the Syrian government tried this in 2020. There was no response from the United States government. They actually had Austin ready to go. Our government left him there. And this is intel, people. This is not made up. This isn't a dream I had. This is on paper in a government building that we went and looked at.
Why don't we put up the first page? This is sample page for you to look at to get an idea. I don't know if we're pushing that slide or what we're doing. Oh, okay. So let's go in one from there. That was just a. Okay, now that's going to probably be too small for them to see. Is there a way we can ISO that, or? No? Okay. Yeah, perfect. Can you scooch it this way? Can you come toward me or no? There you go. There we go. Okay. So just to get an idea of what the contours of this kind of document, and this is similar to other documents that Deborah and Mark are looking through. And Kieran spoke about proof of life, so that's a high standard, and this is a possible, right? So they're saying that subject is this might contain this kind of information. Proof of life may have been received for kidnapped American. For kidnapped American Austin Tice, who remains in Syria. So they have the date of publication here, and the date of information, which is when they received this stuff. So the date of information is 15 November 2023. So that's not a long time ago.
That was 10 years after 2013, if anybody needs help with that.
So the source is a DEA source, okay? And this person is described as a reliable source of information who provides sensitive information and has undergone evaluation. So let me just say that this context is not something that applies to Basam Hassan, right? Basam Hassan, who alleged there was a certain outcome for Austin. He is not a reliable source of information who provides sensitive information and has undergone evaluation, right? He's an adversary and has survived by his duplicitousness. You know, he's a jiver, Basam Hassan. This is his thing. He makes things up. So this was a person we knew something about. This was not a guy this is not a walk-in. It was not a guy off the street. Probably not a saint, right? Because he had to get into different circles. But the text, can we go up a little bit on that? I mean, you guys can read this, I think, but for people who can't see it, I'm helping them, I think. So according to a DEA source of information, proof of life may have been received for Austin Tice, a U.S. person, an American journalist, who was kidnapped several years ago and has been held in Syria since being kidnapped. Per the source of information, Tice has been on a hunger strike. This, I don't this is 3 to 4 months. No one can go on a hunger strike for 3 to 4 months, I don't think. So this is really weeks, probably, is what it meant. Consequently, is very weak and sickly. A Syrian physician examined Tice in an effort to improve Tice's condition. Per the SOI, Tice was arrested by branch 235, so forth. Talks about what branch 235 is. They work in cases related to non-Syrian Arabs and others, outsiders. So then the last thing is source A is not available for reconnect about information in this report. This could mean that person is dead. It could mean that person is no longer a trusted source, or a source has been an amazing source and is now left the country after having basically completed a mission. So there's a lot of unknown on this, but there's a lot of known. Not one thing in this document is redacted. So in this case, the government is providing a full report, not giving us the name of the source, but telling us a bit about the source, creating a lead related to medical care, potentially, and some other information about, like where he might have been arrested and so forth. And again, very current, November 2023. So how to think about this, and how are the Tices now receiving this? And one of the things that government is going to say in general about these kind of documents is they're uncorroborated, right? So it's this guy saying this, but the information wasn't acted upon to try to find out, poke holes in the story, hold up the veracity of the story, whatever, however you want to see it. And so a question becomes, whose job is it to corroborate? Okay? Like, whose job is that? Later today, we're going to have a panel with a bunch of journalists who are going to talk about how they went into Syria. Went into Syria is a key phrase to this process. They went into Syria, and they were able to verify certain documents and meet certain people, like Austin's interrogator, the Syrian interrogator, sit across from him, talk to him. Right? That proves, to me, that the Syrian government was holding Austin. Well, everybody knows they were holding Austin, but they had insisted they weren't. And this was a problem. A lot of people, not present company, but a lot of people I've heard from in government say, well, unfortunately, the Syrian government just won't confirm that they have him, so that's a problem. Well, journalism has confirmed now, I think, finally, they had him. We know that now through documents. We know that through meeting people. And we know that through the continuation of this kind of material. So I'm going to let Deb go back and talk more about the day and stuff.
Yeah.
But this is what we wanted you to kind of get a sense of. The Tices are looking through 8 binders of things like this. And why can we show you this one? This is declassified. It's an unclassified document. She was allowed to take certain documents with her like that. Not
to do whatever we wanted to do with
not
them.
the 8 binders.
Yeah,
There's
they
still
belong
a
to us,
ton,
yeah.
a ton more that's out there that you're not going to see today, or that she doesn't have in her possession.
Yeah. And, just these kinds of things, I just want to say that in 2014, Mark and I worked really hard with 4 or 5 other families to create the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell. And that's a, kind of a military-ish kind of sounding name. I don't know who named it. But the idea was that idea. It was the idea that all of the agencies would share information about hostages. Whatever information you get, even if it's not relevant to what you were looking for, if you got a blip about a hostage, it goes to the hostage recovery fusion cell so that the FBI can act on it, the CIA can act on it, the parents can act on it, right? That never happened. The silos just would not be broken. This is our intel. This is our intel. And let me tell you, DNI Gabbard had a hard time with the agencies that she is over, telling them, you will give them all of the information you have about Austin Tice. And they were balking. They had never seen anything like that. They'd never been told to do anything like that. This wasn't even legal. They're not even classified. And she said, I've classified them. They can see everything about their son. You guys, it was, when we went, it was 12 and a half years. 12 and a half years, making up 8 4-inch binders about our son. And our government saying, Syrian government in agreeing that they have him. And then even when the Syrian government made attempts to send Austin home, no, we can't do that because, well, let me check I don't know why. This blue today, yes, if it's purple, we could do it. But today it's blue, so we can't do it. I don't even know how they decide why they were going to refuse my son. So there you go. That's what we went through. And, I will tell you right now the same thing that Ahmed al-Sharaz's mother said over and over and over again from the day that he was taken by the United States government into the Iranian prison, the Iraqi prison. My son is not dead. And it's going to be a lot harder to find him because he was right where we knew where he was until December 8th of 2024. We knew where our son was. They knew where our son was. Now we do have to find him. He is alive, and we will find him.
Thanks. Can we have the next? Sorry, the timing is 2023, and this case they're saying that because of opportunities with Saudi Arabia, the Syrian regime is very much trying to distance itself from Austin and from the Austin story. Okay, can you guys push the next slide? Okay, and I guess can you do that same thing where you pull it over and make it bigger? Sorry, this is some work here for you guys. So this one talks about a Syrian officer who they name, and they give his lineage that he's a son of a major general who seems to be a significant person, and that these people believe, and that's the key word here, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps took custody of Tice, who was then transported to the Hezbollah territorial organization in an area in Lebanon. I would say, I'm not an expert, but I would say that's probably pretty unlikely. But what I think is valuable is we have names of an officer and a name of his father, who both seem to think there's some relevance to this. And so when documents need to be corroborated, this is one of the opportunities, right? Is for us, for our government to be able to go and locate these people, which hard to do before the fall of Damascus, less hard to do now, I think, and try to act upon some of this stuff, which may just amount to a lead. There's nothing said here specifically about what says he was transferred, but there's nothing that talks about like where Austin is right now or anything like that. But all these documents have highly valuable potential, and none of these documents were things that the family sees. Can you talk for a second about what you do see? Because a tremendous amount comes toward the family. Junk, mostly. Emails, Facebook messages. But there's a big stream of stuff that's coming your way. It's not this stuff. It's not the kinds of things that are in there, right?
Well, I mean, so there's before and after. And, Kieran touched on this, that during the Assad regime, people were afraid. Hafez al-Assad had made the Syrian people afraid to speak about anything. And so we would get things, but they'd be kind of wonky, and most of them wanted money. And like if we'd have been billionaires, we would give them the money because they needed the money. I mean, these are people that they've been sanctioned until they can't even survive, right? I'd like to just say aside that they were illegal sanctions. The Caesar sanctions were actually illegal by our Constitution, if anybody wants to look it up. But anyway, so we did get some very unusual ones. But since December, people can talk and they can share information. And there are people that worked in the prisons that have been reaching out. And there are people that were part of the Syrian government that are reaching out. And, telling us what they know about Austin Tice and what they've heard about Austin Tice. And at some point, and I don't know when it was, they no longer had names. Austin lost his name, I mean, at least, 8 or 9 years ago. And then he had a number, and you could only be a number. You couldn't have a name. But he was so different. He's dark, and he's tall, and he could be Arabic, but he still had, something that let people know he was an American. And so people could still identify him, and especially from pictures that we had put online and that kind of thing. But, it's like Karen said, the Syrian government actually didn't take Austin. Austin fell into them, and that's another story that is the beginning of his story, is that there was someone that kidnapped Austin and kind of wanted to use Austin as leverage to be able to send his son to another school or whatever. And Austin escaped from their home And that's when his very long, sad story began. That's when he went into jail. And so the Syrian government was never hunting for him. And when they did get him, they just didn't want that burden. They wanted him to go home.
Can we go push the next slide, please? This is a long one. Oh, okay, which?
The one in your
Is that this one?
left hand is on the left side.
Okay, so it's a long one, and but it does have several details that are interesting that I'll just call out. One is that in late 2016, the Syrian government allegedly attempted to move Tice out of Damascus via airplane, but was initially unable to do so. The head of Damascus airport security, and there's a name, reportedly denied Tice permission to board because Mando was not privy to Tice's true identity or prisoner number and wanted additional details on Tice. The head of the Syrian Air Force Intelligence Directorate fired this airport authority guy after the incident. So Nazar, who was with us earlier, knows of this airport authority guy. The guy obviously knows he was fired and knows what he was fired for. The numbering system is with prisoners is unusual in Syria, but people like Austin who are high value are probably getting a separate kind of number. It's a system that they run in Iran that I think the IRGC brought to Syria. So it's not every day someone shows up at the airport with that kind of a number, to present. And whether this happened, didn't happen, or whatever, this guy was fired for refusing to let a person with an unusual number onto a plane. So there's a ton of potential follow-up here. Date is 2017. Again, I'm saying the guy, the airport person who was fired is a guy known to Nazar. He can talk to him. The U.S. government should talk to him, right? There's a lot of opportunity to take these pieces of information and find more. This is not a good job for, this is not what we do for work, right? But it does not seem like there's much corroboration going on here. We're not, and certainly the Tices were in no position to be pushing for this because they didn't know this stuff. They didn't know any of this.
We would have never tried to make this happen for us.
So and the very end of this document is full of, again, we don't know, but it's, Tice was wearing sweatpants with a blue shirt and appeared to be very thin and tired. The MDF was guarded by approximately 35 to 40 guards inside the building. I mean, there's a lot of detail here. Can we go on to the next one, please? And then
It's up there.
It's up there. Okay. So this one is we see this happening a lot through the collection. So almost everything is redacted. We've got a date. We don't have a source. We have detained U.S. person Austin Tice was alive as of July 2020 and was still in captivity. Well, this is good to know. 2020 is considerably after 2013, and I'd like to know all of this stuff that's redacted around that, that Tices can maybe return and go look for further detail there. I'm going to just share one more thing, is that we have something really similar. I don't think we put it up on the slides, but they have all redacted except for a line that says the journalist prisoner, and it could be another one, but we think it's Austin. The journalist prisoner was held in a prison in Damascus. Okay, that's not much information. The date of it is October 10th. 2024. No, December 10th, 2024. So
December 10th.
right after the fall of Damascus.
there's a document, and again, it says a lot that we can't tell because of the redactions, but that seems to be placing Austin at a facility in Damascus at that time. Really good to know if true, and what else does the document say? So it's pages and pages and pages of this kind of stuff. Some very complete with no redactions, some with lots of redactions. The State Department provided documents, even though they're not under DNI. And in those documents, everything is redacted. Everything on the page. It's page after page, completely black. The State Department provided nothing in response to this request from DNI, and that's the way it works, because they don't have to, right?
Na, 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 boo, boo.
But it's not exactly in the spirit of things, right?
No.
Yes.
Can you explain a little more? What is the reasons? Maybe you already explained for all these redactions. What do they tell you, and what's the rationale, and what do why?
Right. So in the documents that the Tices were able to see at the SCIF, I understand no redactions.
No redactions. There were no redactions at all.
A subset of that, I don't know, like a binder full, was declassified and is unclassified and was put forward, yet it has redactions, right? It's unclassified, but it has redactions.
Yeah, it was what was sent home.
So this is a half step, right, toward letting the family experience some of what the government knows.
So let me tell you, I just want to say this about this Basam Hassan thing that just came up. Okay, so on Mother's Day is when we had, the big explosion about I found Austin Tice's foot out of his grave, right? No corroboration, all over the news. Mother's Day, thanks much. Then Father's Day, Basam Hassan, not corroborated. And I know a lot more about Basam Hassan, is that the young man was feeding him a story, and Basam Hassan finally decided to toy with him. And so he's giving him like this exploded story that's like totally ridiculous, not corroborated. But you know what? Our government got the story they wanted from the guy they sent, and they shut that down. Like, we don't want anybody talking about Austin Tice anymore in Syria. But you guys, we looked at 8 binders. Austin was long alive after 2013. And that story that Basam Hassan gave him was him just toying with that young man.
We have a whole section coming up.
And what it has inflicted on our family, Megan, did that upset you at all? No consideration whatsoever of what we were experiencing from this profound lie. Please don't ever want to be me.
Yes, and we have a full section where we'll discuss Basam Hassan and that case and what it means, but I think it's very good for Deborah, to raise it, and and the standards that this is uncorroborated material, but uncorroborated material makes its way into, to the bloodstream of information in a lot of different ways, and in Syria, in other places that the U.S. military operates, will often send up a drone based on what one person say so, who is in a house or who is on a motorcycle that needs to be taken out. And there it's one party sourcing often. And in this, we have to have corroboration. So I think the biggest point about this is there's so much more here than we don't know anything, right? And I know it's a struggle. How does the government figure out how to do this in a better way to trust the families and to share some of this in a way that maybe provides a form of relief for them, a kind of understanding for them, and instead what seems to be, you know, created and supported as a message out from the government is he just disappeared. We don't know where he is. We don't have anything. I mean, that's what
Your tax dollars has bought a lot of information about Austin, but you will never be able to have possession of it. But thank you so much for paying. And, you know, that's the way I feel about our family, because everyone in our family pays taxes. Every single person in our family pays taxes. We bought this.
From a press standpoint, press secretaries for across administrations, Democrats, Republicans, say to the press in the White House, when a question is asked, what about our colleague, Austin Tice? We haven't heard anything about him from the government for quite some time. What are you doing about it? And what do you know? And every press secretary says back to the reporter almost a bit of a slap, you know. Unfortunately, we haven't seen anything since that video. We don't have any information. You know, we'll certainly tell you if we know anything, to shut down the inquiry, right? And a lot was known. And this was a strategy. So the question is, one of the questions we ask in the plenary is, what's the result of this strategy for Austin's case? I mean, what is the result of deciding to go on this starvation diet of information, right? Very little written about Austin. No one working on corroboration. Why? Go back to Kieran's presentation. Don't want to bend our policy. Don't want to bend our policy. If we release information, it may seem reasonable to put more resources forward, to try to get something done, to bend the policy a little, to work with allies, to try to get progress. If we release no information, it's easier to retain our policy.
Which doesn't exist.
Our policy in Syria is that the Syrian government was able to take a Marine and hold him, and the U.S. government has not been able to bring him home for 12 years. That is U.S. policy. That is what describes what we're doing there. A terrible inability to act, right? U.S. diplomacy goes forward based on soft power. If we have to fight for everything, we will get nowhere in the world. We need to be able to have discussion, have diplomacy, right? And we are starved of the ability to do that if information is withheld. So there is no way to make progress. How many meetings do we go to with well-meaning senators and congressmen where they look at you across the table and they say, what's new? I am telling you, if you could give them anything, it would get them more engaged.
And there was always something new.
Every day, almost, there seemed to be something new, not shared by the government. Jason, when he spoke, said, the government, we have in manifest ways failed this family, this person. This is what this looks like, right?
Yeah.
So, we have a picture of Tulsi Gabbard somewhere back there. Can we put up the picture of Tulsi Gabbard for a second? No, I don't know. It doesn't matter. You don't know what she looks like. This is a pretty extraordinary thing that she did. And people can debate whether it was the right thing or the wrong thing. But clearly for the family, it was the right thing. And so,
It doesn't have to become a policy. It doesn't have to become regular. It doesn't have to become, let's start focusing on, is this proper? No, let's focus on all this information and get Austin home. And let's do it the hard way now that now it's not the Syrian government holding him. But don't run off on some kind of rabbit trail. We have this now. We know Austin's alive. We need to find him. And then there's this other little tricky thing. It's probably going to melt down into, this is a hard one, negotiation. That makes me feel weak. If I don't get to just come in and just tell you what to do, then I'm weak. And I have to say, please. That's the next hard part, right, is to be humbled or something. You guys, this has been 13 really, really challenging in our family. But our family's held together amazingly. But we are all in pain because we are all missing part of us.
So before we end the part about what we've learned from government, I was trying to get to this a little bit, but I really do think that the DNI deserves praise for this. I know it probably rattled some cups and saucers and broke a little china, and it was a bold decision on her part. Not every case is the person held for 13 years. I don't think no case in the United States, right, has somebody been held 13 years. No journalist I know in the United States has been held 13 years. 13 years of information is different than a year and a half of information that maybe, well, we're getting somewhere, we don't want this to leak out, we're going to keep tabs on it like this. Answers need to come forth, right? And this is part of that process. So her decision to share, although incomplete, with redactions, not the full set, all that stuff, it's, I think she deserves praise for having done that, and setting up a system where it's possible Deborah and Mark could return and see more things now that they're learning about what's redacted and which documents are important. So we have learned a lot about Austin's case through the government this year. And I think most of it is through this act, right? I'm just going to, maybe a yes or no on this one because I got another part to get to, but do you get calls regularly lately telling you, hey, I'm calling from inside government, I'm calling from FBI, I'm calling from the hostage recovery, we want to tell you something that's happened? Do you get any of those kind of calls?
I won't take them. I won't take them. Mark gets some, but I tell him if they're not saying that Austin's on the plane, I don't want to hear anything about it.
Okay, fair enough. But anyway, this is a significant in terms of volume and in terms of what it says, a change in what the government is saying, telling us about the case. I think you'll understand that we don't think everything, in every way, the government has been helpful like this. Eric is here, and there's a couple of efforts he's been involved in, and he has to
respect clients, but I think he wants to share with you, just in a couple of cases, how the government has impeded progress, not provided information, but impeded our ability to make progress, and really outside, in many ways, its normal functioning circle. Eric, do you want to talk about those two instances?
Yes, Bill, thanks. An aspect of my legal practice is representing corporations and individuals that have been economically sanctioned by the U.S. government. Deborah and I were sitting at my home in Houston chatting about a recent experience she had had at Georgetown University, that she had been approached by members of the Jordanian royal family who had indicated a willingness to do anything they could conceivably do to assist in locating Austin. And we had discussed, what about, bringing Austin into court? The U.S. government had copies of his arrest warrant, so we knew that he was in the hands of the government. I said, well, let me do a little research and see what that might entail. I'm licensed to practice law in Texas, but not in Syria. But I was coming to D.C. To work on a sanctions case for a client of mine, and Debbie at that time insisted that I meet the case agent, Andy Cooper, the FBI. Andy was a former Marine himself, and Debbie said, you really got to meet this guy. And so I went up, or I came here to D.C., I had lunch with Andy, and he very coolly responded to the notion of presenting Austin's arrest warrant in a court in Damascus with a skilled either Jordanian or Syrian lawyer. And then he said, by the way, what do you do? What's the nature of your legal practice? And I said, well, one of the things I do is, about half of what I do is sanctions work. And he said, oh, you can help me. And I said, really? Tell me about that. Now, I know that Kieran was here talking about swaps. Sanctions, the imposition of sanctions, are a powerful policy tool that the U.S. government wields to get various actors, whether they're individual or state actors, to quote unquote change their behavior. It's a real mixed bag of the results that sanctions achieve, but at the individual level, sanctions are utterly devastating. At the broader governmental level, they can have an impact, but governments have ways of getting around sanctions that individuals sometimes find incredibly difficult to get around. At any rate, the notion was that perhaps a certain individual might be able to acquire information about Austin in exchange for the lifting of sanctions against this individual. And I somewhat jokingly said to Agent Cooper, I said, I'd love to represent that person. Well, to make a long story short, I still represent that person. But it is a long story, and I'm going to try to keep it as brief as possible. numerous good faith confirmed efforts were made by my client to acquire information about Austin. With no fault attributable to him, we ultimately were unsuccessful in acquiring the information that we needed, or that was needed, in order to accomplish the dual goals of learning more about Austin and having my client's sanctions lifted. At the collapse of the regime, my client had a unique ability to have access to Bashar al-Assad, who was in Moscow at the time. And it was my belief that if anybody knew where Austin was, it would be Bashar al-Assad. So I tried to deal with the SPIHA office, which you earlier learned was the Office of the Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs, and deal with the State Department to try to get a letter to essentially do a swap. Where's Austin Tice? And you will receive this benefit, which will benefit you enormously. Initially, a letter was drafted to be approved by the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell. It was rejected by the legal department at the FBI. It was recommended that I take the matter to the State Department, which I did. Sent a letter substantially the same as the one that was rejected by the FBI, but certainly not asking the U.S. government to turn over the world to anyone in Syria. The asks were really easy to fulfill, and the potential benefit regarding Austin's whereabouts at an especially crucial time as the regime was collapsing. The potential benefits to the U.S. government, to the Tice family, I thought were enormous. Despite these realities, no letter would be forthcoming from the State Department. Although they did agree to some type of a watered-down version. Now, the letter said that, and I drafted this letter, and it said, no benefit will inure to my client unless the benefit sought by the United States is first received by the United States. Now, that's like telling a kid, you don't get any jelly on your peanut butter sandwich unless you first pick up the room. I mean, it's a crystal clear proposition. But people in the State Department were very concerned that, oh no, your client's going to get all this benefit and we're not going to get anything. And I said, don't you know how to read English? It's right there in black and white in the letter. It says, you don't get anything unless we get what we want first. And if we don't get it, you don't get anything. Well, they watered it down. And they said, you might get X if we get Y first, but we can't guarantee you that you're going to get X, but you might. It didn't fly.
How motivating that would be.
It didn't motivate my client in the least, and it was so incredibly regrettable because at the time, I was probably the only person in the United States of America who had the ability to communicate directly with Bashar al-Assad in Moscow. And the US government, the State Department, and the FBI chose not to pursue this effort in order to get Austin, to find out where Austin was. Oh no, they're going to lie to you, he said. Oh no, they're going to do this, they're going to do that. Look, if we don't find Austin, there's no relief. And again, this wouldn't require the massive geopolitical movements. It wouldn't ruffle anyone's feathers, really, because, frankly, it was one of the easiest sanctions cases I'd ever encountered in my life in terms of black and white. Some sanctions cases are phenomenally complex, requiring reviews of tens of thousands of documents, interviews with countless people, but this one did not. Yes? Did you have a question? Forgive me. So here was a situation where the government actually was an obstacle when presented with a very clear-cut, straightforward, simple effort to acquire Austin's exact location, and the US government just simply refused. And it wouldn't have cost the US government a red cent. Again, no major geopolitical movements, no shifts in policy, nothing. But they declined to do it. And I was incredibly disappointed, as I know Deborah was disappointed and Mark was disappointed. That was one of the more frustrating moments.
I mean, like I said at the beginning, Hillary Clinton set the way it was going to be. No. It's going to be no. It doesn't matter what you're asking. The answer is no. No. Nope. Nope. No. No. Actually, no.
I mean, it's hard to, Karen was getting at this a little bit, that, you know, big problem is bureaucracy, and it's hard to look at this and see, is this a problem? Is this one of the kind of problems he's describing? But I will say, being in this case for a while, not as long as Deb or Eric, but sometimes you do question, is the goal here to try to get this guy out? Is that what we're here to do? Because like this just seems like a low cost strategy, you know, that possibly would work. And I'm not sure what else is being done that is going to be working, right? This would replace. It doesn't feel like, it just feels like there's no effort. And in my heart, I kind of know that's not exactly right, but it feels like that's the overarching strategy. But I'm going to say one more thing, and then I'm going to ask you to talk about another case, okay, of where this happened. But just so you don't think we're crazy, if you read John Bolton's book, right, or if you read Mike Pompeo's book, both of their biographies, they brag that the president then, President Trump, asked regularly about Austin and wanted to call and speak to Assad. He thought he could do a deal, you know, get him out. And both Bolton and Pompeo, and I think brag is the right word, it's very strange, but they both brag about the fact that they would distract the president at these times.
They ran interference.
and take the phone, basically, not physically take it away from him, but like, we're working on that. No, don't do this. Don't make a direct call. I guess because of our policy, whatever that is, we just identified in an earlier panel, there is no policy in Syria. But don't make that call, right? And it worked. And so they're proud of that. And they put it in their book so that you think it's going to make you think that they're like really smart or something. But these are, NSC. These are high-level government officials that are actively working to not let the president bring Austin home. Okay, so that happens. And I'm not saying I saw that happen. I'm saying I bought a book in the airport, and you can too. And they're not ashamed to put it in the book, right? So there is this aspect of government. There are tremendous people in our government that do great work. But there is this aspect of government that is openly trying to thwart a very difficult 13-year case. And when we saw in the Washington Post yesterday something calling it one of the most complicated cases ever, yeah, it's complicated. What other case is the NSA, then, the advisor, trying to stop hostages from coming home? And we see that. It's not hard to see.
It's in the book.
Eric, there was another case that I think maybe you had a client where you were involved on the edges of it and you wanted to talk about that.
Regrettably, I cannot.
Okay, can't talk about that. Okay, so I'm going to talk about, maybe it's that case. I'm going to talk about a case that where we had difficulty.
We have a question over here.
You want to, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you're obviously very emphatic about that. Why are they actively working against Israeli?
Right, so I would say, I appreciate your question. It shouldn't be on me to say why, like it should be on Bolton to say why. But, I have a theory, right? And we had a very good colloquy with Kieran earlier about Syria policy, which it's complicated, right? You got a country, and in that country, there are US troops, there are Russian troops, there were until recently Iranian forces, there's ISIS. Would anyone like any more troops to be in there? I mean, it's a very complicated neighborhood, right? So it does inhibit one's ability to make a coherent policy, right? But I think there is a significant actor, and I know people aren't going to love this, but we make a practice of checking with our allies in that region before we do much, right? Before we do anything. And our allies might have a much brighter line about what can and can't be done, right? And here I'm talking about Israel, right? So Israel is very interested in what is going on in Syria. And I think I think that our NSA, and when I'm talking about John Bolton or Mike Pompeo, are very interested in what Israel has to say that we should or should not do, and the timing on that in Syria, right? And I think that's pretty easy to figure that out. If you take a step back and sort of look at things, and I'd like to believe that we wouldn't go to the extent of jumping in between the president and the telephone, right? To force this position, which I don't know if it's our position. I think our position is get the guy home, right? That's the US position. But in this case, the position is don't rock the boat, right? We got to call another place to find out what we're supposed to do.
And I get the importance of the relationship and all that, but SPIHA we talked about, right? I'm sort of saying this to answer your question. SPIHA would undertake trips into the region to try to speak to other countries, see what we could find out about Austin. So when Roger was a SPIHA, he goes into the region. He's going to go to like 7 countries and see who can help and what they know and that kind of stuff. So what do you think is the first place Roger goes? What's the first country Roger visits? Israel. Of course. So Roger visits Israel, and a day later, there's a story in Politico by an excellent reporter, Barak Ravid, that says his sources are 2 Mossad agents, and they told what Roger was doing in the region, that they'd met with him, that he was on his way to these other countries, and he was hoping to find out things about Austin. Okay, that is not helpful if you're trying to go have one-on-one meetings in Oman and other countries in the region. It's just not helpful. And I'm not saying Politico or Ravid should not have done the story. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you got to be thinking about what's my policy. Is my policy get the guy out? If my policy is get the guy out and I want to go meet with all these other countries and find out how they can help me, it's not helpful to have a story that I went to Israel first to find out what to do, right? So, in that, I had an unpleasant phone call with the press people then at SPIHA. Can you go back and call those 2 guys and say, if you ever leak that again, it's going to be the last time that you
gave it to them.
That you ever get a sit down with the SPIHA, right? But instead, we voiced no displeasure. We did not call our partner Israel. We didn't dare call them, right? So this is, you're starting to see what the problem is. I mean, does this partly address your question?
Yeah, it's
weird
relationships with countries.
We do, and but it is part of what's going on. I don't want to lay the whole thing at one country's feet, but it's definitely a problem. Right. So this other issue I'm going to say about the SPIHA, the last really important sit-down meeting, and I'm going to discount the Oman ones for a minute, public meeting between the U.S. and Syria was 2020, right before the election. So we sent a couple people. One of them was Roger, to sit down with Syrian officials and see if we could negotiate Austin out. So the Syrians listed some areas that they were interested in, some of their priorities. And Eric mentioned it earlier. It was troop removal, it was sanctions removal, and it was restoration of diplomatic relations, right? It's very important how these are called, because most of the people in Washington refer to these as the demands, serious demands. So what these were these are the priority areas for us. And to the credit of the Washington Post, they said that the right way in this last piece. These are the parameters of what we want to discuss. And the way it was expressed, we understand, is if some progress could be made on these points, there could be a proof of life, right? So we wanted to see the minutes from that meeting. So it's multiple people from 2 governments in a meeting. We never got to see the minutes. So there was a meeting at the State Department, which is where SPIHA office is. And at that meeting, Deborah's there, I'm there, Eric's there, there's an FBI agent there, and Roger's there. And on either side of Roger Karsten's, there's 2 guys writing down everything we say, taking notes. So this is how they do meetings, right? So we said, can we have the minutes? Can the family see the minutes of that meeting? And Roger said, the only minutes of the meeting are mine. Okay? One, I don't believe you, but okay, let's accept that on its face. Can we see those? Can we see those? They're classified. But I would consider declassifying them to show to the family. Okay, reasonable position. We leave. Nothing happens. No notes are declassified. No notes are provided. Those notes, still not part of it. Part of the landscape, but there's a vehement denial from the U.S. government that there's ever a proof of life provided. Well, we're not saying there was a proof of life provided. We're saying, did they say if we can make progress on our priorities, there could be a proof of life? That's a different thing than there was a proof of life. But I still want to know, right? So, no action on this. No notes provided. So in part of this process, Deborah says, by the way, can we get some notes? Can we get the notes of this meeting? Look, you got 8 binders of classified information going to the Tices. This guy said in front of an FBI agent, I'll give you the notes. We don't have them. Can we ask him, get them as part of this process? They can go to a SCIF. You can look at them there. Now the story is there are no notes from that meeting. And what I'm going to say is I know of a set of notes from another party, not in the U.S. government. So I'm not doing this as an exercise. I would like the Tices to know what happened in that meeting. And I think I know what happened in that meeting. Was that there was a negotiation about conditions where we could learn something very important about their son. And it's stonewall is not the right word. It's obfuscation, it's misdirection. I mean, it's torture what's being done to these people. Yep. It's torture. And to my friends that write about this gentleman, Roger Carstens, I've never seen a negative word in any story. He is treated as if he is magnificent. And what I want you to know is this is torture. I should be quiet?
Yeah.
Okay, that's enough. Okay, so end of sermon. We are going to move to our next panel, I think, unless you have something.
No, nothing further.
Okay. We're going to move to our panel about journalism, and what we have learned through journalism about Austin this year and about Austin's case. So for this one, we're going to be joined in person by journalists and also by a journalist on the screen. So that person is Clarissa Ward.
Next is either Eva or the next session with Nazar.
Oh, we're going to do Basam Hassan now.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, journalists. We're going to do a panel on Basam Hassan now. So
Who's on that panel?
on that panel, Josh, can I ask you to come back and join us there? And sure. And Nazar is going to come in via the screen, and I'm going to stay, and I think that's it for right now. So have you got Julie? Where are you at? Have you got Nazar ready to come in? And does he want to go with a video first? Okay, why don't you just bring him in and then we'll figure it out. She's here? She'll do it? Okay. You can stay if you want, but Eva's going to talk first a little bit. Okay, so we have back now Eva Felipe. And Eva is going to talk. She was not able to get to it really in her last time because we lost some time, but she's going to talk about being the protected power, our protecting power in Syria, and what interactions she had with our government and in that role, and what she learned about Austin as a priority to our government and their policies to try to obtain his release, or anything else that she wants to talk about in this area. Eva, welcome back, and
Thank you.
you should be the only one with a microphone on now, so we should probably be able to hear you. So,
Do you hear me?
We can hear you clearly. Okay, so
Do you hear me?
we can. Eva, let's start this way. I've read that on that in those very early days, one of the ways that you got the word out about Austin missing was you went, I think, back to Prague or somewhere and spoke to a journalist, a television journalist from the Czech Republic. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. I went back to a conference to Prague, and then a Czech journalist asked me about Austin Tice, so I said what I know, or what I told him this information, what I have had from Damascus. But then, of course, it was not very appropriate, because the American side, they didn't like that I speak. So then American ambassador asked me, please don't speak about Austin Tice, and then we received some points how to deal with this case, not to talk to the press. Actually, it is obvious, maybe, if you are protecting power, you are not the one. So I could understand, but then I would understand if we would have some information that the American side will relieve things, or the American side will pass the information at least to the family. So we were a kind of little bit restricted. But this is maybe we can understand. But then the American side should help in revealing the information or passing the information to the proper addresses. Actually, it's not easy to speak about it because we were trying hard. And also, I noticed that sometimes Czechs, we were more emotionally devoted for that case, because like it's an added value. We should do more. There is somebody missing, so we should do more. But obviously diplomats, normal diplomats, they don't do it. We did. We were trying hard to help. So our meetings with American diplomats or SPEHA or the others, actually there were many agencies, they were different, sometimes very good, sometimes not actually acceptable. Some meetings or some people, they offered even to the wife of President Assad, Asma, some medical treatment if they would find out, or if they would brief us about or tell us anything about Austin Tice. So, I had a feeling that some personalities, they really try to help. But at the end, I should admit that during the President Donald Trump mission first term, it was more often. Even he didn't, but I don't know if I am not revealing something, he didn't listen to Bolton and Pompeo. He did it. He sent some letters, but I don't know if I can tell that. So I think that he had a real intention to talk to Assad. On the other side, you should maybe understand that Assad or American side, they are, after many years of trying to have some talks and sanctions and different approach, and now the approach which was Assad must go, that Assad was not very, very enthusiastic. He said, yes, I would like to, but then Americans, they will reveal it and I'm lost. So that, maybe you should know that under the first term, under the Donald Trump first time, there were some very, like how to say, that this diplomacy was more active, let's say, and it was like very good. Of course, at the end, no information about Austin ties, unfortunately. Maybe some question.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say that there was no communication between Trump and Assad. There are 2 letters that we know of, but it was that follow-up that was difficult, and the personal, the personal touch he wanted to give to it. I mean, he does seem to be a guy very committed to getting American hostages out, and he can transmit that to leaders. And there's nothing to give leaders the understanding that a matter is important than to have the President of the United States call them and tell them it is. And so if it flows through diplomatic channels and it goes through, Bolton or whatever, we're not sure what's being delivered, right? So, so you were observing that. Can I ask about that when you mentioned the medical, the possibility of giving medical equipment for Asma Assad? Since we don't have a diplomatic connection at that time to Syria, right? How is that? Is that something they ask your office to do, or is that something they're doing through some unofficial channel? Because you are the protecting power, right?
Yes.
So, in the United States here, we don't have any, other than the couple sporadic letters of the president.
Of course,
we have no
channels,
direct
yes,
connection. So how is that done?
Yeah. So as I said, American Washington, they had different channels, but one of the channels was our protecting power, our U.S. intersection. So while being in Washington on consultations, one of American, he said that if we can have some more information or some information about Austin ties, we would offer to Asma the best treatment ever in New York. So it was not equipment that they will deliver equipment, but it was one offer that you offered to her excellent medical treatment for her cancer in New York. That was that.
Okay. Right, and that was not something where the Syrians responded, as far as we know.
No, you're right. No. It's difficult in such, in this kind of relationship between U.S. and Syria. That time it was really very tricky and very difficult because your political position was clear. Assad must go. He did this, he used sarin, etc., etc. So if you have this very strong position, it's difficult to reply, to answer, to be soft. You understand? In politics, it's very difficult to, even me, because I'm very open person. While having the consultations, I have spoken very openly. Even I said to your people, what do you want? What do you want? And do you have an instrument for fulfilling your policy? Because, it's one thing is you have an aim, you have a target, but sometimes you don't know, or we don't know how to do it. And I think for many years it was the policy against Syria, sanctions, he must go. The Europeans, it was the same with us. It's except Czechs and some other like-minded nations. We were trying hard to explain that this policy is very far off from reality, because actually so many years, and Assad, he was actually then back into the League of Arab States, and we started to get used that maybe he stays. But at the end, last year, okay, we did it, or actually not we, but we did it, and I'm not very much sure that the future of Syria is good. But it's my opinion.
Thank
It's
you.
very. You're welcome.
Eva, when there have not been many negotiations about this, but when there's some discussion about the cultural process of negotiation that is followed and kind of considered best practices in Syria. And then there's a lot written about, does the U.S., when negotiating with another country, and it's difficult because we don't have direct relations, but are we sufficiently aware of the cultural process that Syrian negotiators would be going through? Do we recognize that for what it is, or do we recognize it as some other kind of obstinance or difficulty? And I ask you this because you lived in Syria, Damascus. How many years were you doing this?
13.
13 years. So,
actually, 30 years in the Middle East, altogether.
Yeah, where it's
Iraq, and Lebanon,
similar.
and Turkey. Yeah.
So, I mean,
look,
how much of a problem is this, do you think, that
it is a problem.
that we maybe didn't exactly have either the right teams or the right approach, or we were misunderstanding that, and we weren't in these meetings, we don't know what was said, but we were misunderstanding sort of how this dance was being done, and we were all dancing to different music, and we got the result that usually happens then.
Nicely said, dancing to different music. I had many discussions with Americans, and it was the time when politically America has so-called the Greater Middle East, like beautiful Greater Middle East, in a sense that we will have all over the world the nice democratic regimes which we wish for. I tried to explain to them, with respect to the other culture and Syria and other states, that the history and culture is completely different, and we should take it into the consideration if we would like to achieve anything. And I think this is mostly, I call it ideology. We are ideological. And if you do some decisions, you could have ideas, but on the other side, you should have some knowledge about the culture, about the country, about the history. So I remember one discussion with your representative. I maybe don't mention the name.
Okay.
But High Representative, and he said, I said, please, take my opinion into the consideration. Really, I'm dealing with Middle East for many years, and I know that it's maybe the result. I know that you would like to have this result, this and that, but it will not work. And he said, oh no, we succeeded in Europe, in your country. I said, what? What? Czechia or Poland or Slovakia, these middle European countries, after collapsing of Soviet Union, we were at home. We were not coming back to, we came back to democracy, fine, but culturally we were in Europe. And he was not able to understand because the politics was our values will be all over the world, like democracy and the other I will not mention. We know all what our values say. I say we should keep our values at home, and then maybe if somebody needs us for recommendation, we are ready, but not to push them by force, by politics, which was actually not the best. And Bill, I am not protecting the former regime in Syria.
No, yeah.
I know the structure. I know how it was. Really, and I had my experience in Czechoslovakia, communist Czechoslovakia. Syria was a Basist party, one-party system. I am not protecting that.
Yeah.
But we should know if we want something and we have a force like United States, you are really the most force like country which has capacity, military also, then I should know, is it really possible? What's the result? We have A and we don't have B. And it was the same with Europe, with France and Germany and London. We had a like-minded group of other smaller European countries which we really were in context, permanent dialogue with the opposition. I mean opposition inside Damascus, opposition, non-armed opposition. And they were excellent, they have excellent ideas. But on this other side, it was this exile opposition plus those armed opponents. And it was actually very well known that these opponents are actually radicals, jihadists, like Islamic State, like Nusra, like Al-Qaeda. So these are my doubts about Western policy towards the other part of the world.
Yeah, thank you. This question, feel free to, you seem very able to diplomatically move around things. So, you've been watching on the live stream today, yeah? You've been watching some of this conference as we've been talking?
Yeah.
Deborah's been sharing, Tices have been sharing what they're allowed to share with some of the press and others who are here on documents, related to Austin. And they're voicing, as you heard, complaints that, none of this was really shared with the family in any kind of a good timing, and it really put them at a disadvantage in terms of just the comfort of knowing, what's going on with their son, but also being able to play a role in his return, right? And so I guess my question to you is, as you were our protecting power, I'm not asking about these specific documents that we were looking at today, but was there a practice? Do we as the United States when we have a protecting power and we have delicate situations inside the country like this? Do we share sufficiently what we know to you, since we're sort of asking you to represent us and do our work? Or could you
I understand.
go anyway? Answer that however you want. And I'm not trying to put you on the
very
spot.
well.
I just
Actually, my answer is partly, mostly not.
Yeah.
We were giving the information. I was invited to Washington, or we met in Prague, we have met in Italy, we have met in Beirut, but the thing is that they asked the information, but they didn't share a lot. They maybe didn't trust us, or I don't know, which is, I didn't understand. Actually, it was first experience what we were having on our shoulder, the US intersection. So I don't have any other experience, but no, they didn't share a lot. They were asking for information, which we really freely gave them because it was really of our interest also to be good diplomat for you, for your country, because we were very proud that we can represent United States of America. For us, it was like really big job. We were very happy, and we did it really without any, 24/7. So, but yes.
And we appreciate that. That's understood.
That they didn't share a lot.
Yeah. So earlier, I would just say parenthetically, we ask a question: what are the consequences of this government strategy to decide to withhold all of this information? What are the consequences for Austin's case? And I would ask you here to extend this in your own minds to this situation, right? So it's not just that this information is being withheld from the family for their, sanity, I'm going to say, for their all the reasons, right? And it's not just that it's being withheld from, I don't know, members of Congress here who are on appropriate committees and stuff like that for policy making. It's being withheld in this case from Eva, who's being tasked sometimes to go find things out, but is being either intentionally or whatever kept in the dark because the strategy is this information that's gathered is going to lock down. So, okay. Anyway, I don't mean to, I just wanted to say that because I think, obviously everyone can see your willingness and your skill and your dedication to helping. And I would have wished we were in a different world in that way. Eva, I'm not going to bring you back again for this conference, but I really do want you to come visit us here in D.C.
I would love to. Really, Bill, I would love to talk more because 13 years, it's really 13 years. And then 30 years in the Middle East. I would love to.
Come on. We'd love to see you here. Thank you so much. We're going to go now to Nazar. Nazar's video. Okay. So Nazar's going to speak a little bit and about the case of Basam Hassan. Go ahead, Nazar.
Yes. Yeah. We start with the video.
As was mentioned earlier, our team followed various leads in intel in Syria until evidence was found confirming that General Basam Hassan was holding Austin in 2013. Basam Hassan was a former official in the Assad regime and was very powerful, as at some point he was the link between Bashar and Iran. Our team then traveled to the UAE to connect directly with sources in Moscow and Tehran to reach Basam Hassan. In parallel, our team launched a campaign to pressure Basam Hassan to reveal any information he had on Austin. This campaign was conducted through direct SMS and programmatic ads targeting Tehran, where Basam Hassan was located, and neighboring countries. Hostage aid also immediately informed U.S. government officials and the FBI about Basam Hassan. All this led to Basam Hassan traveling to Lebanon, where he was questioned by the FBI. This questioning led to Basam Hassan officially confirming that Marine veteran and journalist Austin Tice had been under the direct authority of Bashar al-Assad. Bashar al-Assad has the answers we have been seeking. Deniability is no longer an option. We ask everyone to join us in urging President Trump to continue prioritizing U.S. citizens. We ask that our president request from Putin to give the family and U.S. authorities access to question Bashar, who is living peacefully in Moscow but has the answers we need.
Thank you. So, hello. So, Ben, my story about Bassam is that when I went to Damascus, and we searched everywhere. Every story didn't have at the end a firm confirmation that this person was with Austin at a certain point. We had a lot of people coming up, especially after the State Department increased the reward for justice to $10 million just the days after we reached Damascus, which created a lot of mess and made every single person in Damascus calling and providing some kind of information that were like, obviously none of them were correct. The only valid piece of information that we were able to gather from different sources in Syria, in Lebanon, in the senior official and religious leaders in Lebanon, and as well as in Dubai, and from Dubai, of course, to Tehran and to Moscow. Even we had the head of intelligence of Moscow to talk to us and to tell us the whereabouts, and the conversation was communicated and the transcript was provided at that time to the FBI and to the US authorities. So this is what I know about Basam al-Hassan as a person. We, from the interrogation, long hours, and we don't understand till today why the family cannot have access to the transcript of the interrogation. Just for a simple fact that it wasn't only the US intelligence present in this meeting. Other intelligence were present in this meeting. So the information, if other intelligence has access to and has the right for this information, why the family do not have? This is a question that really concerns me. And I agree definitely when you don't provide such information, it is not because of secrecy. It's because already the secret is almost when you have some information from this person and you do not act on this information for over 3 months, and this information was provided to you in the presence of other intelligence authorities, this information is compromised. So how can you do that and do not give this information to the family, at least to act accordingly? This is our concern. But we followed the steps and we were able to gather as much information as possible from Basam al-Hassan. But having said that, Basam al-Hassan is also still in Beirut, going around. You can find him anywhere you want. You can go to Beirut, you can find Basam al-Hassan, even though he's under protection, but he is free to go anywhere he wants. So a lot of stories that comes with Basam al-Hassan that I believe we need to talk about and to go to the bottom of it in order to better understand why this information is not provided to the family. Definitely it's not because it's secret, because Basam al-Hassan has the information and he's all over town, so it's not a secret information definitely anymore. And, and this information has been out for 3 months, which is very, if anybody wanted to jeopardize any of this information, he could already have done so. So this is my little take about that. I wanted just to go back to the meetings that happened, right? The last meetings that happened between the US and the Assad regime. The last meetings that happened between it was headed by Ahmad Mustafa. And Ahmad, I was able to talk to him after that meeting. And Ahmad, I asked him, what's the story? What is going to happen? And he said, we don't trust the US and the US doesn't trust us. So we are nowhere. We're not going to move anywhere. So this is what was his statement word by word to Ahmad Mustafa after the last meeting. So back to Syria, so after we found out everything about Basam Hassan, to go back to Basam Hassan, we went back to Syria to validate some of this information, and especially because Basam Hassan gave reference to two persons that they supposedly they are the people who took Austin from Basam Hassan. Okay, so already now you have a breach in the relation. So one of the people we believe is in Syrian jail. This is what we are trying to look for, okay? And the other one, it was questions and supposedly the answers was not valid. The answers was not matching the statement of Bassam according to what some people said. I'm not sure about this part of the information. So having said that, I would love to hear any question you might have, any details you would like to know about. And one thing that we need also to understand very carefully, and this is based on any Syrian, anybody who knows anything about the Middle East, anything about Syria, he will know that Assad will never, ever give an order to kill Austin or to kill anyone. Assad will do anything. He will play, he will give signs, he will give a signal, he will make you understand, but he will never give you order to kill an American citizen. This is out of the question. This is really, it's whoever whoever says that he's actually, he is like doesn't know anything about Syria or about anything in the Middle East. So this is really key in any. The minute they say you go to Syria now, even you go now to Shia, to anybody, say the statement, immediately he will tell you it's not true, because this will not happen. Okay, so I said everything. Now your turn, Bill.
Nazar, thank you so much, and thank you for all you're doing for Austin. You're a wonderful person, and we're grateful. Nizar, this is going to sound like it's been covered before, maybe, but I want to ask you, this meeting with Basam Hassan, can you tell us more about the contours of that? For example, your understanding. Where did this meeting take place?
Definitely not at the embassy.
You're saying the meeting that
did not take place at the U.S. Embassy.
Did not take place at the U.S. Embassy, yet Okay, go ahead. Tell me more about that. Thank you so much.
No, that's what I can tell you, that it did not take place at the U.S. Embassy.
Right, so we're saying, our government is saying that, or our newspapers are saying, based on source information being provided by the government, that, and I guess we're talking about not corroborated, that this interview, or what's the best way to call it?
Yeah, it's an interview.
This interview we're hearing that it took place at the U.S. Embassy. I mean, I know you're not saying that. We're reading in the press that that's the location. But what you're saying is it's known to you and some other people on the ground in Syria, or in the region.
In Lebanon.
In Lebanon.
In Lebanon.
Yeah, sorry. That this meeting did not take place at the U.S. Embassy.
No, it did not. And it was probably said that it was taking place at the U.S. Embassy, so nobody will try to to come and listen, to come in or to attend or to speak to reach out to Basam Hassan. Basam Hassan is in Beirut. Basam Hassan, the family can talk to Basam Hassan anytime they want. It's not a secret. Basam Hassan is not hidden. He's not hiding anywhere. Okay, Bassam Hassan, we don't know if what he said is true or not. There's a lot of speculation about what Bassam Hassan said, and it's a story that is 13 years old. So a lot of this information he forgot a lot of the details, and a lot of the other part of the details he did not say the truth definitely, because he said some stuff that it's impossible, and it did not happen at the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon.
Okay,
And
but
it wasn't only the U.S., it wasn't only American attending the interview.
I see. Yes. So, but it because it didn't happen at the U.S. Embassy, that still leaves room for the fact that the interview was conducted in part by American personnel. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And
It was a mix of American personnel and Lebanese personnel.
a mix. Great. Okay. And we'll get into this maybe later. But are you familiar with that process in any way? Do you know who conducted that interview on behalf of the United States?
Yes.
Okay. And was that a person known to you?
Yes.
Okay. And do you feel without?
I am being interrogated now. That's it.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah,
All right.
no, but
Okay, no, that's fine.
yeah.
I don't want to get you any further than that. Let me ask you another question then, or maybe you can talk about this. One of the things that Bassam alleges when he was pressed was that there's locations, and he gave coordinates of those locations where you might be able to find remains of Austin or DNA. This is where he was, where the act took place. But my understanding is that our government has still not acted upon that information to go to that location and prove or disprove, that assertion on the part of Bassam, which is a pretty important thing, to get done, because the longer we wait, this story is still out there. Each hour we do this program with less and less, credibility. But I think, what do you have to say about that? Can you explain to us, what's the geography, and is it like really hard to get to where this location is? Why hasn't the U.S. government done this?
It's okay. As I understood, it's about safety. It's mainly about safety and security, that they don't want to have the troops on the ground or personnel on the ground while in such areas before securing it 100%. This is something like I don't know about how much, but and they wanted a lot of equipment. Me as an organization, we were able to reach out to one of the largest excavation and contracting companies in the Middle East, and they will donate. And I informed the FBI that they're willing to donate equipment and staff to do the work if they want, if they need this, if they're pending this. And as I understood, no, they have the needed equipment. It's just they need the time and the security to secure the perimeter of the space. Having said that, I believe that the location has been communicated to HTS a couple of months ago as well. So this information is not anymore. It's not a secret information, since a lot of people know about it, and Bassam Hassan know about it, and Bashar al-Assad knows about it, and everybody knows about it. So I believe, since it's coming out so quickly, I believe it would have been more reasonable to act really quickly, in order if they believe that this actually it's true. Maybe the reason that it's not being followed, because the credibility of such a story is not very, very high, in my opinion.
So you provided possibly a way And remind everybody, the interview of Basam Hassan was in April, right? Sometime in April, I think.
Yeah.
And we're now, what month is this? This is August, right? So,
Yeah.
so we have not gone out to this area, which sounds like it's dangerous, in Syria, and excavated this area May, June, July, 90 days, more than that, 100 days, we haven't gone to this location to disprove this guy's story. You offered something like, and thank you for talking to this big company there, like a quicker way to get this done. And when you did that, it was rejected by the FBI.
Yeah, because maybe they would like to use their point, but why I did it, because they said that they don't know what kind of equipment it's needed. They might need some equipment, and then they might need other equipment. So I said the best way is to have such a company, because they will have all the equipment an hour away. So if one piece of equipment is not the right one, the other piece can come. It's one of the largest companies in the Middle East in terms of excavation and contracting. So this was my point, but definitely they had their own reasons for security and safety, even though the area it's not in trouble now. It's not a dangerous area now. But any place in Syria that the U.S. Army is not present is considered dangerous at this time by the USG.
Well, I mean, I'm going to let somebody else ask a second, but is this big company that you're talking about, are they concerned about security, or would they obtain security like via HTS or something like that?
In fact, something okay. I am saying this because it's important to know the context. Definitely, this company is not worried about it, and they would love to do anything to help the Americans. They really want to help Americans, and they feel that the natural partner of Lebanon is the U.S., and they want to help in any possible way. But having said that, I believe that I asked them that if they need help, they need anything, we can provide. I told them that I can go to Shara and tell him to personally come and secure the place, because he would love to be part of this and to look good, it's a very good public image for him, photo op, he will have the best photo op. And I told them, they said they took it as a joke, but really I was serious about it.
Yeah, he would give personal, whether he's there in person or not is irrelevant. You're saying he would give personal attention to it and ensure that it was done. And yeah, it's totally in his interest to make sure that whoever does this is protected. And, they seem able to protect, anyway. Do others have questions for Nazar about these very, and just to recap what we've learned. We've learned that this interview did not take place in the U.S. Embassy as told to U.S. press by whoever the source of this story is, which is the U.S. government. And we've learned from Nazar that he did extraordinary work to find an excavation company, one of the biggest companies in the Middle East, that would bring equipment and resources to the site to in effect disprove this story by showing there is no DNA, there are no remains there. He went out of his way to get this company and to think through how to secure them, and this has been turned down by the FBI, the government. I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself, but I just want to make sure everybody understood what Nazar is just disclosing to us here. Any other questions for Nazar about these revelations and his interesting support for Austin in a dangerous part of the world sometimes? Okay. Nazar?
No question.
We love you. Thank you so much for all you are doing for Austin, for all you are doing for journalism and your wonderful organization. And let me ask you this question since I still have you. I think it's pretty obvious what the answer is, but do we feel that, does it seem that Basam Hassan was lying to the U.S. government and I guess the Lebanese government in his story, which is full of holes, and I know all of this, but do we think that that's the most plausible thing, is that he's not telling a straight story here?
Yeah, definitely he's not. Definitely he's not giving a straight story. I don't know what his link with Assad. Probably each one is throwing it on the other. I don't know what the game is, but one thing, but it definitely it's not it's not a story that can be told. It's I just felt that I have to say that for Deborah to know that we need to keep on. We had an issue with the team that went to interview Bassam for a simple reason. But our organization has been went after Bassam, found our Bassam, went after Bassam, all the way to Tehran. All what we told them, why you did not let us couple of questions. Maybe we have other questions that might give you leads, might help, in finding the truth. And they didn't want to tell anybody. They think that they're making a win or something. And this is what they have done. And at the end of the day, I believe that by doing this, they lost a lot of credibility, because they should have brought as many people as possible to be very transparent in this. And I believe Basam Hassan fooled them. And that's why now everybody is playing down this. All the story is being played down because I believe they know that it doesn't have a high credibility level. So now sometimes they say, oh, maybe we will not find the remain. Maybe the remain went away after 13 years. They start playing all these stories. So I know that they.
Right. So
that the story has no credibility.
Yeah, there's some questions about this guy's credibility, but he also does seem to be. He's a high-ranking person. He's very attached to Austin's case and story all the way through. He was involved in a lot of other bad stuff in Syria that, other agencies in the government may want to know about. That it doesn't have anything to do with Austin, right? But it has to do with other things. He's a very high value person. My question is, did we bring our best person to lead the questioning of this really key figure in Syria?
Now, Bill, I don't know who else was. There were more than one from the U.S. side. I don't know everyone, as for I don't know. I cannot answer this part.
Okay.
But I don't want to say anything that I'm not 100% sure about. So
let me ask it a different way. Do we know if the person was an experienced interrogator? Do we know if the person had excellent Arabic language skills? Do we know that,
It's a nice thing. I will tell you something to be happy about. There were two translators.
All right, I'll let you off. I'm not trying to press.
Each party had his own translator. So there is two transcripts,
Okay. So there's a translator for the Lebanese security services and a translator for the U.S. services.
Each one brought his.
So there's two transcripts with two different translators. Well, there's an interesting one for the happy hour. I wonder what the other one says. We know what the U.S. one said because you can read it in the newspaper. Eric, could you join for a second? I want to talk about Basam and sanctions. And Zara, can you stay with us?
Yes.
I know you got to go somewhere today, but just a couple more minutes on this. Basam is a guy who's under sanction still, right? The sanctions have not been yet removed in Syria. And can Eric, who does this sanctions work for many years, can you tell us something about the sanctions he's under? And then I'm going to start on this before you get to that. What are you do these things all the time. So when someone's trying to get sanctions removed and they have some information that's of value to the United States government, how does that go, basically? You represent the clients sometimes.
Thanks, Bill. Let me just make one brief comment. Earlier, I stated that the imposition of sanctions is a significant tool to advance or to give the impression of advancing geopolitical goals. The removal of sanctions is also a very significant tool. For an individual like Basam Hassan, first off, he went to an interview with foreign government intelligence officials, and he didn't have a lawyer with him, so that was mistake number one. Because it is, of course, in the United States, a federal offense to make a false statement to a federal law enforcement official. The U.S. is not the only country that has sanctions programs. The EU has a sanctions program. The UK has a sanctions program. Canada has a sanctions program. Basam Hassan is sanctioned under all of these various sanctions programs. Essentially, he is effectively cut out of the international financial system. He can't get a credit card. He can't get insurance. He can't get a bank account. There are a lot of things that he can't do that have disrupted his life. As Bill alluded to, sometimes it is the case that an individual can sit down with the government that's imposed the sanctions and assist that government in some fashion in exchange for the removal of sanctions. This is not always the case, but it is sometimes very much the case, particularly with an individual like Basam Hassan, who is sanctioned for his involvement in chemical weapons in Syria, and chemical weapons stockpiles in Syria are still very much a real issue regionally, and he is also on the sanctions list for his acts of violence against civilian population and drug trafficking, for example. Hence, we have DEA reports, and because the Captagon trade in Syria had spread throughout the entire region and falls under the jurisdiction, at least here in the U.S., of the Drug Enforcement Administration. So he could have provided, for example, information to the DEA about his knowledge of the extent of that trade or locations of laboratories or how they acquire precursor chemicals for the manufacture of it, et cetera. There are things that he could have done if one of the reasons he wanted to sit down with the U.S. was the removal of sanctions. I'll never know why he made the decision to sit down with U.S. officials, and certainly without legal counsel. I mean, but he did make that decision. He made statements which are, without question, false. We know they're false. He knew they were false when he made those statements. There is uncontrovertible evidence that his story was completely fabricated. Why he would do that, I haven't the foggiest idea. I mean, several things could float through my mind as to why he might make up this story. But without question, it's false. So we know that he's committed a crime now, which would fall squarely under the jurisdiction of the United States. I mean, he's facing, I believe, indictments in various international courts.
France.
For violations of human rights. Maybe he thinks that if he gets extradited to the U.S. for making false statements to an FBI agent, that will be better than facing a potential life sentence for crimes against humanity. Again, this is pure speculation on my part. I have no idea. But the transcripts of the interviews would be extremely revealing in terms of the nature of the questions that were asked and the responses given, because he is clearly an individual who has access to information that would be extremely helpful to regional nations as well as the new Syrian government in terms of, well, specifically in terms of the chemical weapons in Syria, which at one point he was essentially in control of. Bill, I trust that answers your question.
It does. Let me ask a question this way that is more like not speculation, but your experience. In your experience, have governments required those persons that wish sanctions to be removed to provide a certain testimony that may be provided to them by the government in advance of the sanctions removal?
Well, it is, I can only speak about the U.S. government and the Department of Treasury's Office of Foreign Asset Control because I've not represented sanctioned individuals in front of foreign governments. It is not a per se requirement that an individual, in order to have sanctions lifted, cooperate with the U.S. government. We always conduct our own internal investigations and have had individuals successfully removed from the sanctions list when we've been able to demonstrate through our internal investigations errors made by the U.S. government in the decision-making process as to whether or not to sanction a particular entity. We have found, for example, mistakes made in identity. Foreign nations, foreign cultures, I should say, often names are not quite fully understood by U.S. investigators, and it's easy to mix up names. We've encountered that in the past and have pointed out these errors and successfully had sanctions removed. Again, the alleged primary basis for the imposition of sanctions is to change behavior. Sometimes it's sufficient simply to say, okay, we were doing things this way, now we're going to do things this way. Very good. We'll accept that and keep watch over you for the next 5 years to make sure you don't go back to your ways, and sanctions are lifted. But in the context of an individual like Basam Hassan, the fact that he had engaged in such tremendous crimes against the Syrian people makes me believe that cooperation on his part would be a required element of the lifting of sanctions.
Okay, so there was a deal, probably.
Bill, I just want to I agree, to just to add a couple of things as I have to go, but just I want to, the understanding of Basam Hassan coming to Beirut was that its humility at that time was the negotiation between between the US and Iran ongoing in Oman, the nuclear negotiation at the same time, and that's what Iran was pushing him to do that. It was asking him to do that as a good gesture, and this was one of the driver for him to come to Beirut and to do that. This is from one side. The other side, I want just to go to one point that was in all what Basam Hassan said. There is 2 points that I would like to highlight. Is the point that Assad told him to commit a crime, and he committed a crime, so he incriminated himself already. He doesn't need to go to do anything else. He incriminated himself. The second part that also is a thing that I think we need to go after is when he said that he gave that the 2 person, and these 2 person gave it to very senior person in Hezbollah. I would like to investigate this part, because this part maybe I want to ask a couple of questions to better understand who is who and how it's done. This is why it's very important sometimes to investigate. The last thing, and I hope that we can all work together to ask to bring Assad, like Eric said, we have 50,000 family in Syria that they don't know what happened to their family. There is in Lebanon, there is in Iraq, there is in the US, all over the world. Assad committed crime. We need answers, and and this family deserve answers, and that's why we need all together to make a campaign to ask President Trump. He's meeting with President Putin soon, and we want to have #1 item on the agenda. We want to question Assad. We don't want to take him to jail. We don't want to do anything. We want to question him. And Putin, if he refuses, he has to face all these families that are waiting for answers. And this is my opinion. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much,
and
Nazar.
I missed you, Eric. Have a
travel. Travel safely, Nazar. Thank you so much. Those fascinating points about the negotiations between the U.S. and Iran, and that Iran may have pressured Basam Hassan to go do this as a gesture.
Yes.
As a gesture to the U.S. This goes toward your question of how did this happen? Right?
Yes.
Why does this guy do these kind of things? Anyway, thank you so much. See you. Okay, I think, even though it's a little early, I think we're going to go to the journalist panel now. So for that, we're bringing in a couple people from London, I think. Yeah? Julie. I'm going to say this while Julie is coming to help. Programs like this don't happen on their own. There are a lot of moving parts. And I'd ask you all to give a big round of applause to Julie Schreiber, who's the person who's helped us she's not here, but helped us put together so much of this. Thank you. So she's not here because we're not supposed to do this till later in the program. Rich, do you have do we have anyone on the line from the journalist panel? Okay.
So we need, from in the room, we have Josh Baker is going to join us, and Sonia Smith is going to join us. But I'm not seeing either of those. So we can continue.
There's Josh.
Josh is here, okay. Maybe we can get started with Josh since he's here. And he also knows a great deal about the prison system that Austin went into. And I want to say a couple things, and then maybe you can go and talk about your the prison system stuff, and then we can go talk about your work.
Whatever you like.
Yeah. So I want you to know that Josh has been working on missing persons and on the Austin case for quite a long time, and is very skilled at this. And he mentioned the network that he has of former Syrian security officials who are cooperative with him, and we'll talk to him. And he's been a great help to Deborah. They've taken visits to Syria, together in Beirut, in London, and always a conversation with Josh. You learn something, and it's always strange hours, right? We're always talking at the wrong time for one of us. But he's an incredible resource, and he's been working for quite a while now. I don't know exactly how long, on a very extensive podcast about this case, and it is BBC Radio. It will be of the highest quality, and we're excited about that whenever that happens. And he's got also a wonderful partner in this work, Sarah?
Sarah Abidat, yeah, she's a sort of expert on the Syrian prison system that I work with very closely. Both of us have worked in Syria and in the Syrian space for a number of years. And so before the fall of the regime, we had quite a comprehensive understanding of not only the Syrian prison system, but also the various facets of Syrian intelligence. And what that meant in practical terms, when the regime fell, we were able to go to Syria and utilize those contacts, and those contacts were able to guide us to the facility where Austin's Syrian intelligence files were held, and we were able to see and copy those. These documents are vast. They are hundreds of pages. They are in Arabic. They are also documents that are written in what I would refer to as intelligence speak. So when intelligence officers write things, they often write things in ways that you have to be another intelligence officer to sort of translate them. But with these files, we've been able to identify where Austin was held. We all knew that Austin was held by the Syrian government, but this was the first proper confirmation of it. We were able to identify the individuals who are connected to his case. We've been talking about Basam Hassan. He is one of those individuals, but there are others as well. And these are the people that we need to get to. These are the people that can provide information and answers to the Tice family. And that is the focus of our efforts at the moment.
Can you talk a little bit more about the process of getting into this particular prison or office, if it was, and finding these records and getting access to them and being able to review them? Did you have to write somebody? Did you have to go through many people? How does that work?
It's very complex, and we recorded the whole thing, so you will be able to have full transparency on how we did it. But in essence, this network of Syrian defectors, but also serving regime officials, meant that we had a head start on where to go. And when we arrived in Syria, we were told to come to a facility, and one of the individuals who's part of that network essentially guided us through this facility into a safe, and Austin's files were contained within a safe. Now, that safe was initially locked, and we weren't able to access it. Through a bit of work, we were able to uncover where the key was held, open it, and there were the files. But the thing is what I would say about the files is they are a stepping stone to much more information. They're just one part of a much bigger process that we're currently engaged within. And so all of these things, information about Austin is every little detail, I think, is invaluable. Because when we take one detail and we add it to something else we know, we start to get a much clearer picture. And through doing that, we've been able to establish a lot more. And Sarah, who you mentioned, and myself are just about to return to Syria for a month-long deployment there. And our focus will solely be Austin.
And I don't want to give away any secret sauce here, but is something like that, I mean, we are reading in other documents that Austin has a unique number. So are you, if you can say, if you can't, that's fine. But when you are going to find things like this, is it saying his name, as we've seen in some other places, or is it saying a number that you happen to know, or how do you?
So there's a couple of things to understand about that. So essentially every detainee, if you will, in the Syrian system, and this is Sarah's areas of expertise, but will have a unique number, and that's their prisoner number. The thing about Austin is Austin was considered, and I've spoken to people who were aware of his detention, Austin was considered to be somebody of high value. The value of Austin to political negotiations, to the Syrian government was understood, and as a consequence of that, Austin was held in a different area to where most prisoners were held, in somewhere that was, I would say, the conditions were better than perhaps some of the facilities that you might have seen on the news. And he was very much held outside of the conventional system. So within the conventional system, yes, you get a number when you're arrested and things like that, but Austin was in a different system altogether.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and this apparently was brought by the Iranians, is one of the things we read, that maybe? Or they are
so basically there is there's a militia, a Syrian militia or paramilitary group called the NDF, and that group is, in essence, if you think about it, almost like a secretive police force within a secretive police state. And it was run by, it was kind of overseen, shall we say, by Basam Hassan, and run by a few different individuals over the years. And that is where, that is the group that had Austin, and that is a group that also had a number of other high-value targets, high-value individuals, as we would call them. And Austin was held in a facility just outside of Damascus that was under Bassam's control. We were able to go to that facility and locate what we believe to be Austin's cell.
His cell?
Where he was held, yeah.
Wow. That is fascinating. And
which was not an easy thing to do at the time, because I think the security situation was very unstable, and I think Deborah alluded to it earlier. While we were driving around Damascus at that time, bombs were still falling, and it made the situation, very difficult to navigate at times.
Yes, I remember early days, and this may be exactly the situation you're describing, but we were in touch, and you all were trying to go up toward a mountain, and you were not receiving fire, but like there was, it was happening right like on the roads. You had to get cleared by. Go ahead, you tell.
There was a piece of information was passed to us. I'm not sure where it originated, of a potential facility that Austin might have been at, and we obviously wanted to check that as quickly as we could. But getting to that area was proving very dangerous, because it was being targeted for airstrikes. So we tried a number of times to get there, and it proved too dangerous. On one of the occasions we did get into that area, we were mistaken, I think, for possible spotters for an airstrike, and briefly came under a gunfire.
It's dangerous business is journalism. Were these airstrikes that we're talking about, were these the IDF airstrikes?
I would assume they were Israeli Air Force airstrikes. I couldn't be categorical on that, but I would assume at that time it was likely Israeli Air Force.
Yeah, and so maybe it's time to touch on something that is one of the questions that we wanted to try to answer, and I don't know if we'll be able to answer it on this panel, but at one point, Deborah becomes concerned about the amount and the location of these IDF airstrikes, and is concerned that Austin, these are in areas where Austin may be, may not be there. We don't know. That's the whole point of trying to search. And so a letter goes from Deborah to Netanyahu,
asking him to stop the airstrikes in the, in Syria, in the vicinity of prisons, known areas where Austin might be. And there's a reply, yeah? So he responds and he agrees to do that, right? But my question about that whole thing was, why does Deborah have to write that letter? Where the hell is the United States government on that? If, can they not speak to the Israeli government and say, we have a Marine, we have a journalist, this guy we think is in there, it's been very well documented, people are looking for him. Why do you need to be bombing these targets in Syria right now? This is a service, not provided by the United States government, provided by, accomplished by a grandma who wrote a letter to a head of state who responded, right? We can return to that in a second, but because we were close to that in this discussion, I wanted to raise it and make sure people were, aware of this. And when Jason says, when various speakers say, government can do more, can do better, this is kind of the thing we're talking about. It should not be up to the families to try to figure out how to contact an ally to stop military action like that. This is something the family should not have to ask for that. This is something the U.S. government should already be on top of. And it's disappointing. You mentioned that Sarah this is her area of expertise. How do you become an expert in the Syrian prison system? She is a Syrian person?
No, Sarah is a Jordanian.
Jordanian.
She actually just made a fantastic film which is solely about the Syrian prison system. It's available on Frontline at the moment.
Called what?
I don't know what the US name of it is actually here, but if you were to Google Sarah Abadat and the Frontline film, it will come up. But it's on the Syrian prison system, and it tells that story from the perspective of defective intelligence officers. It's absolutely fantastic and is a completely unique piece of work. And it was very much as a byproduct of a lot of the work that went into that and a lot of work that I've done in Syria over the years, where we formed these sort of intelligence or national security contacts within a Syrian space, if you will, that I actually saw Deborah doing a press conference a while ago, and I felt almost that there was probably a way that we might be able to get some information about Austin through that network, and it took a bit of time, and initially we did get information back, and that is what began our process of trying to find Austin. It was actually all stemmed from a press conference that I saw online of Deborah. But Sarah herself has spent a long time studying this, and you have to understand that Syria is a police state. It is somewhere that has a vast, sprawling intelligence system that does not necessarily communicate with each other. So it could be a very typical thing that you might be wanted by two different branches of intelligence. You're captured and imprisoned at one, they don't communicate with each other, you're released, you're then captured and imprisoned by another, you try to explain that you've done your time in another, and so you end up with a lot of doubling up of files. A lot of information doesn't get shared between branches. So when we were going into these facilities in some of the early days, you would walk into an area where you would find thousands of files, and within those files there are hundreds of pages, and each of those pages is a person that's been detained. And so we are very grateful for the cooperation we've had and continue to have from these former Syrian intelligence officials, because they have allowed us to sense check and to fact check information that we would otherwise not be able to do, and would need hundreds of years to sift through the information.
Can you help with the average person that I talk to, immediately goes to the idea that this is 13 years, so like it must, no one can really be held 13 years, right? But that's not that's a U.S. response, not a Syrian kind of response. Can you talk a little bit about that system that you're talking about, where people can get lost in the paperwork and get lost in the system? But in your experience, there are people who are
many years beyond 13 years.
I mean, there was one individual, I believe, that emerged, I think, after 40 years detained within that system.
Family didn't know, where he was, all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredibly exploitative system.
Yeah.
Sarah has tons of stories of families having to, pay corrupt officials for information, and essentially maybe you get what you get back is true, maybe you don't get anything. But it was, a very commonplace thing for people to disappear for more than a decade. And I think Deborah has spoken to me about this before, but you've spoken about how when you're in Syria, everyone you speak to is able to empathise with you and your position in a way that it's harder for perhaps Americans or Brits to do, because it is such a commonplace thing there. And it was an industrial system of detention.
And no habeas corpus, so you can't say, give me this prisoner. It's not part of the law. It's just,
It's, it became a very difficult thing to get people out of prison. People would be released, they'd be rearrested.
Yeah.
The regime depended upon prisoners.
And as a reminder, this is all kind of part of why the United States government had a contract with Syria to operate black sites, to keep prisoners in rendition, that we obtained, that we had been obtained through, after 9/11, that couldn't go into the U.S. system, that we pay a fee. Very similar, it seems like, to what's happening with El Salvador now, and then they'd be sent to the Syrian prisons, and then very difficult to find them, if they ever are found.
I think...
their own prisons, maybe.
There's a branch called Palestine Branch, which was, I think, 235 or 215 in the system. And that, I believe, I mean, you would need to check this, I believe that was a former black site used during that period.
Yeah. So they're good at it, in other words. I mean, it's part of the culture. It's, like you say, industrial.
There are, I mean, I think we all knew that there were a lot of prisons in Syria.
Yeah.
I don't think until the fall of the regime we realised just quite how many prisons there were and secretive facilities. It was unprecedented, I think.
One of the things we're learning through these documents is, Austin is, according to these, is moving quite a bit. He's going to different places, and I would think any time there's movement, there's an opportunity for. I mean, there's somebody driving the vehicle. There's opportunities for people to see this going on. There's people going into these prisons feeding, every day, doing cleaning, doing all kinds of different work. I get they have a system where it's hard to find the prisoners, but also when you're going out so many years, you would think someone would have, fed a meal and said, I saw the guy, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the difficulty with this is it's separating facts from fiction, right? Because there is a lot of information out there about Austin. There is a lot of biometric information about Austin. And there is an incentive for people to tell lies.
Yeah.
And, Austin was a very high-value individual. And so consequently, there are actually very few people who really understood where he was, how he was being treated, and where he was being moved. That is a small group of people because that needed to be kept secret. But to your point, I've spoken to a doctor that treated Austin. Mm-hmm. There are people that interacted with Austin at different stages of his detention because of, as you say, human beings all have, basic needs. I once found where somebody had lived in Raqqa, who I needed to locate, which is a Syrian city under ISIS, because of how they paid their utility bills. Mm-hmm. These everyday things that we all do apply in a missing person circumstance. So when you're in these environments, you try to look for, what are the functions where people will interact with somebody like Austin.
So without giving us too much, because it's probably going into the podcast, do you have a year when that physician might have been treating, or a date range when that?
Yeah, so that particular physician was treating Austin into 2013.
Okay.
But there is other information that I will be able to,
right,
which would place interactions beyond that.
Okay. So what I'm hearing, I'm just calling out to the group. So we have Josh, who's been at this quite a while, is very professional, saying that we can't disclose all this stuff now, but that there's,
dates, related to medical treatment that are past the 2013 date. Earlier, we heard Eva say she's aware of medical treatment in 2016 or 17, I think it was. Sonia also came across some of that in her article. So, as we go through the day, I'm just marking these things that we're, I think we all know this, but we're finding lots of examples from different people in different fields that suggests that this date range that's been provided as if it's fact to the United States government is really hard to support, right? So we're going to talk a bit more, Josh, when we come back about that database and that proof and what we think it means. But I wanted to say that all of our journalists who are joining us today, those in London, those who are here with us, there's this sort of a theme. They're from different places. They all are going to region to try to find documents, try to find people. Sonia did this very early days with Austin, and do interviews that have a lot of meaning and that establish the kind of corroboration that we're hearing is lacking in some of these, in some of these documents, right? That's the simple dispatches that the government is, recording. So this kind of work, this is obvious, it cannot be done by standing in front of an office building in Washington, right? And talking about what the people inside the building told you. This kind of work has not really been easy or possible for much of the time because Syria was impossible to visit. And so Josh, to his credit, really early on in there, we're going to hear from Gareth Brown later and Clarissa. They've gone into Syria, something that really our government isn't doing in any meaningful way. And also our press is less likely to do than, I would say, European press. But Sonia, a U.S. person from Texas, and early days you traveled to the region. You couldn't really get into Syria, but you could get to those border towns there where Austin was staging to go off onto his trip, which had intertransit with people who may be traveling further down and coming back. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so my name is Sonia Smith. Hi, my name is Sonia Smith. I am a writer at large at Texas Monthly. I've been following Austin's case since he disappeared and began reporting this story in earnest in January 2015, so more than 10 years ago now. I felt an affinity for him. We're both from Houston. We both graduated from Georgetown's School of Foreign Service, and then we both went into journalism. And so I immediately, and I have a bit of a, want to travel and report as well. And so I just felt a real affinity to him. And, feature writing, it gives you the luxury of time. And I really wanted to get my arms around who Austin is and what made him tick. And so I spent time in DC and New York interviewing his friends from college, law school, the Marines. Then I spent multiple days in Houston with Mark and Deborah. And then what you were asking about, Bill, I traveled to southeastern Turkey, to Antakya and Gaziantep, where I both interviewed people that he had met as he prepared to cross into Syria, and then I met those a number of people who he had met while in Syria who had subsequently fled the country as the conflict further devolved. And so I got to go to he stayed at a house in Antakya for 2 weeks before he crossed. And so I spent a long time talking to the man there who hosted him and then tracked down a number of Syrians, both in person and then people who had left further and gone to Scandinavia and other places.
Did you find that they were willing to talk, or was that did you have to spend a certain amount of time like hanging out there to get the trust?
They were all very eager to talk about Austin. They had very warm things to say about him. There was one guy I think I spooked a little bit, and he just showed me Austin's business card, and then he left. But other than that, no, everyone was really happy to talk.
What I recall is when these stories came out, there wasn't really anything like this at least on the U.S. press side. There was a lot of you had a lot of detail, I think, from these people who knew him. You got a pretty full picture of Austin as a person and of this mission he was on. You know, this is not easily developed. You needed to do this. You needed to do this travel to create a network, similar to the way Josh over many years has developed a network of, of officials that he can talk to. Did you get a reaction from U.S. press calling you saying, "Hey, I saw your stuff. I want to know more about that. Can you talk to me about it? How can I, do my own version of this?"
I mean, to a degree, yes. But I'd say Texas Monthly, it's, well regarded, but it's not the New York Times, it's not the New Yorker. Yeah, there was a degree of that, but not it didn't make a huge splash, I would say.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I mean, so this is a good thing, a good lesson in that access to this kind of information, doing this kind of legwork to find your own networks. This is not something that's limited to Washington. In fact, it seems like Washington people are less likely maybe to do this kind of stuff. So here's Sonia coming from Texas. She's able to put all this kind of stuff together. Josh is choosing to live in the region and make his networks, that way. And for the most part, the kind of journalism that's regularly consumed here in the Capitol is not going to have these kind of, I'm just going to say that, have these kind of attributes in it. They're not going to have done,
I mean, even so, I'm afforded a very rare mandate in journalism where I have a small team and we get given years to look
work,
at something, which is, very rare these days. Right. And it is a specialist thing to look for people, right? It takes a lot of work and a lot of verifying. Very little trust, all about the verifying side of stuff more than the trusting.
Yes. Well, this is terrific, and I appreciate you all, and I appreciate the theme. I would just make the point that a year ago, we were still hearing kind of from too many people, oh, well, the regime does not admit that they're holding him, so we'd like to talk to them, we'd like to do diplomatic work, but they won't acknowledge. So here we are a year from that, and just to make one of the points about the work that Josh and some of the others have done, by being able to get a hold of the data that Josh has obtained, and by being able to sort of show how Austin was being held by the regime, this important, shouldn't be an obstacle, but this important obstacle to diplomacy, policy discussion, and all kinds of other things is effectively removed, right? So Josh is proving through his work that despite whatever the regime was saying, and this is something we've all kind of known, but had inability to prove, that Austin was held by the regime. And so that eliminates a lot of other, scenarios that get developed, right? Now, he still can be moved around, and he could have been traded off and on, but and we'll develop more of this as we go forward, but he's at this very exciting time where people are, in Syria, maybe are just beginning, some of them, just beginning to speak, to feel like they can speak without fear of reprisal from their own government.
Totally, and also I think the key thing that we would say is that we are able to now get directly to individuals that we would never have dreamed of being able to, because we'd either been killed trying to do it, or they would have come to harm themselves. So that barrier is completely gone.
Can you talk to them by phone, or are you feeling like they really want to see you face to face?
Some of them we can talk to by phone, but we're very cautious about doing that with some of the others, and some of the others simply will only meet face to face.
Sure.
For their own security.
Sure.
Because some of these people are in essence considered war criminals, right? So
They have risk.
yeah.
Understood. Or they have risk from HTS, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of risk involved in Syria, depending on where you're going and who you're operating with. And navigating those things is part of the sort of tradecraft or skill set of going and doing this.
When you and Sarah are working then in the field and you're doing a face-to-face, are you traveling as a team? Or you feel okay to split up and do those things?
No, Sarah and I largely stay together. I mean,
Yeah.
we do split up
You've got
sometimes.
equipment, you're carrying some
I mean, bless
sound
her, she
equipment?
spends so much time with me, she
Yeah.
deserves a medal for patience. But we have, again, a very unique mandate within the BBC that we get given a lot of latitude.
Yeah.
She is from the region. My specialty has been working in hostile environments. I also fulfill the role of the medic. So we have this sort of dual role between us that allows us to get into the ground. Again, I typically am the only white guy in the team, and everyone else is local, and I try very hard to blend in. And that ranges from the vehicle we use to the way I dress and things like that. And that tends to allow us to get to places relatively unnoticed that otherwise might be quite difficult.
Thank you. Sonia, do you have, I saw you were taking notes when we were showing the documents from the government. Did you have things you wanted to say about those documents, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought it's pretty interesting. The document from the DEA source today, sharing that Austin was on an extended hunger strike in 2023. It's describing him as weak and sickly, and that he's being visited by a doctor. That's just one data point. One recent data point. Past 2020. Past 2013. And I think in those documents there are likely a lot more dates like that. And one question I have is this. This interview from Basam Hassan that's been reported about. That's another data point, but hasn't been. Steps to corroborate it have not been taken. And as we saw in the Post yesterday, they went and they tracked down the subordinate who supposedly the person who was supposed to do the deed, and he said, "I have never met Austin Tice, and I didn't kill him." And in the U.S. government has still not gone to the sites in Syria that Hassan has claimed they could possibly find a body at. So. There's a number of these reports dating after 2013 that, why is Hassan's account being given much more weight, I guess, than, the others also have not been corroborated. So.
But to support what you're saying, I think there's an awful lot of confusion in what we understand of Basam's account and what gave. A lot of it does not make sense. To support what you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't know, Deborah, if you want to come up here, but I was interested in exploring, since we're on this one part about Basam. Well, Sonia, go ahead. You're on something else.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at some point, the family becomes aware that there's a story potentially coming from the New York Times on this. Do you want to come up here and talk, or do you want me to say this?
You want me to talk about that?
Yeah, because we're talking about journalism right now. Well, I'll do it. So the family becomes aware that there's a story coming from the New York Times, and so they know a few things. One, they haven't spoken to the New York Times. So someone's spoken to the New York Times and given them this story about Basam Hassan, and it could be anybody that had done that, that had the information, but not very many people knew about it, right? So the Tices contacted the Washington Post and told them a version of that story, told them what was coming and what their take was, and they didn't think much about Basam Hassan's story. The Washington Post is going to work on that story. And a little bit later, they get a call from the FBI. Furious. We understand you're giving information about this to the Washington Post. At which point Deborah tells them, well, we understand you had given information to the New York Times. And they hung up. And then they called back later and said, it's okay that you give it to the Washington Post. But the point I'm making here...
Don't forget, we pay their salaries.
Okay.
Just remember that.
That part, yes. But the point I'm trying to make is that, look, we want there to be news stories. That's what we're all about. But is it the business of the FBI to be providing this story, which is very full of holes, to a paper like the New York Times without speaking to the family that it intends to leak this story to the New York Times? And what is the purpose? So is that the business of the FBI? We all know that the FBI gets great information and leaks it sometimes. But in this case, why are they doing that? What is that about? And why did they call them and try to get them to stop cooperating with the Washington Post? And why didn't they brief the family before they briefed the New York Times? Because the family still hasn't had a full briefing by the FBI on what happened. Yeah, they got parts of it, but they didn't have a sit-down full briefing. So these are some untidy things, right? And we are supportive of journalism. That is, don't get the wrong impression. We are not supportive of what happened in this transaction. Yes?
Do you know if that FBI leak was an official leak or did somebody...
Don't know.
No, it was who leaked it?
Don't know.
It was absolutely the FBI called the New York Times and gave them the story.
Okay. It wasn't some rogue official at the FBI.
No. No, active FBI.
Okay.
This is our lie.
What?
This
Okay.
is our lie.
The official, okay, yeah. So the FBI PR people knew what was going on?
I doubt that. And again, tremendous men and women at the FBI. This is not we're using, it's like saying the media, you know? It's not one thing. But I'm saying this case not being handled in a nice way, right? Not being handled in a way that's respectful of the families.
Can I just say this?
You want to be on the mic?
No, I think I can be loud enough. So, I believe the FBI sent that guy to Basam. Basam gave him the story he wanted. And then the FBI wanted it to go to NYT so that it would be the story. And there's not going to be any, corroboration or anything like that, because that is the United States' preferred story. And they got it. Done. 100%. A+. That's what happened with that. That's what happened with that. And if that's not right, and if someone's listening on C-SPAN and wants to correct me, come on over.
When did this story run? When was this story?
Father's Day.
I think if you just Google Basam Hassan, New York Times, it'll come up. Yes.
6
Father's
weeks.
Day.
6 weeks ago. Oh yeah, Father's Day. It ran on Father's Day. Yeah. Yeah, recently. Yeah. Although the interview with Basam Hassan was in late April, right? So there's a lot of time that transpires before we see it as the public, right? Okay, it looks like we're being joined by others in the journalism space, and let's see. Oh yeah, great. We have now here's something I'm going to ask you guys, Gareth and Clarissa. We have had two in individual boxes at the same time today,
And what we find is if one of you is speaking, if the other one can mute their mic, then you will be able to be received. But if you're both having mics open, it's going to be a challenge. So we welcome you. Let's start with Clarissa, if you don't mind, the ladies first. So Clarissa, you have maybe in a way known Austin for a long time. You had a lot of interaction with him via tech when he was in the region. Tell us a little bit about that and what your impressions were of him, and then I have another question.
So thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm sorry my shot is really unusual. I'm shoot. But Austin first got in touch with me via what was then known as Twitter in 2012. And he just sent me a message saying, hey, Clarissa Ward, shoot me a message. So I reached out to him because I was already intrigued by his profile. It was sort of an unusual profile. Former Marine, Georgetown Law, photographer, very handsome. And so I sent him a message, and he told me that he was inside Syria, that he had gone on his own, at his own initiative, and started to work as a freelance journalist. And we very quickly bonded and began exchanging messages and then emails multiple times a day. I was so blown away by Austin because it was clear he was different from those of us who are more like classically trained journalists. The fact that he had this military background, that he had a certain level of comfort in a war zone, and particularly in combat situations, which all of us who do this work are used to. But I think his experience gave him a different level of competence, let's say. He was very gregarious, very charming, very curious, very passionate, and very driven. And I would say the thing that came through more than anything else, beyond this incredible tenacity, was this real deep respect for what the Syrian people were willing to do and to risk in order to be part of this uprising that would give them a better life. And he felt very strongly that in America, people had become sort of stagnant and lazy and entitled, and that they had lost this pioneering spirit that he felt was more indicative of like earlier days of America, where freedom meant something, and all the ideals that so many of us take for granted were like deeply, deeply appreciated and valued, and things that were worth fighting for. So he was very much inspired by the Syrian revolution and by the people who were willing to risk their lives and indeed were dying in great numbers in order to be a part of that change. And what struck me as well, it's so rare to like just put themselves on the line like that. He went to McClatchy, he asked questions, how can I learn? Within the shortest amount of time, he was writing articles that were appearing on front pages in the Washington Post, in the McClatchy group. And soon he had developed an interest in TV as well. And he would send me pieces to camera that he shot along the road. And he wanted to go on CBS Evening News, which actually happened. He did a phoner, we call them, for the CBS Evening News. So, I mean, what I would say is that he was unique, and he was also impatient. And he was impatient to get to Damascus specifically. And he was pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. And he and I would have a back and forth where I was like, okay, slow your roll, take some time out, take a break. But really he was very driven. And I think it's hard in these situations, and I've experienced it myself many times. When you have spent a lot of time in a place, you become a little bit desensitized to the risk. And when you are on your own and you don't have a producer and you don't have a local translator or fixer or producer who you're working with, it's easy to lose track of like how far you've come, and that's amazing, but it's also knowing when to pump the brakes. And I remember going to Damascus on my own at the very beginning of the uprising, and I had this extraordinary week in Damascus embedded with the activists. And I remember writing to my boss in New York, David Rhodes, at the time, being like, I think I can get to Homs if you let me try and get on a bus. And I remember David saying, no, you got good stuff. It's enough. You're coming back now. And I don't think Austin had that, which is not at all to like cast any shade on editors that Austin was working with who were great, but it's just this sort of slightly tenuous and complex relationship that comes with working with freelancers in the field, and what is an editor's role and how much say do they have and how far they go and when they pull back. It's not as much of a clear dynamic as it is with us, where my boss told me I have to leave now, and so I have. So yeah, Austin and I were communicating sometimes like 10, 15 times a day, and he was very passionate and very driven and very brilliant.
Thank you. And Clarissa, when Austin is taken, then something happens that's not unusual for those of you who work in the field, but it's pretty unusual for people in general don't understand this, how this goes. You all jumped into action and tried to use your networks. Can you talk about that and how that went?
So I was waiting to hear from Austin 1 day, 2 days. Quickly, I feel in my gut that something is very wrong, because even during some of the closest calls and toughest times that he had, I never went more than a day without hearing from him during that period. So the first person I reached out to was Nancy Youssef, who was then working for McClatchy, Liz Sly, who was working for still is working for the Washington Post. And there was sort of like a kind of action group that was formed. And Nancy Youssef came to Beirut, where I was actually sitting in Beirut waiting for Austin. I was there for work anyway, and we were supposed to meet up. And we started working along with various, Mark Seibel, Griff Whitty, like a bunch of other people, around the clock, talking to activists, talking to people who we had come across, talking to people that we knew Austin had come across, David Ender. I became friends with James Foley through this endeavor as well. I spent time with Austin in a place called Rastan outside of Homs. And everybody just sort of leapt into action, trying desperately to work out what had happened. I had a conversation with a slightly unusual character, a man by the name of Mahmoud Al-Zur, who Austin had at one stage spent some time with, who I sent a message on Skype, who said, we think Austin's been taken by the regime, which honestly at that stage was, I almost threw up, because it was such a petrifying thing to even imagine. And then it was weeks of every single day going through every piece of footage, looking at some of the horrific images of mass graves. Do we see anyone who matches any one of Austin's profile, the tattoos? And I can really say that there was a large group of people who went above and beyond and gave weeks and months and in some cases years of their lives just desperately trying to find out what happened to Austin, and also tapping every single network to try to apply pressure in every which direction to get more answers and to try to bring him back.
So I don't know exactly how this part happens, but at some point you guys provide either a copy of or some of what you've got, which is not news product, it's like trying to find Austin. You provide that to what, the FBI or law enforcement or something?
I wouldn't have been privy to that specifically. We had a database that we were working on, me and Nancy, and a woman who was a close friend of Austin's at the time at Georgetown Law, who had actually also flown to Beirut to meet up with him. And I would assume that through the editors of the Washington Post and McClatchy, that that information have been shared with the appropriate law enforcement to try to facilitate efforts to find.
Okay, very fair enough. So your sharing is done back to the news organization, and then whatever happens after that. So, I'm going to say that I'm aware that that stuff was, amazing and super valuable at that moment, and it was given to law enforcement, and it was put in a file. And later, a very skilled and dedicated FBI agent finds that file and starts to work on that material. And unfortunately, there's a gap there of, I think, 3 years, something like that. So many of these amazing leads are now colder than the, like it really, minutes matter in that stuff, right? And now a lot of this has grown cold. So one of the learning things about this case and what it could have meaning for other cases is that this is a thing journalists do when their colleague is taken, is they try to use their amazing skills to what else can we find out, because it could be them, right? Grace of God, right? So that is very high-end stuff, and so needs to be carefully curated and looked after and not put in a file, right? And if this guy hadn't been following up internal leads himself, we would never have found any of that to act on. So good on all of you for what you do anyway, and you would expect that, God forbid, that somebody would be doing this for you. But for law enforcement, I think there's stuff to learn about this, right? Okay, for the FBI. I'm just saying generally, for law enforcement, there's stuff to learn about how to treat. So first of all, expect this. Expect that Josh and Clarissa and Gareth and Sonia are going to try to help. And so look for this to come your way. And assign a person to know how to vet that and be able to put it into practice, right? Not going to help Austin right now, but it can help the next person. So anyway, thank you, Clarissa, for saying that. Did you want to say anything about you recently? I don't know where you are. You're in London, right?
I'm in Jerusalem.
Okay, sorry. But you recently were in Syria as well, and with Deborah. Do you want to say anything about how you found it to be going around there? Was it you feel safe there, able to get access to what you wanted and things like that?
Yes, I felt safe, and I think the only thing I would want to say is you will not find a more extraordinary mother and advocate and investigator, by the way, than Debbie Tice. And it really was a privilege for me just to be there to support her. I have never seen anything like the tenacity of this extraordinary woman. I could see where Austin came from in that sense. And I know how hard it's been and how grinding it's been. And I think it's just so hugely important that she continues to beat the drum and make these trips and ask the questions and hold people accountable. And my God, she is not afraid to get in someone's face and wag her finger right under their nose to demand answers. And she is a force, and she can be a little intimidating depending on the situation. But I think that she has won the hearts and the respect of so many in Syria, including Syria's leadership. I think she has been incredibly successful at garnering a huge amount of support in the effort to find Austin and to find out exactly what happened. And so really the main purpose of my trip, honestly, was to be a support for her.
Thank you, Clarissa. Gareth, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, hello from Beirut.
Hello, good to see you. And you're sounding
absolutely clear. Gareth, I understand, did you want to show a video or play some sound or something like that first, or did you want to talk
We
first?
can do that. We can talk, and then we can segue into that at some point.
Okay, well, if you don't know, Gareth has done a 3-part podcast. It's, extraordinary reporting, extremely well done. He works for The Economist. You can get episode 1. You have to subscribe to The Economist to get 2 and 3. But it's a great a piece of work, and we appreciate him. And Gareth, the theme we've been chasing here at this on this table is the absolute importance of going into region, as you have done, as Josh has done, as Clarissa has done, and as Sonia has done early on in the story, and that some of the work that you're doing is helping to confirm facts that a year ago we didn't have established, even though widely believed, right? So now, through proofs that journalism can provide, like in your podcast, you talk to Austin's interrogator, right? So I'm going to ask you to tell us a little bit about that. We're able to learn from that, on the edges of that discussion, that of course Austin was held in by the regime, and that this general who had interrogated him worked for the regime, and he was doing the interrogation at the behest of another general who worked for the regime. And it's just that story, Josh's stories, finding documents, all of this stuff ends up having the effect of knocking down some of the biggest straw men in this old discussion, which is, but the government says they don't have him. So can you tell us a little bit about that, about your interview, finding the interrogator and what you learned from him?
Yeah, sure. Well, firstly, it's a real pleasure to be a part of this. So I'm a Middle East correspondent for The Economist, and I'm currently based in Beirut, which is where I was on December the 8th. And I woke up, like millions of Syrians, to this incredible news that the Assad regime had fallen, and immediately jumped in a taxi from Beirut to Damascus that very day, and with a colleague from The Guardian, and we immediately headed to Saidnaya, that notorious prison just north of Damascus. We were sort of there whilst people were digging through rubble and breaking into cells and trying to find their missing loved ones. And I guess I'm quite a latecomer, to Austin's story. I think being a journalist working in the Middle East, I was always kind of subconsciously aware of it, but I'd never reported on it. And I think once the regime fell in Damascus, that just opened up the possibilities for reporting. And so I think it's probably January when we really started working on this, very intensively and trying to get answers. And I think a key thing that I wanted to achieve was moving beyond, whether it was anonymous intelligence briefings or rumors that had popped up in Arabic media, but I wanted to find witnesses. I wanted cold, hard testimony. And I was making a podcast, so it was very important, I guess, to not just speak to people, but to sit with people and to get them on the record. And so I had a vague sort of idea that was what I wanted to do. That was the sort of reporting I wanted to do, and that was how I felt I could kind of contribute to uncovering new information. And at that point in Syria, it really was chaos, those first few weeks, those first few months. And there were so many different places to look. There was so much going on. It was sort of hard to discern where should your attention go. And I remember sitting with some Syrian colleagues one night, and Austin came up, and I can't exactly remember how, but there had been this very short interview in Al Jazeera Arabic in which this former general had spoken and mentioned Austin. This must have been published at the end of December, maybe early January. And the interview was actually subsequently taken down. It was scrubbed from the internet. I later learned that basically the guy's family became very afraid of the attention and thought that they were going to get in trouble with HTS. So they asked Al Jazeera to take it down. And from that point on, I think finding this guy just became an obsession. His name's Safwan Bahlul. So he was a general, an Anglophile, fluent English speaker who was basically pulled in by Basam Hassan very soon after Austin was captured and interrogated him over about 4 sessions. And yeah, you know, we ran a text story. Actually, we have a clip. I wanted to play a clip because it's one thing me telling you about it, but I think the chance to actually hear this person's voice, you know, this like, hear it for yourself, the voice of this is the man that interrogated Austin when he was captured. So I think it's about, I sent a file, should be about 5 minutes in.
Okay, Julie, are you here? Yes. Do we have that?
It drew to him. He'd gone quiet. Finally, after months of efforts and delicate planning, I found him and convinced him to sit down for an interview. Can you tell me the first time you heard about Austin Tice?
Yeah. I recall it was 2012. I put my telephone on and it was 4-star general at that time. He's one of the right arms and personal secretaries of the president.
For Safwan, his involvement in Austin's story started with a phone call from a superior.
So I knew this guy for a long time. And this guy knew that I speak, let's say, good English, better English than everybody he knows. And above all, I'm also a security officer in the external intelligence branch, which usually deals with such cases. You know, when you, let's say, suspects a foreigner doing espionage or etc. So the guy trusted me. And he told me, just come to my office. There's something I want you for. I went to his office and he told me, we called an American journalist. His name was Austin Tice.
Safwan would be Austin Tice's interrogator.
Yeah, I can stop it there.
More than a decade after Austin disappeared.
So that was an interview which took place in a village near Latakia in the Alawite heartland. And that interview took months to set up, despite the fact that he had already spoken briefly with Al Jazeera. It took me probably the best part of 2 months of actually finding him and figuring out how to contact him, which I did through some Syrian businessmen. And then finally, I contacted him, and I think it was not directly initially, it was through about 2 middlemen, and we eventually got a message, and then it came back saying he would speak on one condition, and that condition was that HTS, you know, the new rulers of Syria, okayed it and gave their permission. And so that presented a new challenge. You know, I had to get the new government's permission to do this, but obviously didn't want to tell them too much about what I was working on. I was sort of worried they might arrest him. Then I wouldn't be able to speak to him, and I knew he was never gonna. I think one thing I figured is speaking to this guy and a lot of these other kind of former regime officials is, whilst they might be willing to speak to a journalist, they're definitely not going to speak to the al-Shara government because they still see them as some sort of enemy. So that was one of the key sort of lines of inquiry I had, and off the back of speaking with that general, we were able to establish quite a lot of information, which we subsequently kind of double and triple sourced through other people we spoke to. And you know, he told us that Austin had been essentially set up. He'd been betrayed by someone he trusted, we don't know who, and handed over to the regime. And then he'd been given to Basam Hassan. And we knew that he'd been held, as others have said, in a compound belonging to Basam Hassan, and we had an idea of the time frame. And it also gave us some Syrian confirmation of Austin's escape attempt, which I think is a really
key moment, not just establishing sort of where Austin was being held, who he was being held by, confirming the fact that, of course, he was being held by the Syrian regime or one of its sort of proxies. But I think it also showed a sort of testament to Austin's character. I remember, as part of this podcast, we interviewed one of Austin's commanding officers in the Marines, and I sort of asked him, what sort of prisoner, how do you think Austin, having known him as a soldier, as a Marine, what sort of prisoner would have been? And he said, I think he would have been a really tough prisoner. Like, he's not the sort of guy who would have submitted. He would have made life difficult for his captors, and that was confirmed. The interrogator said at one point Austin was questioning him. He'd turned the tables. So, we learned a lot about, I guess, Austin's character from some of these interviews, as well as where he was. And I think I'll just quickly, I think we also managed to track down a doctor who had treated Austin several times, and we interviewed him. His name was Nazar Zaka. And he'd sort of been the private physician to a lot of generals in the intelligence services over the years, including to Basam Hassan. He was Basam's private doctor for the best part of 15 years. And he told us how he was twice called in. Well, one time he was head of, so this would be late summer 2012, he was head of the emergency department at Al-Mujtahid Hospital in Damascus. That's the largest hospital in Damascus. And he received a call from Basam's guys and saying that they were sending down an important prisoner who was sick. And lo and behold, it was Austin, and he treated Austin for some digestive problems. And then a few months later, he received a call from the same officer, Basam Hassan, but this time he went up to treat Austin where he was being detained. And then we had, more information. Austin was basically being held in Basam Hassan's compound, not far from the presidential palace. And so, Nadal was quite a shady character. He didn't really want to speak, and it took a few visits, but eventually we did sit down and interview him for a few hours. So I was like, that was what I wanted to do. I wanted to get people on the record and people on tape and names, not just off the record stuff or anonymous kind of former officials. We do speak to some of them, and they do form part of our story, but that was what we were really trying to push, is actually this is a historic moment in Syria because you can actually get people to speak on the record about this stuff, and obviously that's great for the transparency of the journalism that we're trying to produce.
So the dates on the medical care from that one doctor were 2012 and then later in 2012? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, he wasn't sure. Late 2012 to perhaps as late as early 23. So it could have been.
Okay.
2013. Yeah. So late 2012 to perhaps January or February 2013. He couldn't pin down an exact date, but that's his approximate recommendation.
And then
in that second patch of treatment, he actually went on 3 consecutive days. So it wasn't just a one-day visit. 3 consecutive days to administer medicine to Austin.
Okay. Which all this always shows, that he's considered a high-value target, or whatever the best word. What's the
individual?
Word individual. Yeah. And then in the pod, I remember you saying that you thought of this doctor that he probably knew more than he was saying. Was that a vibe, or was there stuff that around the edges you thought, okay, there might be something here or here or here? Were you thinking of something specific, or was it just like a sense?
It was a bit of both. It was a bit of both. Like I think it was a vibe. I came away thinking maybe he told us 60% of what he knew.
Do you want to say something?
Well, I know the individual that Gareth's talking about, and I think his assessment is correct. That man knows a lot more. Gareth is certainly right in that.
And is he a plastic surgeon? Is that what he is?
He's a trauma surgeon.
Trauma surgeon, okay.
And then later a personal doctor.
He runs a plastic surgery clinic in Damascus now. In central Damascus.
Well, that's an endorsement, right? And how you had mentioned that the interrogator was at first unwilling to talk, needed the HTS clearance or something like that, and that the earlier interview with Al Jazeera came down. Do you get a sense that when that went up, that there was some kind of friction with HTS, like that they may have gone to him and said, off the reservation, we don't want you talking about that kind of stuff, or?
No, I don't think that was from HTS. I think maybe they had some threats on social media. I never got occasionally the new authorities in Damascus made things a bit more difficult or time consuming than they should be. But I never felt like they were really trying to suffocate.
Yep.
Something like that. I never got that feeling. That was my experience.
Okay. Did you, Gareth, have more sound or a video or something you wanted to play?
No, it's just that, I think.
Okay. Well, I think once again, this kind of work only possible by going and being in the region. Same thing with Josh. Same thing with Sonia early on. Same thing with Clarissa. Only possible now that people are more willing to speak. Even it sounds like these occasional individuals that we've been to might be more productive, going forward. It looks like the path is up for learning here as it becomes more comfortable in this, in the society. And you all are learning every time you're going out there. So we look forward to your future work. Do you have questions you want to ask each other?
Well, no, I think I would just say that, look, I think all of us here as journalists see Austin as part of our tribe. And we all, we work for different networks, but at the same time, we all just want to be able to try to get the answers here that would support the family. He's one of us.
This is much appreciated and much evident in all your support, Josh. We're really grateful for that. Sonia, did you have questions for Gareth or Josh on any of this stuff?
I guess I'm curious. There was a story in The Economist in January about Tulsi Gabbard, and is that your story or someone else's?
It's not my story. It's written by a colleague of mine. Yeah. I didn't do the reporting on that. Sorry.
Yeah, we don't know if this is to be run down or not. Apparently, she denies it, but supposedly when she traveled to Syria, she went with a guy from Cleveland, and that guy says that he was introduced to an American, around the corner at the prison, which I'm not sure 100% why anyone in a Syrian prison would show an American that there's another American there. I mean, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but he insists that he thinks this was Austin, and she says, I don't really remember any of that. But I don't know if it was an Economist or Rolling Stone, but it was.
Yeah, I think I would just add, Phil, that there's that, and then I think in our podcast we also spoke to a number of Syrian prisoners, who claim to have seen Austin in various facilities over the years, and really sat down with them, and we tried to verify these, and some of them we thought were reliable, some of them we didn't think were reliable, but we put it in the podcast and tried to sort of let the listener sort of come to their own conclusions, because there were so many tips over the years, so many people coming forward claiming this information, that information. So it's really, I think every person has to make their own sort of judgment about each witness, each person, each report as to how they view it, and I guess in the bigger narrative of what happened.
Yeah, I remember that from the podcast. There were sort of three guys, and they were all, later in the process, like in the 2020 and that kind of area. And they all had, it was like the blind man and the elephant. They all had pieces of something. Like one thought he'd heard Austin but hadn't seen him. The other one maybe thought he saw something. It was close.
Yeah.
It was close. And they seemed, sincere to you, right? I mean, there wasn't like
absolutely.
They were not looking for something or trying to lead you along or something like that.
Yeah, they all seemed sincere, but it was always like, just give me one. Like, did you speak to him? Did you say his name and he looked up to you? And we couldn't get that. There was always something in the testimony which maybe a little bit, not uncertain, but meant I couldn't say this was definitively a sighting of Austin in whichever facility.
Okay, I had a piece of sound from the podcast that I wanted to ask if we could play. Do you all have that? Okay, let me just set it up for a second. So I just thought, earlier today we had David Lesh, Assad's former biographer, here, and he's got a heck of a voice. And and Gareth interviewed him for the podcast, and on here, he's talking about like how he's imagining, and again, he hadn't gone there like these guys or whatever, but how does he imagine kind of what's happening? And for whatever reason, when I heard this, it sort of struck me as very, it was very plausible and reasonable, and it's a way I have come to be thinking about Austin. So, can you just play that sound?
There's enough sporadic signal intelligence, there's enough human intelligence that suggests that he's been alive fairly recently and been sighted fairly recently.
David Leish, the guy advising the Tice family on dealing with Syria, is optimistic.
My gut is that there are some regime guys, intelligence guys who are holding him in a black site somewhere, waiting for a deal. I mean, they have to be so careful. I mean, they can't show their faces, right? I mean, their current government's looking for them. They're hunting these guys. And so it's going to be a very delicate thing to try to contact U.S. authorities to make this known when making it known could cost you your life.
If I'm a former colonel or something from Bashar's regime, could you spell out what's the value of Austin to me, potentially?
Yeah, your life, a visa, money, getting out of Syria, you and your family alive, going to someplace, some destination that you want and living out the rest of your life. That's the value of it right now. And that's probably a good thing in terms of Austin staying alive.
Thank you. That just give you a little bit more of a sense of what it's like to listen to that, which we appreciate, and we look forward to Josh, who's working on a similar on a piece like this as well for later. I think where we're at now is if the panelists want to ask each other questions or make final statements about the journalism part. I just wanted to say that we are so grateful for the hard work and the courageous work that you guys are doing, and it requires being in region. It requires taking some risks, and really appreciate what Josh said about the feeling like the journalists are part of the tribe, trying to return their guy. Thank you. Thank you, one and all, on that. Thank you. It's so important. So I guess maybe the audience wants to ask the journalists some questions. I think we have a couple of minutes to do that, or you all can ask each other or make final statements if you want. Any questions from the audience for these folks? Yes, ma'am. You got a mic coming your way, so if you can just pause for a second, you'll.
This one's not amplified though.
Okay, go ahead.
Just go.
Hold on, I got one for you.
It's not that important.
It's all right. This is your moment. Use the mic.
No pressure.
I'm just wondering what you all think was the last, and also Deborah, what is the last good sighting that we have for Austin?
That's the problem, right? So good sighting means to me, and Kieran talked about this earlier about proof of life. Proof of life sometimes requires holding up a newspaper from that day, right, to show that you're current to that time, right? So, you know, it wasn't a great example of that, but the short video in 2012, right? In the way that you're asking the question. But what we're seeing is quite a lot, and I know you just sort of came at the latter part of the program, but earlier today we went through quite a lot of information that our government has about Austin's whereabouts, movements, what he was wearing, what kind of medical care he was getting, who was watching him, all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of that, and again, to reiterate, I think one of the big things from our panel was that, you know, it's only early days that Syrians are willing to talk and not fear for their lives, and they're getting over like a decade plus of a really difficult police state, right?
50 years.
50 years,
Yeah.
right? Well,
Yeah,
but I mean,
yeah.
the last recent part. But yes, it's not part of the culture yet to open up. As good as Josh and Gareth and these guys are, it's just happening. So I think more will be revealed in the recent, in the continuing time. But, there's not a recent video of him, right? That we know of. It could be. We just haven't found it yet. Did you want to say something, Sonia?
There's a U.S. intelligence community report from 2016 that concludes with moderate to high confidence that he's alive, and that's based on a sighting in a hospital in Damascus where he was being treated for dehydration. And I believe in 2018 there's a similar report with the same level of confidence. I'm not sure of the intelligence underpinning that one, but there's...
Yeah, and that's in Sonia's piece. She wrote about it. The New York Times wrote about it. It came as a tip through the U.S. government, I think. And then we had Eva Felipe earlier today, who was the Czech ambassador to Syria, and she independently confirmed that she knew of this incident in 2016 in this hospital. So that, is kind of the corroboration that we're trying to, work toward. Thank you for the question.
Did any of you ever withhold information, or were you asked to withhold information for fear it might interfere with an investigation or negotiations or someone's health or safety?
I don't know if the journalists want to answer that question, but
I mean, I don't work for law enforcement, or I don't work for law enforcement or U.S. intelligence agencies. Our job is to report. I have very regular contact with Deborah Tice, and when we become aware of stuff that Deborah should be made aware of, we make her aware. But it is very hard as a BBC journalist to ever be in the position where we will surrender anything to intelligence agencies or things like that. It's just not our job to do that.
Did they ever ask you to?
In this case, no. In the past, have I had instances where intelligence agencies or law enforcement have sought information? Yes. But we have mechanisms for dealing with that. It's not my job.
Can I just say?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Just
ahead.
on the flip side, I would say for those of us who were involved really, really early days with this sort of trying to find Austin, it was a little bit of an unusual position to be in because we were not trying to report on the story. So anything and everything that we were finding out, it was understood that while I wasn't at that stage directly in touch with law enforcement, although I was at various stages, we understood that for us in that moment, the most important thing was to try to find Austin and to get him home. And we would not have anything out there that could have jeopardized that or risked that in some way, which is different, obviously, if law enforcement turns around to you and says, you can't report this. That's clearly, as Josh says, that's not how we operate. But in this specific instance, because Austin was one of us, because it was such a dangerous situation and there were so many question marks around the circumstances of his detention, I think that all of us who were deeply involved understood that the first thing we needed to do was try to put this picture together internally, try to give that to whoever needed it to push further in the search for Austin. And then only much later, honestly, did I actually report in some way Austin's disappearance. And I would say initially, frankly, I felt that I almost had to recuse myself from reporting on Austin's case because I was.
Thank you.
To build on what Clarissa's saying, essentially the only time we would do that is if we became aware of a threat to life or an imminent situation where Austin could be helped, and then in which case we would notify the relevant authorities.
Gareth, do you want to say anything on this?
Yeah, I was never asked to withhold any information. I think what I did do is there are a few sources from the people I spoke to who did so on the condition of anonymity, but we tried to keep that to a minimum as much as possible. But it's a part and parcel of reporting. So yeah, there's one in the podcast. There's one sort of unnamed source, but beyond that, everything we could sort of verify, we put out there.
From the family or advocate side, this is not a journalist side, right? But what I would say is that there's been an evolution in the last 10 to 15 years on this. Kieran mentioned a book by Joel Simon called "We Want to Negotiate." It's a very, very small book, but it's about the process of government interaction with families and what's changed and what's required. Joel Simon, isn't that his name? What's Joel's name who used to run CPJ? Thank you. So anyway, just a second. On this, when this Austin Tice case began, if the family had wanted to pay ransom to somebody, and there's never been a request for ransom for Austin, but if they, in the timing I'm talking about, if they'd wanted to pay ransom, they would have been breaking the law. And the government was much more demanding about don't say anything. They thought the kind of the government position, if they can get you to not say anything to the press ever, that's what they want you to do. And there is early days in certain cases, maybe that makes some sense. We work exclusively on cases that relate to journalists. We almost never feel like that's the way to go. Like we do not say everything, but we're not going to say nothing because the government says that's the way to go. And now, when that strategy is used, it's mostly to manage the queue. In other words, we have a lot of cases that the government has to take care of, and they only have a finite amount of staff and a finite amount of time. So the easiest way is to just say, yeah, please go to that corner, and you go to that corner, and you go to that corner, and you be quiet, and then they can work on one, and then they can clear that, and then they can go to another one. And it's not exactly like that, but it's almost like that. And you have good luck telling the Tices now to not say anything, right? They're going to say something if they think it's right. But there was a time where your question really, did make a lot of sense, and government was out there aggressively telling people don't say anything. In the early days, FBI was not only just telling her not to say anything, they're telling her not to go certain places and everything. So there's been some evolution, I think. Yeah.
Actually, sort of following up on what you were just saying, but getting back to an earlier point, why would the FBI favor the New York Times with an exclusive interview or story? Why wouldn't they give it to somebody else, or several people at once? What was in it for the FBI, and how did this happen to come about, and what does this say about relation between the government sources and the media?
Yeah, I'd say that's a question for the FBI.
Well, yeah, but as I'm asking you.
I'm asking you. No, I don't. I'm not.
Family too.
I'm trying to not.
Adam Goldman is a pet. Wouldn't you say Adam Goldman is a pet? He's a pet to New York Times, right? He's a pet.
Anyway.
That mean they owed him a favor? Does that mean they owed him a favor?
He's a pet of theirs. He's a pet.
Because he's written some positive things about them, so they...
Or whatever they tell him to write. Yeah.
I would say that generally,
if you're involved in building coverage, which these guys are not doing that. They're in the field, they're taking risks, they're doing all kinds of stuff. But there's a lot of people in Washington who are covering what's going on in a building, and that building may produce really, really good material for them from time to time. And so there is a transaction, between the press in that case, those cases, and sometimes and the sources. And it particularly is challenging in the kind of national security law enforcement space, right? Let's take an easier example: sports. If you're going to sit there and say to a team that their hitting is terrible, you're not going to get like the exclusive interview with the new player, right? So there's an element of control at the source that the public doesn't really always appreciate. You can make these people, not these people who are out in the field doing work, but if you're really, your job is really a building and coverage of that building, you're going to have to be involved in that kind of stuff. And it's part of it, it's a big world. Okay, Jody, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you. This is really fascinating. My question is, there's been a fair bit of criticism, and seems well justified, of the government and what they haven't done or how they've done it. If you, and this is for everybody, I guess more the advocates and the family, if you could snap your fingers and have somebody in the government do something now, what would be your priority now at this moment, tomorrow?
Well, I think step one, go to Syria. Yeah. That would be my first suggestion, that perhaps you cross the pond and go where he might possibly be. That would be my, like I said, I'm just a mom. I'm really, my only job has ever been mom. I was never a mom end. So, I'm just shooting in the dark, but that would be my first thing. What do you think?
Well, look, I want to applaud again the DNI who made a whole lot of information available to the Tices. That was years of this problem and no solution to it, and then out of nowhere comes this, which is really groundbreaking and amazing, and it fills one's heart with hope. And then not too long after that, we have an incident where it really becomes pretty obvious that a branch of the government is giving us a story that ends up being a pretty negative story, which is also full of a lot of holes, to trying to give it as an exclusive to one news outlet without, one, telling the family this is coming, and without, two, briefing the family fully on the same material that they briefed the paper, right? So job one, I would say, you're asking, what can they do? Well, so know your job. What is your job? Again, I'm going back to Kieran. So much of what he said was amazing today. There's one client in this. There's one key stakeholder in this, and that's the family, right? And when you're choosing to leak a story to a paper and you're not telling the family you're doing that or asking them if it's okay with them, and when you're briefing the paper...
keep in mind, they're on our payroll.
Okay.
If somebody else did this,
And when
they're on our payroll. This is our government. If it was a neighbor that found this out and then want to go tell, Adam Goldman, that'd be different. But this is our government that we pay, and they work for us, and they aren't giving us the information before they go to their pet at NYT.
Well, you're briefing the paper before you're briefing the family. You're not doing your job. So you're asking, what would we have them do? Not that, right?
No, I would have them go to Syria.
Go to Syria, right? And I'm saying progress. Let's keep making the progress instead of backsliding 1 month later and doing, behind the back stuff,
right? And keep in mind what Kieran, 32 years in law enforcement, is saying. It's the family. That's the stakeholder. If you have to bend your policy to make it work, know how to do that. Yes, all the way in the back. Leland. Sorry, couldn't, got a light in my eyes.
Would it help, and would the press publish a worldwide missing poster that had an artist draw what Austin might look like today and get it printed just about in every...
Fantastic age progression of Austin. He's saying if they delivered a poster of a missing person, an artist position,
They made him fat and gray-haired. I don't think someone that's been in prison for 13 years is going to be fat.
No, exactly, but if you were to curate a new drawing, or even use Austin's picture and send it out, would CNN and The Economist, the BBC and Texas Monthly, and the rest of us print it? Because would that not put Austin front and center?
An e-fit, which is what you're describing, so sort of a computer-generated sketch of what Austin might look like today has been widely circulated and exists.
and I mean, maybe he doesn't know about the campaign that Hostage Aid Worldwide is already doing. There is a great effort in the region already of his information. I mean, tens of thousands of texts have been directly SMS messaged to cell phones in the region with information about Austin and how to share information if you have any.
I emailed her.
Through Hostage Aid Worldwide.
They began that on this day last year. They started that, and it covers Lebanon and Syria in Arabic. And it is amazing, and it's been very, very, very successful.
I just want to say that Clarissa and Gareth have been amazing and generous with their time. And I know you guys probably can't follow what's going on in the room necessarily. We love you. Thank you for being here. If you want to knock off, we totally understand. Okay. And just going to say on that again, an initiative by Nazar to, by the Hostage Aid to do this Arabic language advertising in a cultural fit with what advertising looks like on these channels, and never been done before, not done by the United States government. Kind of the United States government idea of advertising is like a wanted poster. It's like a square around somebody, and a lot of times it's not in Arabic, and it's not going to be inviting, right? In the same way, there's no music. It's not doesn't fit with the program that comes before it or after it. It's jarring. Anyway, that's all. It just needed to be done, and then all of a sudden, somebody who's not in the government just did it because, he's amazing. Anyway.
They were doing it to try to find Austin, but the government does it to check the box. It's really different.
Okay, I think maybe we'll have just, if there's one more question, and then we'll go on to the next section. Okay, great. Did you want to say anything?
No, I'm good.
We're very grateful for you guys being here, traveling from afar. And I think I'd ask you if you want to hang around. There's going to be a drinks thing at the end of this. I'm sure people would like to talk to you and see if they could learn something.
Well, it's very easy to tempt journalists with alcohol, so.
Okay, all right. So at the last second strolls in Kevin Hall. So Kevin, if you can come up here for one quick second.
I'm going to use you. Kevin's also a journalist, works for,
OCCRP.
say it again?
OCCRP?
OCCRP. Why couldn't I remember that?
Because it's a mouthful.
Organized crime and corruption. Reporting project. So they're interested in Syria because, you know, there's a lot of organized crime and corruption there.
And I worked with Austin at McClatchy.
And I wanted to ask you, Kevin, you had a guy in Syria, one of your team, and early days, that person, kind of not, sort of similar to what Josh and Gareth and some of the others were doing, came across some interesting, like, paperwork and you guys wrote about this. I don't know if people saw it, but what did he find and what did it tell us?
Found documents from one of the intelligence holding units, lack of a better term, a dungeon. We visited the place. Siraj was our partner. They got the documents. We found a list of journalists who had been held when they had come in the country, the documentation of where they had crossed in. In the case of Austin, it had where they thought he was picked up, and it was dated, I think, March 4th. It was certainly March 2013. So I would guess that may be the last, the family could give a much better sense of it, but I think that's the last kind of written proof of when he was on that date, was believed alive, held at that place on that document.
And there was something interesting about the documents, because you say held alive. So tell people about that. There was a thing that revealed itself to you about.
There was more. When our reporters from Siraj were there, they came across a person who was helping, who had been an inmate, who had guided people through there and said this was happening out there. And he had mentioned Austin and saying that he had been in a cell next to Austin, and that Austin, you know, that he was given, he stood out because he was given differential treatment. A lot of this we didn't fully publish because it's just so hard to verify, and you know, there's always someone who comes out of the woods, like remember the John Benet Ramsey story, the guy who claimed to have, So, but his story certainly checked out. He was on a list of inmates. We have no reason to believe he wasn't who he said he was, and said that, you know, at that point he didn't see him, he heard him, he knew he spoke English and broken Arabic, and they were talking to him in English and bringing him things that they weren't bringing ordinary prisoners, according to him.
I've forgotten that part, and thank you for filling that in. What I was thinking about is the form itself, and it had certain headings. Tell us about what, there was a heading for, like, viability, right? Like,
yeah,
wasn't there a heading there's a heading that said deceased?
Oh, yeah, yeah,
column?
sorry,
Yeah.
good, you jogged my memory, and I just looked at this yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they actually had columns and names and when they died, how they died. So like Marie Colvin
was in there, and her death was recorded, and the dates were recorded and stuff like that.
And Austin was not pronounced deceased, as several others on that 3 or 4 page document were. So that, you know, all that kind of pointed to the fact that he was likely alive at that point in time. There are a lot of a lot of speculation, unfortunately.
Yep. Well, listen, I really appreciate you did. We just
sorry,
amazing timing.
I'm sorry I got here so late.
No, but it's another outlet with boots on the ground in Syria, finding documents that are.
And we continue to push it. I mean, these guys know that I have a personal interest in this because of having worked with him and with Mark Seibel, and you know, we'd like, as everyone else would like to get to it. I think this meeting in Alaska this week has a tremendous opportunity for Mr. Putin to say he's talked to Mr. Assad. That would make things, you want to give a deliverable, there's one right there.
Sure, well, something like that would happen on the sideline, we would hope, but who knows what's on the agenda there. Okay, so questions for Kevin on this? All right, then I think we're concluding the journalist panel. And what is that beeping?
It's that camera there.
Okay, I think you need C-SPAN has a battery out on this one, maybe. But let's go to the last one, which is just going to be, we're going to have a summary of how we did and what we learned and how we answered or didn't answer the questions that we have, and then nothing between you guys and a cocktail after that. Thank you all to our panel for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate your
interest and your good work and your presence. Thank you. Okay, Deborah, can you come join me here? We're going to do a conclusion.
Do you want to come up here? If you want to, yeah.
Yeah, you're always welcome up here. Billy ends up working on this stuff. Okay, so I want the questions, but I don't see them. Hey, Julie, do you have a full copy of the
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for a full copy of the program stuff.
Oh, I don't think I had a full one ever, did I? No.
Oh, I got it. Okay, great. Okay, well, thank you. And I think I said this earlier, but she wasn't in the room at the time. Programs like this don't come together just on their own. It's a lot of work to find all the people and do all the organizing. And I wanted to thank Julie Schreiber. Is she in the room? No, once again. Okay, thank you, Julie, for all her hard work putting this together. Please tell her I said thank you to her. We're wrapping up here, and in addition to thanking Julie, I wanted to thank the sponsors. I wanted to thank all the panelists who did a great job. I want to thank all of you for being here, and the people who are online, and the C-SPAN audience that's watching. Oh, that's terrific. I just said you did a good job. It's the second time I've said it, but it's still as true as before. So yeah, thank you. And I guess we haven't heard from the Tice family other than Deborah today, and that's always a treat. But we have Megan here, so I thought I would ask you, Megan, do you want to share anything about, your experience in the last year here, or whatever you want to say?
This last year has been a lot. There's been a lot that happened. Being in DC all together, when the regime fell was really an incredibly surreal and chaotic experience. And all of the information that has been forthcoming. And, it's really been extremely heartwarming to see everyone who was willing to immediately get boots on the ground, immediately start looking, going into these dangerous, scary, disgusting, vile places on my brother's behalf is wild to me. And I can't ever express my gratitude for the people that are so determined to continue to fight and ask the questions and seek the answers and share the truth until we get him home. And that's really been amazing. And then there have been so many times over the past 13 years that we have been on the edge of our seats waiting for the phone call. It's about to happen any moment. That roller coaster is not one that anyone would ever want to be on. But this year, I think, has really given a renewed hope just in all of the barriers that are coming down, the people that are willing to talk now. has changed the feeling that we've had in the previous 12 years. And, I kind of excused myself emotionally from that roller coaster after riding it for the first 2 or 3 years. People would say, "Oh, I heard this is happening. How do you feel?" And always hopeful, of course, but you just can't think that like the call is coming any minute, because emotionally that's just not sustainable. So seeing how much progress has been made in just this amount of time since December, in these 8 months, all the information that's been made available has really just been incredible and has really given, I don't want to say a renewed sense of hope, because the hope was never in lapse, but it has definitely given a resurgence of energy when we were feeling extremely weary. So that is how I would describe the last 8 months.
I appreciate that, and please convey to your siblings who you're going to see, how much we respect what they did and what a force you all have become in support of your mom, and able to do interviews, willing to do these kind of things. It's wonderful. It's remarkable, and we appreciate you.
Oh, well, it's a drop in the bucket compared to what y'all have done, so thank you.
Sure. And so we had these questions we were going to, set out in the plenary, and let's see if we got answers to some of these questions. What does the government know about Austin's case that has been withheld from the family and the public for many years? I think we did get a good answer to that question. What has happened in Syria in the past year, and how does that impact Austin's case? We had a tremendous panel on that. Got great information on that. What important facts have we learned from journalism in the past year? We just had a great panel on that. Amazing work being done. Congratulations to all of those journalists. Keep at it. Who is Basam Hassan? What is his relationship to Austin? Where is he now? Did he lie to the FBI? And what did the FBI do with that information? I think we got a good answer to that question through today's programs. How did the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell and SPIHA perform over the past year, and why are they helping the family as they are designed to do? I thought we had a terrific keynote speaker in Kieran Ramsey, who talked a lot about his role in HRFC, was very candid about, what was the design of the program, what were they trying to do, where do things fall short, what can be done. I think I really appreciated him being here, and also everything that he's done in his service. And then, what did Deborah have to do this year to protect Austin from Israeli bombing and strikes? And why did she have to do this herself? I'm not sure we got a good answer to that. We raised it. She was very effective. She sent a letter saying, "My son is in your sights. Please stop sending bombs toward areas where he might be." Netanyahu responded to her letter by speaking to the press, said he would do that. That seems like a better batting average than our government has in asking Netanyahu to do things in general. So maybe, Deborah, you might have a career in government service coming up.
I'm not looking for a career.
Okay.
I like being a mom.
Anyway,
and a grandmother.
Those were our questions, and we got to the answers through our panels. And I'm very glad that people were here, and I'm glad that you all were able to join us on this. Do you want to go now? The rest of the time, I'm going to let you say whatever you want.
Well, I just want to, in this room of journalists, this is very personal, and it only affects to me. I'm not speaking for everyone, but I would have a preference that when you want to know information about my son, don't call me. Call someone in our government. Call someone in Syria. Call someone in Lebanon. For me, I don't want to pick up the newspaper and read what I know. I want you to find something that I don't know, or you find something different. And asking around, you know, how's it going with the hostage recovery fusion cell? Do you feel like you're getting the intelligence from all of the intelligence agencies? Are you getting it? Because I got so many times from my agents of the FBI, you know, that they didn't have that information. And so anyway, that's just my like closing ask to journalists. It's not that I won't do interviews, but I know what I know. And in the news, I want to see something new, something that you've taken a deep dive on and you found this thing. So anyway, and I really super exceedingly abundantly appreciate you guys coming and caring and wanting to see Austin come home. I am so grateful for that, because you're, you know, positive vibes, praying, whatever it is that you do that puts more energy into him coming home. I thank you so very much for that. Thank you.
Thanks, one and all. So this is the conclusion of the first annual conference for Austin Tice. So maybe we'll see you next year.
Maybe it won't be necessary next year.
Even better. Okay, thank you. I think the bar is open, or is it open? Did I lie? 15 minutes, maybe it'll be open. Okay, thanks.